Steve Parry is here, bronze medalist in the 200 metres butterfly in Athens. Let's just describe this scene for our listeners, and then we'll talk about the course and the conditions.
Well, it's good. I'm just glad that you brought the sun cream, Victoria, because I forgot mine. It's a factor 30 is definitely needed. There's just not a cloud in the sky. But, you know, in terms of the swimming conditions, I mean, it's a beautiful sight down here at the Serpentine anyway. I'm just so glad that it's an open event. I think this is the most open event there is, so people can come down and watch. And the fact that they're going to be doing 6 laps means that you won't really have a point where you're not going to be able to see the swimmers. It's 1.6 kilometre laps, but the conditions are perfect for Kerry-Anne. Nice and warm and also calm as well. So that's going to play into the world champion's hands.
Right. So you think she will arrive here this morning, look at this very calm lake, the odd ripple, clearly no, mini waves or anything. You say that is perfect for her.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Kerry is the fastest swimmer in the field. She's the world champion 2009. She's the world champion from 2011. A fast course suits her, and it's almost like this course was made for her. Really fast, really tight, and it's simple. It's not like you can get lost because you're just going around the same course 6 times. And the fact that it's warm as well. I know Kerry and the team, they were concerned about it being cold. When it's cold, Kerry just doesn't do well in cold water. So the fact that we have ended up with a glorious summer's day, not good for you and me because we're going to get sunburned, but fantastic for her.
And does that mean because of the warmth today, she will be able to wear a swimsuit rather than a wetsuit, which she prefers because it's less restrictive?
That's absolutely right, yeah. The fact that she can, I mean, she's come from a pool swimming background, so technically she's very good, and she gets concerned when she has to put a wetsuit on. That slows her down. So the fact that they're going to be in swimsuits, the fact that it is nice and warm is going to play into her hands.
Let's talk about the others in this field, because it's worth remembering that at the World Championships in July last year, when she became the world champion again, the top 10 swimmers finished within 20 seconds of each other. That's even after swimming 10 kilometres. So we could see a sprint finish here.
Yeah, and I think we were worried in 2008 when it was the first time the open water was held that actually a 10k swim, won't someone finish a couple of minutes ahead of the others? It wasn't the case. It was a blanket finish, and I'm expecting the same here because it was Grimaldi. She was 1 second behind her at the World Championships. She's going to be going in this race as well, and it's bizarre because like on the track for cycling, you can draft a little bit, not to the same extent. So Kerry-Anne, she doesn't like being in the mix. There's a lot of argy-bargy that goes on in the pack, especially with the women, more so than the men. They're all over each other. She will like to lead from the front, and once she's leading from the front in this clear water, she'll want to stay there.
So you mentioned Italy's Martina Grimaldi. Her day job is as a policewoman. She was the runner-up in the World Championships last year. There's also Brazil's Poliano Okimoto to look out for. Now, she obviously swam in the test event earlier this year in the Serpentine. She said it was too cold and too crowded. Well, it's 25 swimmers today. She is going to have to be used to that. Yeah, and
it's funny because you've got 2 different sorts of swimmers that are getting involved in open water. You have got your traditional open water swimmers. They don't mind the physicality, they kind of revel in it. And then you've got your pool swimmers that either swum at 800 or 1500 in the pool and thought to themselves, you know what, I can move over to open water swimming and pick up a medal here. But also Limperta as well. She got a bronze medal last year at the World Championships. And I think Melissa Gorman from Australia, let's face it, Australia have had a terrible Olympics, haven't they? They're starting to turn it around now, but I think Melissa Gorman could be dangerous in this as well. But for me, it's all Kerry-Anne Payne.
Melissa Gorman, by the way, is a psychology student. There's also Germany's Angela Mora. She's now 36, recently posed for Playboy in their special Olympic edition.
You got more information than me, Victoria.
Well,
that's it.
I didn't buy it, but I'm told she looked amazing. Now, we often have said in the last couple of weeks, Great Britain is the favourite. Actually, that is true today.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, she was 8th in 2010 at the World Championships, but every other World Championships since the Olympic Games she's won. She got a silver medal last time at the Olympics.
And actually the woman who got gold, Russia's Larissa Ilchenko, is not here today.
Not here. She's retired. It will be, my worry is that everyone else in the race gangs up on Kerry-Anne because she is the clear favourite.
When you say gang up, what do you mean? Because, we've talked about the physicality. We know that swimmers come out with bruises, black eyes, really bad headaches, but you can't tug somebody's leg if they're leading, can you? You get a yellow card.
You're not meant to, but it depends how closely the referees watch the race. Now, if It's a horrendous experience to have someone on your feet, tapping your feet the whole way round, messing with your kick. And it's just, if someone's tapping your arms all the way round as well, it can get really annoying. But also at the turns, it is very, very physical. I've been in the water, and not at this level, doing open water swims, and you just get barged out the way, and it is very, very frustrating. So I think they will try to gang up on them, especially a couple of the Eastern European nations. They love a bit of argy-bargy in the water.
Let's bring in Charlotte O'Neill, who is the 2012 Aquatics Manager. Charlotte, do move a little closer. We're sharing this microphone here. Good morning, how are you?
I'm very good, thanks.
Tell our listeners about this course. Just describe the course and where the buoys are placed and why.
Yeah, okay, so this is quite a unique course. It's the first time that marathon swimming has been brought into the heart of the city. So we've got a smaller lake, hence why it's 6 laps instead of the standard 4 2.5k laps. So we've got 6 laps of 1.67. It creates a natural amphitheatre around the lake. So never before in the history of marathon swimming elite races have we had thousands and thousands of spectators at a venue right in the heart of the centre of the city.
And the buoys, they swim on the outside?
Yep, so you take the purple ones on your right and the yellow ones on your left. Right. It's a really swimmer-friendly course. So we've designed it so that there's no concern from the athletes of which way do I go, where do I turn. It's very simple. You know which colour's on your right shoulder and you know which colour's on your left.
And you've got rid of some of the weeds underneath. You've moved 3 families of swans, I'm told, as well.
Yeah, I mean, the swans is really more for their own welfare, but it's open water, it's not a swimming pool, so it's all about the natural environment. So we don't want to disturb things, we just want to make sure that swans that have got the baby cygnets are safe.
How clean is the water?
It's lovely. The Royal Parks have worked really hard on improving the quality of the water, which is mutually beneficial for the ecosystem here. So it's fantastic. It meets all the EU bathing standards, which are really high. So compared to some of the jellyfish-infested waters that Kerry Ann swam in, it should be luxury.
OK, thank you very much, Charlotte. Thank you, Steve, for the moment. So the crowds are gathering on the other side of the lake. There are ticketed areas, but mostly this is a free event, so you can expect it to be absolutely packed by midday, Mark, when this swim begins.
Packed there, packed here at the ExCeL Arena, where it is very, very noisy inside the arena. So it just stepped out onto the concourse where all the food and drink is served to the supporters as they go in to watch the taekwondo. We have 2 Brits in action here at the ExCeL this morning. Martin Stamper goes a little later on at 10:45 in the men's 68 kilogram category, and at 10:30 Jade Jones goes in the women's 57 kilogram category, and her granddad Martin Fowkes has come out to talk to us. And you're responsible, aren't you, for Jade doing taekwondo?
Yeah, well, I got her first into it many years ago when she was a little 8-year-old.
How?
Well, we tried everything. We tried the athletics, we tried the swimming, all the other things you do with kids, and we happened to have a look in a taekwondo class one morning, and it's just gone on from there, really.
So from 8 years old, she walked into a taekwondo class, having been to the leisure centre and done swimming, and something either clicked with her or clicked with the coach in that room.
Yeah, she did her first competition after 3 months and got a bronze medal for sparring. So she'd been successful all through her career up to now, so it's just rolled on, but I never thought we'd be where we are today.
So, and it's the question that gets asked every day to family and athletes and friends. At this precise moment, how are you feeling?
I'm very excited, waiting for it to come out. Obviously nervous, because there's 16 top-class fighters. They're the best fighters in the world, or they wouldn't be here. And it can go either way. It's such a explosive sport. One slight mistake, and that can be the end of the game.
What's she like as a girl?
It's lovely. She's just the same. Obviously, I'm biased. But there's no edge to her. She's world silver medalist, and she's won all sorts, but she's just the same as she's always been. We went back to her first class a couple of weeks ago, and she was signing autographs for the kids and hats and T-shirts and everything else. She's exactly the same as she was.
But that's important, isn't it? And that's also a thank you to the community as well, because, when she went to the World Youth Olympics, which was, 2 years ago, Fleet, which is the Fleet, the town that she's from, they raised £1,600 as a community to send her to the World Youth Olympics.
Yeah, we had raffles and pubs had fun days, and everybody contributed, and Flint now it's like a shrine to Jade. You can't go down the street without seeing a picture in the window, but the whole community has backed her, and I say right from when she went to Mexico for the qualification tournament, and from there on, really.
And because the community has backed her and raised money for her, do you think that increases the pressure? We've heard so many Brits at times during this Olympics talk about letting people down, and we've had to say to them, you haven't let anybody down. You know, we are very proud of you, whatever you've done. But do you think that increases the pressure on her?
Oh yeah, definitely. I say to her, you know, look, it's an honour to get to the Olympics, whether you do anything or not. But she says, oh, look at all the people that are back me, look at all the people who are sending me tweets and Facebook and all the rest of it. She does feel pressure to win, but she's got a very winning mentality, fortunately.
What's it like, penultimately, to have a granddaughter who's nicknamed the Headhunter?
Well, that was just a nickname she got when she first joined the academy.
Why did she get that nickname, Martin?
Because she hadn't learned to kick to the body properly in the semi-contact sport, so she just went straight at the head.
That's your little granddaughter, known as a Headhunter.
Yeah, well, you've got to be called something, haven't you?
And are you ready, let alone her, are you ready? Will you have tears in your eyes for the wall of noise that in, 20 minutes' time or so is going to erupt when she walks into this arena?
Oh, definitely, because, as I say, we've been on a lot of journeys together to get this far, and to actually see her performing in the Olympics, it's like a dream come true.
You enjoy it, and hopefully we will talk a lot more over the course of the day.
Thank you very much indeed. Hopefully I'll speak to you later.
I hope that as well. Thank you, Martin. Martin Foulkes, who's Jade Jones's granddad, on his way back to the seat to get ready for when his daughter walks into the arena. I tell you what we should do here, Jonathan Overend. We should just explain how the fight is going to work. No, I mean Jade Jones's fight, Martin Stamper's fight, but how the contest works in a taekwondo bout.
Absolutely. 3 2-minute rounds, Mark, with the fight decided on either points, knockout or disqualification, but the vast majority go to points, which are scored by a combination of ringside judges and an electronic scoring system. Now, this was brought in after Beijing. The fighters wear protective body armor which doubles as a magnetic sensor, and they also have sensors in their socks, so basically when the foot connects with the body armor it registers automatically. The judges score on headshots as well, and as I say, the vast majority of scores are through the feet, but you can also score with punches as well to the body, but obviously not to the head. And the harder this is the crucial thing, the harder the kicks are to execute, the more points you get. So for example, a spinning head kick, you get 4 points, whereas just a basic kick to the body, you only get 1 point. Now that really adds to the excitement, Mark, because if you've only got 10 seconds to go, and you're, say, 3 points down, you've still got the potential to score with a 4-point shot. So these fights are alive right until the final seconds.
And of course, the other thing that helps as regards the atmosphere, and you can hear the stamping and the clapping and stuff, is that unlike in the boxing, these scores, the athlete scores, are available to everybody in the arena all the way through, so that everybody is aware of the nature of the contest. Where of course in the boxing, for the final round, the scores are taken off, and the boxers don't know how well they're doing and whether they're landing the shots that are giving them points.
Yeah, so just as an example, the match which is on at the moment, which is in Jade Jones's section of the draw, involving the 4th seed and world champion Ana Zaninovic from Croatia, they're locked at 11 points all. We can see that on the scoreboard here. We can also see how long is to go, 52 seconds. And the other thing we can see, and this is the first time this has ever happened in Taekwondo, we can see the video reviews up on the big screen. Now, this is one other thing that we need to tell you about. If any of the players or coaches are unhappy with the scoring, maybe a score that's been made that they don't think was a legitimate score, they can challenge, a bit like the Hawkeye challenge in tennis, and the whole crowd can see the review as the judges are looking at it.
It's perfectly set up for the spectators, is this sport. We're at the Taekwondo this morning. Victoria Derbyshire is at the open swimming. Our first chance of a medal today, though, comes in the canoeing. Martin Cross at Eton Dorney. Rachel Cawthorne qualified for this final, second in her semi-final. Does she have a chance of a medal?
That's the start. It's just been given, and Rachel Cawthorn has got a much better start than she got in the women's K4 yesterday, where she finished 5th. That's a great start, Anna Hemmings.
It's an awesome start from Rachel. She's right up with the leaders, which are over the far side. The Olympic champion Ozzy Penko, and her rate looks good. She's up at about 135 strokes a minute. She'll look to reach top speed and then settle down. She'll be steady through the middle section, but expect a strong charge from her as we come down the finishing straight.
So Rachel Cawthorn, she's in 5th or 6th place. She's dropped off the pace at the moment. It's Inna Osypienko, the Olympic champion from Ukraine, in her blue and yellow boat. She's leading out. The favourite, Danuta Kozak from Hungary, going for a second medal of this regatta, second gold medal of this regatta. Rachel Cawthorn, she does have a strong last 200 metres, but at the moment she's back in last place, but just 1 length off the medal, so it is possible, Anna.
It's a very tight race so far, and we know that she's strong at the finish. I just hope that she hasn't done too much, given them too much away. She's got a lot of work to do at the moment, and the medal chances are slipping away as we come down the 200-metre mark.
So it's Osypienko out in front, the Ukrainian, the Olympic champion. She's about 3 feet up on the Hungarian, Danuta Kozak, going for a second gold medal of this regatta. The Hungarian crowd will go absolutely bonkers here if she wins. Rachel Cawthorn's charging. She's about half a length off of 4th place. She could get into 3rd. It will need a dramatic sprint. 150 metres to go.
There's a big kick from Rachel, but has she left it too late? She needs to leave everything on the water now. She needs to empty it, and she's closing down stroke by stroke.
Here comes Rachel Cawthorn. She's still in 4th place, but she is closing. I just don't think she's going to do it. It's Kozak. She's going to get the medal. Kozak's going to get the medal. And in 3rd place is Osypienko and Cawthorn, I think 4th or 5th. I think it was Hartley, the South African, who got 3rd place there. Rachel Cawthorn, that was a fantastic sprint. I think she just missed out on a medal. We'll wait for that result, but the winner there, the Hungarian, I think it's her second gold of the games. We wait for the result to come up, the official result, but the Hungarian, we think that's her second gold medal of the games. Danuta Kozak, 5'6", just 25 years old. She came through, the Olympic champion from Ukraine. Very distinctive. The paddlers have these coloured boats, so you can easily tell, even in these close finishes, who's actually won the race. But an amazing sprint, Anna, there from Rachel Cawthorn.
Yeah, it was a spectacular race from Rachel. It is confirmed. Hungarian Danuta Kozak takes her second gold medal of these Olympic Games, with the defending, well, no longer defending Olympic champion, Inna Osypienko-Radomska in 2nd place, with the South African, a surprise result from the South African, taking the bronze medal just in front of the great Josefa Edem, who at 47 years old is in... Oh, I was confused about Rosanna, in 5th place, which must mean that Rachel, it was such a tight finish, so many girls in the hunt there. Rachel is confirmed in 6th place.
Yeah, 6th place, that's not quite as high as she finished in the women's K4, but this is the blue ribbon event, chappers, and 6th place for a British women. That's absolutely tremendous.
Martin and Anna, thank you very much. It's Victoria Derbyshire and Mark Chapman at the Olympics on 5 Live. Victoria at the open water swimming in Hyde Park, where Kerry Ann Payne goes for a medal. That gets underway at midday. We'll be in the Athletic Stadium a little bit later to preview the day that's coming, the day ahead for them. They've got some 4x4 relay heats this morning. Of course, we've got Bolt against Blake tonight in the 200 metres, which you will be able to hear with Mark Pugac. And I'm based at the ExCeL Arena today. It's apparently sunny outside. You would have no idea here. It's dark, it's compact, it's noisy, and it is dramatic. And in Jade Jones's case, and she goes in 15 minutes in the women 57 kilogram category, there is already some good news, would you say, for her, Jonathan Overing?
The first major upset of the day here at the Taekwondo is defeat for the world champion in Jade Jones's category, and that's Ana Zaninovic from Croatia, who's just lost in a thrilling finale to Mei Hamada from Japan, 14 points to 11. And this was a classic example, Mark, of why this is such a thrilling sport, because it was 14-11 with 1 second to go, and Zaninovic went for a headshot and it was scored on the system. It was the judges scored it, so it suddenly went 14-all with the clock down to 0, but the Japanese coach challenged to the video review and the score was wiped out. So the world champion is out. Big score that for Jade Jones.
It is very, very dramatic. Just to describe the scene, it's obviously the bout takes place on a blue square, and then outside that blue square there is a rusty coloured outer area, and then there are 2 judges sat on corners, and then there's another judge sat opposite them but on the side. So those are the 3 judges, and then there's a referee in the middle. Is that how it works?
That's right. Yeah, it's an 8 metre squared ring, mat, court, call it what you like, not dissimilar to the central mat in gymnastics, where you would perform the free routine. And actually it's smaller this year. It's one of the rule changes. There have been so many rule changes in Taekwondo in the last Olympic cycle to make it more spectator friendly, to make it more exciting, and one of the reasons why they made it smaller is because fighters were running away from each other if they were in the lead. They were literally running out of the way, and that is one of the things you see. If someone's ahead deep into the contest, they will just try and avoid the shots, and there is a warning penalty system in place, whereas if that happens, A, now it's harder because the ring is smaller, but B, they can get penalised for doing that, and a point could go to the opponent, so that's a dangerous game to play.
So we're watching a men's 68 kilogram fight at the moment between Serbia and Peru. And then the next one after this is Jade Jones, and then it'll be Martin Stamper. That's right.
That's right, absolutely. Their first round matches, you've got to win 1, 2, 3, 4 for the gold medal, all in a single day.
And the other interesting thing about this, and Victoria talking about how it is spectator friendly, is that the referee, who is actually on the mat with the 2 competitors, is mic'd. So they can hear. I mean, to be honest with you, I have no idea what they're saying, but they are mic'd, so the crowd can hear what the referee says. And every referee is dressed, well, to describe it best, like a US customs official.
Yes.
They've got on sort of brown khaki trousers and then a very smart white shirt and a blue tie and a massive badge that obviously has their name and credentials on. But they're very efficient, and the crowd know exactly what they're saying.
Yeah, same here. The crowd will know exactly what's going on come midday when the women's open water swim begins. 6 laps of the Serpentine Lake. By the way, we've just seen Great Britain's Kerry-Anne Payne with a couple of her coaches all dressed in their Great Britain tracksuits, walking out onto the pontoon, just surveying the lake, surveying the conditions. Steve Parry shouted across to her, "Go on, Kerry-Anne," and she just gave him a little wave and then went back to concentrating. I don't know if you heard Rachel earlier saying it's so tempting to dip your toe in this water because it's baking here today. I feel like dive bombing into it, like you used to do when you were in the bath when you're about 10 years old, even though the sign said on the side no dive bombing. It's just that kind of temptation, which obviously I'm not going to do, clearly. A couple of messages for you from our listeners. Stephanie says, I feel a little bit disenchanted with the Inspire a Generation motto. I'm 22, so I'm certainly not old, but I feel like my sporting future is worthless. I'd really like to hear more info aimed at getting adults involved in sport, and particularly how to get into coaching. I've coached juniors in a variety of sports, but how do you step up to the next level? And it's something that we were talking to our listeners about, wasn't it, Mark, yesterday when we were sitting around the picnic benches. It's not just about 8-year-olds and 5-year-olds and 10-year-olds. It's about the adults as well. Drew Carr says, I can't wait for the open water swim. I will be on the edge of my seat at work. And Dale says, to me, the idea of open water swimming should not mirror swimming pool conditions, which Steve Parry says it does today because it is so calm and warm. He said the swimmers should swim from Southampton to the Isle of Wight or along the Jurassic coast. By the way, at 6 o'clock this morning, Mark, my 8-year-old boy came down. First thing he said to me was, "Mummy, I can't be in the Olympics." And I said, "Oh, why is that? Why'd you say that, darling?" He said, "Because I'm only the 4th fastest runner in my class." I said, "But that is the beauty of the Olympics. It's not all about running. There are 26 sports to choose from." So
take up Taekwondo.
Yeah, could do. He settled on cycling, but by the time I get home this afternoon, that will have changed to something else. It's 5 Live at the Olympics. It's a glorious morning, a Thursday morning. Thank you for joining us. Mark Chapman at the Taekwondo. I'm at Hyde Park at the side of the stands, actually, of the Serpentine Lake. We're awaiting a chat with David Carey, who will marry Kerry-Anne Payne next month in Aberdeen. So we'll talk to him about preparations, about how Kerry-Anne Payne is feeling this morning ahead of the race beginning at midday. 10:24, time for the news.
On digital radio, digital TV, mobile and online.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
For 5 Live News, I'm Suzanne Chislett. The trial of a woman accused of murdering the British businessman Neil Haywood has ended in China after just a day. A court official says Gu Kailai didn't contest the charge that she poisoned Mr Haywood last year. The Ministry of Defence has admitted keeping tissue samples and body parts from some soldiers killed in Afghanistan without telling their families. An investigation is underway. The Army says relatives will be told. A 15-year-old has been charged with committing sex attacks on 6 women in Manchester. He'll appear at Manchester City Youth Court. A study suggests that the increase in tuition fees at English universities has led to a fall in applications. The Independent Commission on Fees says applications from students in England are down 9% since 2010. And the AA says people could be getting more fuel than they pay for. In some cases, motorists have been getting nearly 4.5% more petrol than shown on the pump. George Riley has the sport now.
And good morning from the Olympic Stadium. Absolutely glorious this morning. The floodlights are on, but they really don't need to be because the sun is so bright today. And at the moment, the crowd being treated to the men's decathlon, which is on to the discus in Group A. And over to my left-hand side, the women's high jump continues as well, with the American Barrett leading the way with a 1:90 effort. Let me tell you that in the decathlon, Trey Hardy beat fellow American Ashton Eaton over 110-metre hurdles. Eaton, though, does remain the overall lead. In around an hour's time, it's the heats for the 4x400 relay. GB in Heat 1, the United States and Jamaica come in Heat 2. In the canoe sprint, women's K1 final this morning, Great Britain's Rachel Cawthorne was 6th. The British light welterweight Tom Stalker has tweeted this morning he's absolutely heartbroken following his 23 points to 22 points defeat by Munkadeen Uranshumeg of Mongolia. That was last night. An appeal against the decision was rejected. Away from the Olympic Games, the future of Robin van Persie at Arsenal remains in some doubt. Sir Alex Ferguson admitting negotiations have stalled with Manchester United. We've made a bid, he says. They've been trying to negotiate with other clubs. We can't get a breakthrough with Arsenal. And 10 days or so after winning bronze in the Olympics road race, it's been announced that the Tour de France runner-up Chris Froome will lead Team Sky's Vuelta a España campaign. Bradley Wiggins misses that race.
Travel news, and in the West Midlands, the M6 heading south at Junction 6, the Spaghetti Junction. A vehicle's broken down. One of the lanes is now being closed for recovery. Leyden and the A695 Chainbridge Road looking slow because one of the lanes is closed at the junction of the A69 where a car has broken down. Recovery now underway. And in Ollerton, Nottinghamshire, the A614 Blythe Road southbound, they've closed the road where it meets up with Worksop Road, the A616. It's all for recovery of an accident. And Burlescombe in Devon, the A38 between Burlescombe and Waterloo Cross, they've closed the road to recover an accident vehicle. And overhead line problems continue at Milton Keynes Central, affecting services between London Euston, Birmingham New Street, also Manchester Piccadilly on Virgin. Also London Midland services have been disrupted between London and Northampton. Warner Merchant, 5 Live Travel.
5 Live Olympic Breakfast
with Nikki Campbell and Rachel Burden.
We're in Olympic Park, we're at Stratford Gate, they're all pouring in, George.
And not a glum face.
How are you feeling?
Good,
brilliant. You're right, George. Well, let's talk to the Shadow Minister for the Olympics, Dame Tessa Giles.
Good morning.
It's amazing being here. I remember interviewing you when this was all rubble.
We looked together at the pile of old fridges and I said to you, that's where the velodrome's going to go.
Wake up to the games.
On 5 Live. Back tomorrow from 6.
Victoria Derbyshire and Mark Chapman at the Olympics this Thursday morning. Victoria at the open water swim in Hyde Park, where Kerry-Anne Payne gets her bid for a medal underway at midday. They go off midday. I'm based at the ExCeL Arena this morning, where it is the Taekwondo. We have 2 Brits in action today, and as Jonathan Overend was saying before, their campaign is all in one day. So if they progress and progress and progress, they start in the morning and they finish with the gold medal fight, which in the case of Martin Stamper will be at 10:30 tonight, and in the case of Jade Jones will be 15 minutes earlier at 10:15. So you would hear that with Mark Pugac on 5 Live. Also tonight you will hear Usain Bolt against Johan Blake in the men's 200 metres from the stadium. We're running slightly late. We'd expect Jade Jones. Not many things at the Olympics run late. You'd expect Jade Jones on at 10:30. However, there has been the odd appeal during the bouts that have gone on this morning. Just explain, because if we get to Jade Jones's fight and there is an appeal, we probably won't have time to explain the process. So whilst we're watching this fight, how does the appeal work? Yeah, there's just been a very lengthy video review in the deciding round. This is the match, as you say, between Peru and Serbia to decide Martin Stamper's next opponent. Only 45 seconds left in this. They turn the fights around very, very quickly, so only a couple of minutes delay. But yeah, they can challenge to the video replay system. Either the coaches can challenge or the judges that sit by the side of the court if they think a mistake has been made, or a headshot that hasn't been picked up, or perhaps a scoring blow that hasn't registered with the magnets. And basically it's just like you see at the cricket. They go to the slow-mo, the super slow-mo, and the fans can see it on the big screens here, which I think is a fantastic innovation. And often, it'll be replayed 5-6 times until they can finally make a judgment. And if the coaches have challenged and they get it wrong, they lose that challenge, and you only get one incorrect one per bout. But this is a thrilling finish here. Only 7 seconds left. Are we going to get an upset? The Peruvian is seeded 4. Could play Martin Stamper next, seeded 5, I beg your pardon. It looks like he's going out. Looks like we've got a second successive upset. And we have here, for Serbia, it's Damir Fezic, who has put out Peter Lopez Santos of Peru, who is seeded 5. So that's 2 upsets in a row. And another piece of good news, potentially, for the British athletes here. Jade Jones would have been expecting to play Anna Zaninovic in the quarterfinals should she get there. She won't be. Martin Stamper would have been expecting to play Peter Lopez in the quarterfinals should he get there, and he won't have to either. So, good news there, Mark, but these bouts can be over in an instant, so the Brits have still got to be on their mettle and come through. 85058 is our text. You can find Victoria and myself and Jonathan on Twitter. So if you have any Taekwondo questions, and you probably will do, then send them in, and we will endeavour, Jonathan to be fair more than me, we will endeavour to answer them over the course of the morning. And we're going to wait for Jade Jones. Jade Jones about a minute. Do you think you have time, Jonathan, before Jade Jones comes out, to explain that even if you lose your first bout, you're not necessarily out? The dreaded repechage. Now pay attention, everybody. This gets quite complicated. One of the most frightening words in sport, repechage. Basically, if you lose to someone who goes on to reach the final, you still get a chance of a reprieve, because you then go into a mini competition, and if you win through that, you play off against the losing semi-finalists for the bronze medal. So basically, if you get to the semi-final, you're not guaranteed a bronze medal, as you are in some of the other sports here at London 2012. But if you go out in the first round, you could still end up with a bronze medal. You could, if you go out to an eventual finalist. Well, shall we worry about that when it happens? Yeah, I just thought I'd throw it out there as a little bit of just that everything is not over if Jade Jones or Martin Stamper lose. We start with Jade Jones in the women 57 kilogram category. There are Union flags wherever we look. And Great Britain has just been announced, and Jade Jones will be walking out to the right of us. Serbia will come out first, I think, judging by what I can see over the far side. And then it will be Jade Jones walking behind the Union flag. And when she looks to her right, if she does, because at the moment she is just looking straight ahead, she will see the whole of the stand on the far side on their feet, cheering. There must be 100, 200 Union flags of different sizes being waved in her honour. She's just turned and said something to one of her coaching staff. And over there on the other side are her family, her mum and her dad, and Martin Falks, who we spoke to earlier, her granddad. And they will probably have a little tear in their eye, because they know that since 8 years old in a leisure centre, she has been working up to the Olympics. And the town of Flint that raised the money to send her to the World Junior Olympics will be very proud of her as well. This is it, Jonathan Overend. This is our first Briton in the Taekwondo at London 2012. It is.
4 British athletes in total over the next couple of days. You've got to say that they're all medal contenders. Jade Jones is the World Championship silver medalist from last year. But I think she looks nervous. She was chatting away to her coach, Paul Green, who now is really going through some final instructions. Here's the introduction for the 19-year-old from Wales. And we were hearing from her granddad earlier how the town have really rallied together over the last few years, how she started out at the age of 8 at her local club, having tried this, that and everything. She gets a hug from Paul Green, her coach, who pats her on the back. No messing here in Taekwondo. No warm-up, no knock-up. That's all been done. It's straight into the action. 3 2-minute rounds. Straight knockout. Lose this, potentially, you're out of the Olympic Games. Jade Jones is in red, which in Korean is Hong. And her opponent is Dragana Gladovic in blue. That's Chung. And you'll hear the umpire say those words throughout the course of this match. Into the first round. And Jones scores first. A side kick to the body. Contrasting styles, these two fighters. Her opponent, Gladovic, has got a scrappy fighter. For those who've seen her, say she likes to get on the inside, mess around, get some sort of close-range jabs, score more frequently to the body, whereas Jones will go for the more spectacular kicks, which score more points. The scoring system: a kick or a punch to the body, 1 point. A turning kick to the body, 2 points. A kick to the head, 3 points. And a turning kick to the head, the hardest kick to execute, 4 points. So basically, the flashier, the more exciting, the more complex the manoeuvre, the more you are rewarded. And that's the really crucial thing to monitor as we go through this Taekwondo competition. It's 1-0 to Great Britain and Jade Jones at the moment, inside a raucous XL. And is that a scoring shot for Serbia? Almost. A turning kick towards the body, but it hasn't registered on the magnetic sensors. We're in the first round, 50 seconds left. Jones in red. Gladovic of Serbia, who's also 19 years of age, is in blue. 5'6" Gladovic. And Jones is stretching with the side kick. They switch much more frequently than in boxing between regular stance and southpaw stance, but generally speaking, you'll be side on to your opponent. A clinch in centre ring. The referee separates them. Still 1-0 to Great Britain. One love, I will probably say, over the course of Taekwondo here. But it's been a cagey opening. Now it's level, 1-1. That was a side kick from Serbia, and it connected with the body armour of Jade Jones. A couple of things absolutely vital to listen out for here in Taekwondo. Balance is so key. It is amazing, the balance of these athletes, because when you think about it, they're attacking with their legs. 1-1 at the end of the first round. They're attacking with their legs, Mark, outstretched, turning, spinning at times. When you think about it, you've got to stay so level on that standing foot, and that is the really key thing. The other is the distance that you keep between your opponent, both in attack and defence. You've got to know how far away your opponent is to be able to score and then retreat in defence once you've made that scoring shot.
She went, we spoke to her granddad earlier about how she's nicknamed the Headhunter. She did go for a turning kick to the head inside the first minute or so. So you're right, I think she did look nervous, didn't she, when she first came out onto the mat, but it didn't stop her going for the big shots within the first minute of the first round. She's just getting a rub down from her corner at the moment. They appear to be just working on her feet as well, just cooling everything down. And you can sense the tension around the arena, can't you, Jonathan? As soon as the Serbian got that point, there were sort of gaps and from everybody.
I think that's the thing about this sport. If you're 4-1 up in football with 10 seconds to play, the match is all over. If you're 4-1 up in Taekwondo, it's not all over, because one scoring kick, the hardest kick, could still win it for the player who is behind. We are into the second round, live on 5 Live inside the XL Arena as the Taekwondo begins for these British athletes. Jade Jones, 19 years of age from Wales, the world silver medalist. She thinks she's scored with a headshot. She has! 4-1, and now to 5-1. Jones, a brilliant combination there. Headshot followed by a body shot. That's what it's all about. 5-1, and that will make her feel so much more settled in this environment. She goes for another headshot with the left, but misses out just as Gladovic swerves out of the way at the last second. But another body shot. Side kick there with the right foot from Jones, and she moves into a 6-1 lead midway through the second round. 3 2-minute rounds. Is that going to be a scoring blow? It is. Another one, a side kick, and she's pulling clear here. Jones 7-1 ahead against a very talented young opponent, 36 in the world, Dragana Gladovic. Big things expected of her in her career, just like they are of Jade Jones. But 7-1. Well, this will make Jones and all the British supporters feel a lot more comfortable, because it's going to take a couple of massive scoring shots for Serbia to retrieve this deficit. Jones, an exciting fighter, and she scored with a brilliant combination there. Going with the body again with a side kick, then switches the angle, goes with her left foot. She's standing at the moment side on. Right foot forward. That's a punch which you don't often see to the body from Serbia. And Jones is down on the canvas. It hasn't scored. She's not going to receive treatment. This sport distinguishes itself from other martial arts by the emphasis on kicking. The vast majority of the scoring blows are with the leg, with the kicks. And when you think about it, when you really go for it, it's more powerful, the kick, and also you get better reach on it as well than with the punch. 7-1. Jones goes for another spinning headshot there, but Gladovic, as was necessary, I think, swerved out of the way at the last minute. This is good news for Britain so far. Last few seconds of round 2. 7-1 to Jones, and the hooter goes.
What a round.
7-1. What a round. 6 points to 0. Jade Jones won that round.
You can feel the tension lift from the arena here. Once she went the 4 points clear, and then when she extended it to 6, then the clapping started, then the feet stamping on these temporary stands at the XL started. There was a real sense of relief around the place. Jonathan's told you the Korean for red and blue. Taekwondo, Tai actually means to kick or smash with the foot, and Kwon to destroy with the fist. And she was certainly, Jade, very good there with the Tai part of Taekwondo. Yes. I don't know what the do means, but ow.
Well, I think
probably.
It's the art. I think it's the art or the way of the hat, the foot and the fist.
Who knew we were so bilingual, John? But she's going to be very happy with that round.
Absolutely. And I think this is a great Olympic sport. And in terms of atmosphere and all-action, explosive entertainment, it's hard to get much better at London 2012. And the way she has started, are we looking at a potential gold medalist today in Jade Jones, the 19-year-old from Wales? Well, she's got to see out this final round in her first round match. She leads 7-1. We're underway. 2 more minutes to go. She goes for another headshot with the right, and now she's dancing out of the way. This is going to be really key for Jade in this round. Not only the attack, but also the self-defense, the speed on their feet. She goes for another headshot here. It hasn't scored. 2 out of the 3 judges sitting ringside need to score on their electronic pads on headshots. One of the judges at the moment just gets up from his chair to get a better look, like the line judge in tennis patrolling the sideline on the serve, as a clinch here is going to have to be separated by the referee. It's still 7-1 to Jones. So the longer this fight... Now 8-1 to Jones. It was a body shot, and now a headshot from Jones. And surely now this is out of Serbia's reach. 11-1. Are we going to get a challenge? No, we're going to get a warning to Serbia, who was waving her finger around there, saying there's no way that was a scoring shot. But it was scored by the judges, and to be honest, if her coach had a problem with it, he would wave his card and he would challenge to the video review. Obviously, he agreed with the judges here. This is an absolute thrashing at the moment. 1 minute to go in the final round, and Jade Jones for Great Britain leads by 12 points to 1 against a highly talented young player from Serbia, Dragana Gladovic. Jones is using the home advantage. She has turned the pressure that her grandfather was talking about to her advantage this morning. 12-1 she leads, and only 45 seconds left in the fight. From Gladovic's point of view, she's now got to go for the big scoring shot. There's no point messing around and just going for the body here. She's got to start turning, flying through the air. It's going to be a risky strategy, but surely she's got to go for it. Otherwise, her Olympic dream is going to be over inside the next 30 seconds. It's another headshot from Jones, is it? She thinks she's scored. It hasn't registered, so still 12-1. The other thing to say is if she gets one more point, this will be over, because if you get 12 points ahead at any time in the final round, then they finish it. Absolutely. Sort of like to save the loser from any further punishment. Draganovic is doing nothing here. Jones is now 15-1 ahead, and that will be the end of the bout. Jade Jones wins for Great Britain, and she's into the quarterfinals. It's an absolute demolition job here at XL. 15-1. Nerves What nerves, pressure, what pressure. Fantastic start from Jade Jones, who's now into the quarterfinals, where she will play Mayu Hamada from Japan. Mark Chapman.
And all very understated from Jade Jones, partly because of the respect that there is in Taekwondo. As soon as the bout is over, you bow to your opponent, you then go over to the opposing coaches and you bow to them and you bow to the referee. And there was just a quick recognition towards the crowd, a little fist pump, and now she's off. She's off the mat, her coach is patting her on the head, and she's away. And we've seen 7 bouts this morning, haven't we, Jonathan? And that's the most comprehensive performance in the lot, both men and women.
She's been the standout performer so far, and just to remind you, she would have been expecting to play the 4th seed and world champion in the next round. What a daunting prospect. We were all saying coming in today, actually it's quite a tricky draw for Jade Jones, but now she's disposed of her first opponent, and the world champion is out of her section of the draw, so I think things looking good.
Live Taekwondo commentary on 5 Live, Victoria.
It's fast though, isn't it?
It's brilliant.
Just to tell you that we are sitting behind the stands here, so it's obscuring our view of the Serpentine Lake in Hyde Park. We are waiting to talk to David Carey. I'm not sure he's arrived yet, although I can see various other GB athletes who are going into the athletes area here to support Kerry-Anne Payne, of course. And Steve Parry was telling me a little earlier that there is a push. There has been a push for the swimmers in the open water swim, which goes at midday, to wear different coloured hats so the commentators know who's who. However, that would not suit Kerry-Anne Payne, because that means the other swimmers can see where she is and target her. And as he already explained a little earlier, it can get very physical under the water. Look, we've got, I don't know if we've got time, Mark. You shout in when you need to carry on with the commentary.
Well, at the moment, Martin Stamper's just coming into the arena, so we have a bit of time. You'll be able to hear the noise in the background.
OK, right, we've got some Great Britain athletes here. Hello, very, very quickly, because we've got Taekwondo commentary coming up. Hello, good morning, introduce yourself.
Hi, my name is Mark O'Loughlin.
Hi, and you're here to support Kerry-Anne Payne,
support
obviously.
Yeah.
Come here. Only one microphone. Hi, good morning.
Hi, I'm Ellie Thorne. I've come here to support Kerry-Anne.
So, what are you thinking about her chances today?
Oh, we've just got all belief in her, so I'm sure she'll do the best she possibly can.
No, she's looking good, so, all we can do is hope for the best.
And apparently the conditions today are perfect for her. It's calm, it's warm, she can wear a swimsuit rather than the restrictive wetsuit. Things are looking rather good.
Yeah, well, I'm sure she's going to use them all as positives, and hopefully she'll just come out with the best result she can.
Yeah. And what about, how many are there of you here today to support her?
There's a whole of a 44 team, I think. So 42, and then 2 staff. So we're here and we'll be on Kerry-Anne all the way.
Yeah. You're hearing what, sorry?
I said we're here in numbers, we brought the whole squad, so hopefully we can push her all the way to the end,
Yeah. Do you think she can hear anything when she's in there?
Oh, I'd like to think so. Even if she can't, we'll be screaming our lungs out, so I think every little helps.
Can you imagine swimming 10 kilometres in around 2 hours?
Well, I do it pretty much every session for training, so it's not something, it's a lot different for her because she has to open water, and for her, she's going all out the whole time, but yes, I think it takes someone special to be able to do that.
OK, thank you very much. Thank you. Short and sweet, Mark.
Perfect time in Victoria. Martin Stamper's ready to take his place on the mat, and hopefully Jonathan Overend, he can follow in the footsteps of Jade Jones.
But this is a tough match for him against Eric Osornio Nunes, who at 24 in the world is the highest ranked of the unseeded players. So basically, with Stamper seeded 4, this is the toughest first round draw that he could have got. And Stamper lost to him when they last fought at the Dutch Open earlier this year. So will this be revenge for the 25-year-old from Liverpool, who is in red, and it's Nunes in blue for Mexico, one of the great exponents of the art of Taekwondo, the Mexicans. I think that's one of the really interesting things about this sport, actually, as we're underway in round 1. Nunes going for a body kick, but missing. There's no great geographical logic to the countries that are good at this sport. Obviously, it's originated in Korea, so you see Koreans and Chinese and Japanese doing very, very well. But then there's Mexico, there's Spain, there's Sweden, there's Azerbaijan, there's Peru, absolutely. The USA are good at it, and GB as well. 4 medals in the World Championships last year, one of whom was Martin Stamper, World Championship bronze medalist. It's 0-0 after the first minute of the first round. Cage opening, there's a turning kick from Stamper. Has it registered? No. Still 0-0. This is the thing, when someone goes for a kick here, everyone turns to the scoreboard to see if it has registered with the magnetic sensors that are in the socks of the players and also in the body armour of the competitors that they wear for protection, but also as the electronic scoring. It wasn't always that way. It used to be that the judges around the court had complete control over the scoring, both to head and to the body. Stamper goes for combination here, knocks down his opponent with a punch, but it hasn't scored. Legitimate attack though, still level, 0-0. Well, this will be tense if it stays like this for a long time. Remember, Jones accelerated in the second round of her match just now. Stamper cheered on by his girlfriend Amy and daughter Ava, who will be in the crowd here, I'm sure. Backhand attack from Stamper, but Nunes, 5'10", 29 years of age, wily, very experienced campaigner, gets a kick in an unfortunate area, does Eric Osornio Nunes.
Please tell me he has a box on.
I think he's got a box on. Quite amusingly, the physio gets ready to come on. Sorry, buddy, there's nothing you could do about that one. He's got to catch his breath. He goes for an attacking combination attack here to Stamper, which ends up with him falling back down to the ground. Obviously, when you fly through the air with these kicks, very hard to retain your balance, but it is so crucial, because if you get off balance at any moment and you're susceptible to an attack, well, that's a rarity. 0-0 after the first round. It's a board draw, Mark Chapman.
It is. I think the Mexican's just going to get a cold spray in a certain area just to check that he's all right there. Thank you very much to Matt Farmer, tweeted me to say him and the kids were at Taekwondo last night and they absolutely loved it. And also Dave Playford, I think, must have come in halfway through maybe Jay Jones's commentary, or is just here for the start of this bout involving Martin Stamper. Wants to know how the scoring system works. So it might not be bad, Jonathan, just to reiterate how the points are scored.
Yep, a kick or a punch to the body is 1 point, a turning kick to the body is 2 points, a head kick is 3 points, and a spinning head kick, the most difficult move to execute, is 4 points. You can also get a point as well if your opponent gets 2 warnings, i.e. 2 yellow cards. That is the point deducted from the culprit. It's a point to your opponent. And 4 yellow cards and you're disqualified completely.
But 0-0 going into round 2.
They touch hands at the centre of the ring. A lot of respect in Taekwondo. It's a great sport in terms of teaching respect and discipline. Every coach you talk to mentions that. It's more than just a sport. A great thing for kids to get into. There's a Taekwondo class that goes on at my local sports centre every Saturday morning. I take my daughter to gymnastics and there's a little dividing curtain and there's Taekwondo going on next door. I'm telling her I'm looking after her at the gymnastics. I'm actually doing my Taekwondo research. It's still 0-0 and we're 30 seconds into the second round. Well, who's going to score first here? Stamper goes for a turning kick there that he thinks has registered, but his coach is Steve Jennings, sitting on the chair away to our right, and he hasn't decided to challenge there. You see that sometimes the players hold their arm in the air when they think they've scored, but that didn't register. It's still 0-0. This is amazing. 1 minute and 10 seconds left of the second round. I mentioned Steve Jennings, the coach and also husband of Sarah Stevenson, who will fight tomorrow for Great Britain in what could be one of the most heartwarming stories of this Olympic Games. We'll go into it in more detail tomorrow, but Sarah, who tragically lost both her parents last year in 2011 and has said that only after this Olympic Games can she properly grieve. She wants to win gold for her parents, who both died of cancer last year. Absolutely tragic story. But she will be going for it here tomorrow in the women's welterweight category. This is the men's welterweight category, 64 kilograms and under, and Martin Stamper, who only sneaked selection ahead of Michael Harvey here, has gone for a left kick, but it's actually whacked his opponent Nunes in the left thigh, which tells you 2 things. One, Nunes is hurt and needs some treatment, and the other is that he wasn't far away from the body protector. A matter of millimetres away from a scoring blow, and now with only 30 seconds left in round 2, Mark, it just shows you how tense this is. One scoring shot could decide this.
It couldn't it, really? And the Mexican is back up.
Eric Osornio Nunes, 24 in the world. Stamper attacks with a headshot on the right foot, but the Mexican very, very adept at backpedaling there and swerving his head out of the way. A punch attack from Stamper. Has that scored? No. Well, we were saying in the first match that you don't often see the punches because you don't get as much reach as with the feet, but when it's 0-0, anything goes here, anything counts, anything to get on the board. 8 seconds left. 7, 6, still 0-0. That's a kick from Stamper towards the head, but it doesn't register. Again, this Mexican very, very quick. This is going to be a really tense final round. The hooter goes, and it's still 0-0. And from Martin Stamper's point of view, he's done an excellent fight so far in terms of defence. He's now got to work a way through the barricades of the Mexican.
As you say, from my amateur eye, he's close. He's very, very close. But as you point out in the commentary, a matter of millimetres from landing on that chest guard with the centres on, which will then register the point, and it hasn't, or he hasn't quite connected with that yet.
And this is where the strategy and the tactic really comes into it. Who's going to be first to open up and go for the more exciting, explosive, risky scoring shots? Or are they both going to play it cagey? If it's level after 3 rounds, they play a golden point final 2-minute round, where basically the first person who scores in that round wins. And that was how Antonio Nunes scored his win when they met just a couple of months ago in the Dutch Open. Stamper will be wary of that. Martin Stamper, 25 years of age from Liverpool, missed Beijing with a knee injury. This is his first Olympic experience. And we're underway in the deciding round. Well, the third round anyway. The referee wants them to get on with it and fight. If you're inactive for 10 seconds, you could be penalised with a yellow card warning. Stamper actually has 1 warning. We can see that with a yellow dot on the scoreboard. So if he gets 1 more warning, that will be a point to the Mexican. And it could be the point to decide this match. Mexican goes for a body kick, a front kick with the right foot. You can kick either a front kick, side kick, or a back kick, and then there's the turning kick as well. So many different attacking techniques in Taekwondo. Both men have got a kick to the thigh here. They both look in pain, but they're going to carry on. In terms of the protectors, it's the body protector that we can see, and also the helmets as well. Red for Stamper, blue for Nunes. It's still 0-0. There's 1 minute and 20 seconds left in this deciding round. Live on 5 Live at London 2012. Are Britain going to get back into the gold medal winning feeling today? It could happen at the Taekwondo. Stamper scores! Body kick, turning kick, right foot, really precise. Nunes shaken by the ferocity of that blow. Only 1 point though, because it was a straight body kick. So anything could still happen. 50 seconds left in the battle. He's gone for a head kick and he's got it. Stamper 4-0, but the Mexican doesn't like it. So we're going to get a challenge, and the Mexican coach is straight on his feet with a blue card, which is now going to hand to the referee. As things are on the scoreboard, it's 4-0 to Great Britain with a head kick from Martin Stamper. But the Mexican coach is going to challenge to the video review. So this is where it gets really entertaining, Mark. Now we will see the video review play out on the screens inside the arena.
So did that challenge come from the Mexican himself or his coaching team?
Probably a combination of the two. I saw the Mexican sort of wiggle his finger around as if to say, no way did that connect. It looked good to me, I've got to say. So very, very tense now, with Stamper 4-0 up in the deciding round after a very cagey first couple of rounds. We're looking at the video review. Oh, I tell you what, it scraped past his nose, this kick has, but I wonder if the Mexican has just swerved out of the way at the last minute, or have his toes just clicked the helmet. We shall see. It'll either be a thumbs up or it'll be an arms crossed. Thumbs up, and the challenge is successful. Arms crossed, and the challenge is unsuccessful. This is the difference between a 1-0 lead and a 4-0 lead with 46 seconds to go. What do you think, Mark?
I wonder whether the Mexican just got his nose out of the way of it.
Well,
now that's a different angle.
Different angle now is showing a different picture. I think he's got his nose with his toes. Well, they are.
That's what it could
here
come
he comes.
down
Here
to.
comes the verdict. No, says the video judge. So unsuccessful challenge. 4-0 to Great Britain. It was a scoring shot from Stamper, and now it's a body shot from Stamper. 5-0 with 38 seconds left. Wow, that has relieved a little bit of tension. And a bit like in rugby now. Oh no, he's wiped off the score. He's wiped off the score. Penalty. Penalty against Stamper. So it's going to go down to 4-0 now. Or could it even go down to 3-0? No, down to 4. Oh, I tell you what, he's waiting for another one. 4-1, yeah. So that was, they took the scoring point off, and Stamper was given a penalty, which is 1 point to his opponent. And now Nunes has scored again, 4-2, 27 seconds left, and suddenly this is now very, very tight. A moment ago it was 5-0. Stamper's been warned again here, so it's 4-2 to Stamper. 23 seconds to go. One exciting headshot from Nunes, and it could be defeat for the Brit. 18 seconds left. He goes for a headshot. Does he score? No. 5-2 Stamper. A body kick with the right. 5-2. Steve Jennings is twirling his finger around as if to say, get on the move here. Come on, go on the march, get out of the way. 4 seconds left. 5-2 Stamper leads. 2 seconds now. Nunes has to go for a headshot. Goes for one on the turn. Oh, and Stamper wins. Nunes couldn't get close. Well done, Martin Stamper. Getting the job done for Team GB in the first round. What a tense match that was. 0-0 after 2 rounds. 5-0 up, he thought, in the third, but then point taken off, point to his opponent. Suddenly it was really tight, but Stamper gets the job done. 5-2. It wasn't as one-sided as Jade Jones, her victory in the opening match for Britain, but the bottom line is it's been a successful morning in the Taekwondo Inside XL for Great Britain, as both Jade Jones and Martin Stamper make it into the quarterfinals.
I tell you what though, Jonathan, that just highlights what your point was right near the start about how tense the final round can be, no matter really what the score is.
Absolutely, and you could see it with Stamper right in those last couple of seconds, just retreating into the corner. Didn't want to pick up a warning, of course, for deliberately avoiding his opponent, but one exciting headshot there from his opponent would have completely turned the match the other way.
Right, so we now have them both through. Just on your schedule, for their quarterfinals, what time are we looking at? Give us an indication of how the schedule goes for the two of them.
We now know that Jade Jones will fight Mayu Hamada of Japan at 3:30 this afternoon in the quarterfinals, and Martin Stamper will fight Damir Fejic of Serbia at 3:45. So they'll sort of continue with this pattern of fighting back-to-back throughout the day. Possible semi-finals around about the 5 o'clock mark, and then hopefully we'll have gold medal matches after 10 o'clock on 5 Live tonight.
Okay, I've moved from being sat where Jonathan was to the interview area to see whether we can have a little chat with Martin Stamper. I am not sure. He's probably still doing television at the moment. So for the time being, hang on, the Mexican is coming through already. We have Jade Jones through. The Mexican is walking past. He's not talking to many people. He isn't going to talk to me because I would imagine it would be a very difficult conversation. But for both of us, really. Martin is obviously still talking to the TV people. I have no idea when Martin's going to come through, Victoria, because there's a curtain just to the left of us that separates us from where he's doing his BBC television interview. So I don't know if you want to just say what's coming up ahead, and then it'd be quite nice to get a Martin Stamper chat, wouldn't it?
Well,
before?
give us a shout, absolutely. Good morning, it's Victoria Derbyshire in Hyde Park as Kerry-Anne Payne prepares to go for gold in the 10K even open water swim. Mark Chapman at the XL in the Docklands, where Taekwondo's underway.
This is the Olympic Station.
An Olympic dream is realised.
London 2012.
On 5 Live.
Olympic bronze medalist Steve Parry told us what Kerry-Anne Payne will need to do to cement pride in Team GB swimming team.
She will like to lead from the front, and once she's leading from the front in this clear water, she'll want to stay there.
She's due to set off at midday. It's a really strong field, though. We'll talk to Kerry-Anne Payne's fiancé in a moment about the strong swimmers who will also be setting off at midday. We'll bring you full coverage on 5 Live. Also in the next hour, Team GB swimming performance director has said that his swimmers have fallen short of expectations at the Games. We'll assess their overall performance.
Here at the XL, world champion silver medalist Great Britain's Jade Jones has breezed through to the quarterfinals in the under 57 kilogram featherweight category.
Draganovic is doing nothing here. Jones is now 15-1 ahead, and that will be the end of the bout. Jade Jones wins for Great Britain, and and she's into the quarter-finals. It's an absolute demolition job here.
And also Great Britain's Martin Stamper is through to the quarterfinals in the under 68 kilogram category. In the next half hour, it's the men's 4x4 heats. Great Britain go in heat 1. That will be in around half an hour's time.
Later today on 5 Live, Britain's gold medal winning dressage riders are back at Greenwich Park today. It's the individual event which starts at 2 o'clock. And Great Britain's Nicola Adams aims to be the first woman boxer ever to win an Olympic gold medal. Her fight is at 4:30.
And on Olympics Extra from 8 o'clock this evening, it's the second men's hockey semi-final. Great Britain against the Netherlands.
Remember, you can catch every Olympic moment right here on 5 Live and also over on our new digital radio station, 5 Live Olympics Extra. And if you miss it, catch up later on the BBC Sport website. This is the Olympic Station.
BBC Radio 5 Live.
With the BBC News on 5 Live, I'm Suzanne Chislett. Court officials in China say a woman accused of poisoning a British businessman hasn't contested the charges. Gu Kai-lai is charged with murdering Neil Heywood last year. A court case has ended and a date for the verdict will be announced later. The Royal British Legion says it's deeply concerned that body parts and tissue samples from some soldiers killed in Afghanistan have been retained without the knowledge of their relatives. The Army is contacting families affected. A 28-year-old man from Devon has been charged with murdering a baby girl. James Hunt from Ottery St Mary is due to appear at Exeter Magistrates Court. A 24-year-old woman's been released without charge. Fresh fighting's been reported between gunmen and police in the Sinai Peninsula in Egypt. The clashes in the city of Al Arish follow the Egyptian military's offensive against suspected Islamist militants. And the number of homes being repossessed fell to 8,500 in the second quarter of this year. The Council of Mortgage Lenders says it's the lowest level for 18 months. George Riley has the sport.
Thank you. The temperature reading trackside here inside the Olympic Stadium is 27 degrees and it feels every bit of those 27 degrees. It is a scorching day and in around half an hour's time here we will have the heats for the 4x400 metres relay. It's just been confirmed that the GB quartet here will be Nigel Levine, Conrad Williams, Jack Green and Martin Rooney. They'll go in heat 1 as to South Africa. As we've been hearing, stunning stuff in the taekwondo from Britain's Jade Jones in the under 57 kilograms category, thrashing Dragana Gladovic of Serbia 15-1. Martin Stamper also through in the men's under 68 kilogram category after a dramatic 5-2 win over Eric Oronio Nunes of Mexico. Mark.
Yes, George, and Martin is with me. Well done.
Thank you.
It was a bit tense.
Yeah, it was tough first 2 rounds, you know. We fought each other before and it was close like that, but I just needed to be patient, stick to my game plan and wait for him to make a mistake, which he did.
Because I'm assuming it's not often that after the first 2 rounds it's pointless.
Not really, but these chest protectors are quite difficult to score on, you know, so it is being like that in this Olympics. I've seen quite a few fights like that.
Because that's what we're saying in commentary. It looked several times at the first 2 rounds you were close, yeah, but there was nothing registering.
Yeah, I did think I hit him with 2 back kicks, which would be 2 points, but yeah, it's just you've got to hit it with the right amount of power, and I've heard because the brand new, the harder to score on, so you've got to actually whack the pad.
Did you enjoy it?
Yeah, it was tense, like you said, but I loved coming out. The crowd was amazing, like, and obviously the end winning. Well, I don't know why. Yeah, if I got a point took off me at the end, it would have been a bit more comfortable. But yeah, it was a tense fight, but I think if I come out and perform even better, like it's tough. I can perform to my best, or I can stick to a game plan like that. Well, come out fighting, but then I could get countered, so I had to stick to a strict game plan there. So that's not totally my game, but it works, you know. So
and is that in some way as well, trying not to stick to your game plan and not get carried away by the whole occasion?
Exactly, because sometimes you can get carried away and it can go for you, and you can just thrive off the crowd and score crazy points. But sometimes against a good counter player like that, you can get picked off, which I didn't want to do. So that's why it was so tense the first 2 rounds.
Hey, listen, go and get yourself ready for this afternoon. Congratulations.
Cheers, thanks very much.
Cheers. Martin Stamper live on 5 Live. Victoria.
Excellent. And live on 5 Live now, British swimmer David Carey, who is Kerry-Anne Payne's fiancée, and she will get her race underway at midday today in the 10k open water swim here in Hyde Park. Very civilised. We're just sitting together on the grass behind the main stands. David Carey in his navy blue Team GB shorts, his white Team GB top, his bright red trainers, his shades on. You are looking ever so relaxed, David. Hello.
Yeah, thanks. Hi. I think looks can be deceiving quite often. Inside, my stomach's turning round and round, and just so nervous, and it's such a different feeling to what I felt just before I competed on day one. And it's I was so focused, so relaxed, and so confident that I was going to swim well, but all of a sudden I'm here waiting for Kerry-Anne to swim. I haven't seen her this morning, and it's just so nerve-wracking. And I now know what my parents have to go through watching me swim, so it's going to be a tough few hours for me.
And it's because you're not in control. If you were competing, you're absolutely focused, you totally know what you're doing, you've got your plan. She's in control, hopefully she's focused, but you cannot affect events today in any way.
Well, I could probably have a negative effect. I think that's the only effect that I could have. No, she's so prepared, so ready for this, and I spoke to her last night, and she was so calm and happy, and which is quite unusual for her. She's usually quite nervous before 10k, and she doesn't particularly enjoy doing them, but she's just so calm, so happy, and there's so many things that have been put in place for her to perform well, and the last thing actually in that kind of jigsaw puzzle was the conditions and the weather and the temperature of the lake, and they just all seem to be coming together. So if it's going to happen, it'll happen today.
Why doesn't she enjoy doing them? And if not, why does she do it?
Well, 10k in itself is a long way, and there's so many kind of pressures and difficulties throughout the competition itself, and she's the kind of person that absolutely hates conflict. She avoids it at all costs, both in and out the water. And 10Ks are fraught with conflict all the way through the race, and that's really why she has this tactic of leading from the front and just going from there. And fortunately, she's in good enough shape to be able to do that, and she's confident enough tactically to be able to do that as well. So it'll be really interesting to see how the rest of the pack react to that, because they obviously know her favourite tactics. But she's more than capable of changing those tactics, and all the way through this season, she's actually been playing around with tactics. So she's really, really confident about this.
There are some very, very strong swimmers who will be going alongside her. Italy's Martina Grimaldi, Brazil's Poliana Okimoto, Germany's Angela Mora, the Australian psychology student Melissa Gorman. If Kerry-Anne Payne likes to lead from the front, they will have their own tactics to potentially to gang up on her, won't they?
Yeah, I mean, hopefully they haven't been speaking together, and we're kind of relying on the fact that they're going to try and get the best result for themselves, and if they do that, the best result for them is probably just hanging back and saving energy back in the pack, not fighting too much, and then hopefully having enough energy to overturn at the end. But they all know that Kerry-Anne is the strong favourite for this event, so I don't know what kind of tactics that they're going through, but
well, what could go wrong from Kerry-Anne Payne's point of view?
A whole host of things, but ideally tactics are dive in, get to the front and stay there, but what they're going to be trying to do is affect that as much as possible by either kind of swimming next to her and putting her off her stroke, or trying to sprint ahead of her and take her off in different lines. But fortunately, Kerry-Anne is renowned for exceptionally good sighting. She knows where she is in the water. She's got great awareness, and she knows where everybody else is just by kind of feel and touch, and it's almost kind of a second nature to her.
But does she have plans in place to thwart any physicality underwater?
Well, basically, it's about energy conservation. So she does not want to get into a scrap, and she'll just swim away from that kind of situation and just let the others kind of scrap away. And she's going to probably try and be quite conspicuous as well in that if she does get into that pack. But she's been working with a psychologist, and I think that's been a huge help for her. And she was it was her first ever 10 10k open water event in 2007 in Melbourne, where she led from the front, and then all of a sudden she stopped for feeding, and then this pack swam on top of her, and it completely freaked her out, and she came 8th, I think, in that race. So that was a fear factor for her, but she's been able to overcome that, and she's so much mentally stronger now, and especially having the 2 World Championship titles under her belt.
I mean, so let's just go through her CV of the last few years. Silver in Beijing in 08, the world title in 09. She didn't get the world title in 2010, but she got it again last year, which is when she was the first British athlete to qualify. Hence the tag of the favourite. Can I ask you about the sunshine? It is a very bright day. Does that affect them when they're swimming?
Yeah, it does, and it kind of depends on where the sun is. But she's got really good goggles that they cancel out the glare, and they've actually done a lot of modelling as well, so they knew where the sun was going to be. They knew the blind spots if it was sunny, or so there's so many things that they've gone through, so many different scenarios, and I honestly believe that they've got every single angle covered, if you like, and it's just going to be exciting to see the race, and I think it's just going to depend on the day, and that's just one of those unknown factors.
How will you keep focused for 2 hours?
I won't. I'm just going to be running up and down like an idiot. I think I know I'm going to be emotional at the end of it, probably all the way through it as well, and it's just going to be an amazing event, and you can just start hearing the crowd now. I haven't been out there, I haven't seen how many people are out there, but I'm starting to get the impression there's quite a few people there.
There are. I can confirm that with an hour to go, or just under an hour to go. Has she texted you this morning?
Yes. It's funny because we don't spend a huge amount of time speaking about swimming, and certainly not about tactics, and you're mentioning all those open water swimmers. I don't know who they are because we don't speak about those kind of things at home, but I did get a text from her this morning. I kind of said, hope you're well, amazing day, conditions look great, and she said, it's just make sure you take your sun cream, you don't want to get burnt. So she's one of these people that she's so concerned about everybody else and making sure I'm happy, and it's just ridiculous that she's saying these kind of things, but that's just the kind of person she is. But it's a good sign because that means she's kind of calm and concerned about others as always.
And the wedding next month.
I know, 5 weeks this weekend, so after this event I think that's when we can really start thinking about it. It's obviously we've always had this fairly major event being the Olympics in the way of our wedding, and it's really, really exciting to think that we've got this huge event coming up.
And the wedding more important than the Olympics?
No, it really is, and we always had the idea in mind that regardless of what happens here, getting married is the most important thing, and it's going to be the start of a bright new future for the both of us, and neither of us really know what we're going to be doing after this competition, so we've really tried to enjoy it as much as possible, savour the atmosphere, and I think today in this incredibly iconic event is going to be such a special place, and I think that the TV pictures are going to be amazing, and I just hope this is one of the key events of the whole Olympics, and hopefully it can really inspire people to get into swimming. And I think that's one of Kerry-Ann's biggest ambitions, to really get people involved in swimming, and her big thing is to actually get families involved in swimming, and that's how she was brought up. She was brought up in South Africa, and almost every weekend she was doing dam swims, and it was just such a family atmosphere, and she really wants to tap into that and just let everybody else enjoy that kind of lifestyle that she was fortunate enough to have.
Can I ask you about the GB swimming team generally? As you reflect on what happened in the pool last week, how do you assess your performance?
I'm absolutely thrilled with my own performance. This time last year I set myself a goal of reaching the individual final for the 400 freestyle, and it was a huge stretch of a goal for me. I finished, I think it was 14th at the World Championships last year, and I felt hugely ambitious making that call, but I thought I could do it, and the season was going really well, and then I got my first big injury, and so that was a huge kind of setback for me, but I was able to put all that behind me and actually become a better and stronger swimmer as a result of it, and so to reach that final for the 400 freestyle was just an absolute dream come true, and I'll never ever forget walking out into that crowd and the smile that I had on my face, and I had such a game plan in mind that, I was going to be really serious and focusing on the event, and it just didn't happen. I just, the biggest smile I think I've ever had, and just really savoured that atmosphere, and it was a special moment.
Your performance director, Michael Stott, has talked about disappointment, actually, because there's a minimum medal target for British swimming of 5. Now, that may still happen. 3 in the pool last week, potentially Kerry-Anne Payne today, Daniel Fogg in the open water swim tomorrow. That may still happen. Is there a feeling amongst you and your colleagues in the team that actually expectations weren't met in the pool?
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. I think one of the big things for us is that we had far more finalists than we've ever had.
23, more than any other European nation.
Which is incredible, and to think.
But you have to convert them to medals.
Absolutely, yeah. But we are in that scoring zone now, I think. But you're right. There was a few people that were expected to get medals that haven't, and we're going to have to try and work out why that was. But I don't want to talk about the rest of the team too much, but I was happy with my performance, and that's really as much as I can really focus on, unfortunately.
Okay. Thank you very much, David. Thank you for talking to us. Enjoy, if you possibly can, the next few hours.
Yeah.
We wish you all the best, obviously, and I hope your wedding is absolutely magnificent. I'm sure.
Oh, no doubt. Hopefully, if we get a day like this,
in Aberdeen. Come off it. I don't think so. Thank you, David.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Not planning on going to Aberdeen then soon, Victoria?
I mean, Aberdeen for a wedding in September, it may rain.
It may, but I have full confidence that the sun will be shining in Aberdeen.
He's just got his iPhone out for the weather conditions in Aberdeen. He's saying it's sunny today in Aberdeen. Come on.
Right then, let's concentrate on the athletics, shall we? Next, because we've got commentary on the men's 4x400 metre heat a little bit later. Great Britain go in heat 1 in 15 minutes' time. Let's talk to our interviewer-in-chief, Sonia McLaughlin, trackside at the Olympic Stadium. Morning, Sonia.
Good morning,
Is it boiling there, is it?
Really, really warm. And just looking ahead to the men's 200 metres tonight, I bet Usain Bolt is delighted that we've got some Jamaican-style weather in this stadium, because he says he's got sub 19 seconds on his mind. So the warm conditions will suit him.
He has been coming out for the odd heat and stuff, hasn't he, in sort of black tracksuit bottoms, a black hoodie and gloves.
Absolutely, he won't need them tonight.
Let's talk about the 4x4 then. South Africa are in Great Britain's heat as well, the first heat at 11:35. Oscar Pistorius will go in the South African relay team, and the IAAF seem to have changed their stance on him, have they?
Yeah, now you'll be aware here that Oscar's made history as the first double amputee to compete at an Olympics, but he took a significant step towards that when he ran at the World Championships in Daegu last year. He got as far as the semi-finals in the individual 400 metres, just as he did here, but he was much more successful in the 4x4 relay, where he was part of the South African squad that took silver in Korea. He ran in the heats there, just as you've said he'll do here at 11:35, but the IAAF told him that on that occasion he was only allowed to run in the opening leg. And you'll be aware that in the 4x4 they run the opening leg in lanes, and then at the 500 metre mark they split and go into the bunch. Now, they were worried that if Oscar was allowed to run later in that relay, when you have essentially the hurly-burly, the melee, you have 8 400 metre runners coming in at speed to hand over to 8 400 metre runners going out at speed. They were worried that if Oscar was in that mix, he could fall and injure another athlete with his carbon fibre blades. Now, Oscar Pistorius was slightly angered at that, because he's a notoriously slow starter with those blades, so he needs to effectively go from a running start in a relay. And he spent the intervening year, if you like, the following year, trying to prove to the IAAF that he's going to be no danger. And actually he ran the third leg at the African Championships earlier this summer with no problems at all. So the IAAF have effectively now softened its stance and have said, well, OK, it's up to South Africa. You can run him in whichever leg you want. We don't think he's going to be a danger. But actually, we'd rather you ran in the first leg, because it's common sense, because you run in lanes and therefore you can be no danger to either yourself or to any other athlete. So in about 10-15 minutes time, we're going to see Oscar Pistorius on the biggest stage of all, running the third leg here for South Africa, right in the melee in the real mix of it, and it's real hurly-burly, the 400-metre relay, 4x4. You get real rugby-style handoffs sometimes, and we have seen mishaps. So we'll hold our breath and just check and hope that Oscar Pistorius gets through safely and South Africa get the baton round.
Well, you'll be able to see that. I'm not sure whether his father, Henke Pistorius, will be able to see it, because Henke has just arrived at the Olympic Park, but I'm not sure that he has an actual ticket to get into the stadium. Morning, Henke.
Good morning.
Good morning. Do you have a ticket to get into the stadium, or are you still looking for one?
I'm still looking for one, and I think my chances are getting pretty thin.
So, does Oscar not get a family ticket for you, or has that gone to another member of the family?
Every athlete gets for family and friends. That's what it's called.
Yeah.
2 tickets, as if you have one family member and one friend. I cannot understand it, but although we've asked for quite a number of extra tickets, there was nothing coming. The 2 tickets went to Carl and to Emma, which is Oscar's brother and the younger sister.
You did, though, didn't you, get to see him compete in the individual 400 metres?
Yes, for that race, my mother, Oscar's grandmother, who was his surrogate mother for the last 10 years since Sheila died, is here. She's in the stadium at the moment. I think she got in. Oscar got her ticket. I'm not 100% sure about it, because for the last hour and a half I was mostly underground and I could speak to nobody.
Sure. You must have been very proud watching him in that 400-metre heat, not only with how he performed, but also the response of the 80,000 people in the stadium to him. I was there, and apart from the British competitors that day, he got the biggest cheer.
Yes, I have to say that Oscar's his whole misdemeanor, the way he comes over, I'm blessed with 3 amazing children. Oscar's no exception. Fantastic personality, and compassionate in what he's doing, and compassionate for other people's feelings.
And are you going to stay in London to see him run in the Paralympics as well?
I unfortunately have to get back to attend to business in South Africa, but I will be back for the Paralympics, 95% sure.
OK, well, there's 10 minutes before the heat. Hopefully somebody around the stadium who's maybe listening to 5 Live will recognise you and might be able to help you out. But we wish Oscar relative success, because obviously he's going up against Great Britain in this heat. But thank you for talking to us, Henke.
I hope Great Britain can take second place.
Well, I hope South Africa can take second place. We're balanced up, aren't we?
Well, we can, and if somebody can maybe speak to you, and if you could, you have my telephone number. I will keep my telephone on for if there is anything that anyone can do. I will greatly appreciate that, of course.
We have your number, and I say if anybody's listening to us, if they text on 85058 or make themselves known to any BBC member who's around the stadium, we will do our best to get you in. Thank you very much, Henke Pistorius. And if you think we're being favourable there, every father should be able to watch their son run at the Olympics, shouldn't they, Sonia?
Absolutely.
After the World Championship, as regards Oscar, was there then more controversy?
Absolutely, because Oscar ran in the heats of the 4x4. As I said, South Africa then broke the national record to get into the final. And controversially, Oscar Pistorius was then dropped from the quartet that then ran in the final. Now, if South Africa had run the same time in the final as they did in the heat, they would have got a gold medal. So there were a few raised eyebrows as to why Oscar was dropped, having been by no means the slowest runner in the heat. And we still haven't quite got to the bottom of why Van Zyl, the hurdler, was brought in, which is kind of understandable because he's a good 400-metre runner. But why Oscar Pistorius was dropped, we still have never quite got to the bottom of.
Interesting stuff. So that heat goes at 11:35. Great Britain and South Africa in the first heat of the 4x400 metres.
And at midday, the women's open water 10k swim here in Hyde Park on the Serpentine Lake. Really interesting to hear Kerry-Anne Payne's fiancé David Carey there just saying she doesn't enjoy it. She really doesn't enjoy it. And I was asking him about Rio, and they said, look, he said, we're going to get married and we'll just see what we want to do. The Rio event is going to be in the sea, and she hates swimming in the sea. So who knows what will happen. Full coverage here on 5 Live. Some very, very strong female swimmers out there in that water today. Italy's Martina Grimaldi, the Australian student Melissa Gorman, Germany's Angela Mora, Brazil's Poliana Okimoto. Kerry-Anne Payne is the favourite. That is a fact. That's not just us hyping it, because she won the world title last year and she swam that in 2 hours, 1 minute and 58 seconds. But just to say, the top 10 swimmers in Shanghai finished within 20 seconds of each other. So it really could be a scrap at the end. We talked to David Carey as well about the swimming performance overall when it came to GB. He was pleased that he got into his final. He came 7th in the 400 metres freestyle, 6th in the 200 metres relay. But there will be some questions to ask about the performance overall of the swimmers in the Aquatic Centre, particularly because it could affect their funding in the next 4 years. The aim was the minimum medal target for the swimmers was 5 medals, 6, 7, they'd be doing extremely well. 6 would equal their medal haul of Beijing. Let's talk to our sports news correspondent Gordon Farquhar. Now, British swimmers got 25 million, just over, after Beijing. Compare that with other sports, just to put it into context for us.
They're one of the best funded sports around. It's very close between them. Athletics, rowing and sailing. Sailing and rowing are just above them. Athletics, they're virtually identical. I think it's about 4,000 quid between them, which is a box of trunks for the swimming team, basically. They get £25 million over the 4-year cycle. The funding goes in 4-year cycles, so their funding stream stops in 2013. So the funding package that they're on is that one, the £25 million. So that's what they've got. They have 65 athletes on the world-class programme at the moment. They are effectively full-time athletes, professional athletes, with the full support that money can bring them. 42 of them were swimming here. Obviously, some of them are development athletes for the future. And as you say, the medal target was 5 to 7 medals. It is important. These targets are not pulled out of thin air, and they are a big part of the funding package, big part of the picture. You fund potential, you fund actual medals at World Championships, European Championships, major titles, and they're worked out carefully by the performance directors along with UK Sport. It's UK Sport that dish out the money. Most of that comes through the National Lottery, some comes through the Exchequer, and the level of funding is dependent upon results. I mean, it's quite clear, it's quite focused, it's been a formula that's been very successful. So, I mean, that's the big picture. They fell short of the medals target. They have to think that there may be a possibility that they're going to lose funding. It's not automatic, because they will also keep the funding levels there for people with potential. So obviously some of the athletes on their programme didn't swim here. Some are being focused on Rio. And if they can make the argument to UK Sport, well, look, hey, we need this level of funding to continue because we've got these great medal chances in Rio. They're bright performers. They're people we think we can do well. It makes it an awful lot more difficult for them. And I spoke to the head coach, a chap called Michael Scott, about this, and asked him for his thoughts shortly after the end of the pool swimming just a couple of days ago.
I'm never disappointed in the performances of our swimmers. They gave 100% at this competition. They swam their best to the very end. We came into this meet with higher expectations in terms of podium performances. We didn't achieve those, but there are positives coming out of the competition. We had a record number of finalists, third behind the US and Australia, which shows the breadth and the strength of our program. But what we have to do is convert those final positions into podium performances going forward. So that's something we have to work on.
One thing that has been very clear is that athletes have somehow not been able to reach their PBs here, their personal bests. There have been hardly any. That must be also, disappointing to you as in charge of the performance, that you've got to get these guys cooked to the right temperature. They're just not well enough cooked, or are they overcooked?
At a meet like the Olympic Games, if you look at the stats across the board, our season's best in particular are reasonably close to those of other countries.
The home field advantage thing seems to be working for other sports. People are, overachieving. Was it the crowd? Was there something about that? We heard Becky Adlington saying she found it all too much. The pressure was difficult for her, despite, obviously having, been one of the most successful members of the team here.
Sometimes it's broader than the crowd. It's the public expectation.
Surely there's a mechanism for you to help them prepare for that.
There's not a mechanism. Excuse me. They have never swum in front of a crowd like this before. We can do all the training with them, all the preparation, but the first time they get to experience it is when they walk out here.
So does that mean, Gordon, that the noise, perhaps the expectations, was slightly overwhelming for some of the swimmers in the pool?
It's really hard to put your finger on it, but what is a fact is that something like only 25% of swimmers manage their season's best at the Olympics, and that is really hard to understand why that would be. They were swimming better at the trials, they were putting better times together, personal bests were better, and I think that's what the coaching staff will have to focus on, because the performance dipped after the trials. Why? In other sports it's peaked, and so that's one of the things the coaches are going to have to drill down and focus really hard on, because it's not the lack of effort from guys like David Davis here. These are superheroes. They are amazingly dedicated athletes. They needed something extra, and they've got to work out what that extra was.
Okay, we will ask David Davis, Great Britain swimmer, in a few moments' time. Now, though, we're going to hear from Mike Costello in the stadium.
Yes, and it's the first track action of this particular morning session, apart from the sixth event in the men's decathlon, the 110 metres hurdles, where the brilliant American, the world record holder Ashton Eaton, is still leading. The discus competition is over on the far side of the stadium, the seventh discipline, and that's underway. And heading around the bend towards the discus cage very soon will be the lead-off athletes in the men's 4x400 metres relay. This is the first semi-final, and 3 of these 8 teams will make it through to the final. And Britain are drawn in lane number 3 here. On the inside, Trinidad and Tobago, then Britain, with Nigel Levine leading off to Conrad Williams, then Jack Green and Martin Rooney. A mix of 400-metre runners and 400-metre hurdlers, all of them eliminated at the semi-final stage of the individual events. Belgium in lane 4, South Africa in 5, with, as you've been hearing, Oscar Pistorius on the 3rd leg. Said he's run many such relays since 2004 and has never had an accident. Cuba in lane 6, Kenya in lane 7, Germany in 8, and Poland on the outside in lane number 9. We've just seen some images of past finals at the Olympic Games, including 1996, when Britain won silver behind the United States, the last time they won a medal in this 4x400 metre relay. This is the first semi-final. 3 of them will go through to the final, and Britain are drawn in lane 3, with the first lap and a quarter or so to be run in lanes. Nigel Levine on the lead-off for Britain. And the gun sets them on their way then. 4 laps of the track, and one of the few remaining medal chances for Britain at the Games, with them standing 3rd in the athletics medals table at the moment, behind the United States and Russia. Britain have 5 medals at the moment. The target was 8, remember. Levine is being closed down on this first leg by Lalonde Gordon of Trinidad and Tobago towards the inside, towards the outside. Germany running strongly. Difficult to work out the stagger at this early stage of the race, because the lanes are so wide apart until they come to the first changeover. But Germany are running strongly, so too are Kenya. And on their inside is Cuba, with Britain now and Nigel Levine making late headway, but they come to the first changeover now, and Britain will be in around 4th or 5th position. Alison Kerbersley.
That was a strong leg from Nigel Levine. He really did drive those last 50 metres and got the baton to Conrad Williams, I think, in about 2nd place. That's where he's sitting as we go down the back straight, with Trinidad leading.
Trinidad and Tobago, with Jaron Solomon having the baton in his hand now to Conrad Williams, a semi-finalist in the individual 400 metres for Britain, who's run his fastest time of his career this season. He's been in terrific form. They're followed through in 3rd place by Cuba, and South Africa are towards the back of the field as they come in towards the home straight for the second of the changeovers. And what an irony here, as the South African athlete and the Kenyan collide before they get into the home straight, and so there will be no appearance of Oscar Pistorius in the 4x400 metre relay, just as he was about to pick up the baton. But here now, as the race continues, it's Trinidad and Tobago leading, from Cuba in 2nd place, and Britain now are back in 3rd, and they're a distant 3rd. Alison Kerbersley.
Yeah, that was Conrad Williams really just fading as he got closer and closer to Jack Green. Jack's wanting to make amends after falling in the semi-final of the 400 hurdles, but he's clawing his way back into this. But those front 2 look like they're running away with it. Remember, it's top 3 to the final.
Into the home straight they come then for the penultimate time, and it's Cuba leading from Trinidad and Tobago, and now Jack Green is really surging down the home straight, and once again lifted by the crowd into 2nd place as Oscar Pistorius cuts a disconsolate figure by the side. And now Britain take the lead on the final leg. Jack Green hands on to Martin Rooney, the British number 1, and he's leading from Cuba in 2nd place. Trinidad and Tobago in 3rd. Only the first 3 will qualify, and these are a long, long way clear. Rooney now with 200 metres to go. can keep something in reserve for the final. He's 1.5 metres clear from Cuba in second place, Trinidad and Tobago in third, around towards the home straight in the men's 4x400 metres semi-final, and Britain are looking like serious medal contenders. Rooney now challenged on his outside by the Cuban Cisneros, and coming wider still is Dion Lendor of Trinidad and Tobago, but Rooney eases up. He's got plenty of time to do so, and the Roar greets a British win in the first semi-final of the men's 4x400 metres relay. And what irony there, when everybody thought the impending danger might be produced by Oscar Pistorius, in the end there was a collision on the final bend just as he was about to take up the baton, and he took no part in the 4x400 metre relay, and last year's World Championship silver medalists are out, not even finishing the semi-final.
Such a shame, not just for Oscar Pistorius and the South African team, but this 80,000 strong crowd. They were ready to watch history in the making. Oscar Pistorius held his head in his hands when he realised that the baton was just not going to reach him. The Kenyans did, who were part of that collision. They did get up and they did get the baton round, and their final runner has just finished now. But let's just talk about that British quartet. That was so impressive, Mike. Jack Green turned the burners on like I've never seen in that final home straight. The beauty of relay running is when you get the bit between your teeth. A certain athlete just loves to drive forward, loves to be able to chase, and that's what Jack Green did. That is such and not just an impressive run for him, an impressive time for the team, just shy of that magical 3-minute barrier.
Just briefly, Alston, would you have thought that Conrad Williams was maybe the weakest of the four? Di Green, the world champion in the 400 hurdles, might be drafted in for the final?
I definitely think they're bringing Di Green in, Mike, and it's just going to be interesting whether it's Conrad Williams or Nigel Levine that has to step aside for him.
Well, Britain winning the first semi-final Victoria and looking like medal contenders in the process.
Yes, and drama from the Athletics Stadium. No doubt more reflections on that in a few moments' time with our commentary team and Mark as well, who is at the Taekwondo this morning. It's 5 Live at the Olympics. We are 20 minutes away from the start of Great Britain's Kerry-Anne Payne going in the open water 10k swim here in Serpentine Lake in Hyde Park. And sitting alongside me now is David Davis, who got a silver medal for Team GB in the 10k in Beijing. Hello, David.
Hello.
And your performance at these Olympics, just tell our listeners how you did, what you did, and how you feel about it.
Well, my performance personally wasn't what I wanted. I missed the final of the 1500. I've had a few problems the last few years, training-wise, etc. So it was disappointing coming into it knowing I wasn't at my best shape. But the experience was phenomenal. The Quack Centre was brilliant, and I was really privileged to swim in front of a home crowd.
Do you think British swimming could learn anything from, say, the cycling team or the rowing team?
Absolutely, because they're very, very successful, and you looked up to teams like that, how they operate, how they produce these amazing performances. And I was reading a bit about the cycling yesterday, and their attention to detail is absolutely phenomenal, and talking about these little 1% margins, and I found it very, very interesting, and I found it very, very useful. And
does that not happen amongst the swimming team at the moment?
Certainly not to the details they were talking about. They were talking about from everything to the position you sleep in, how you wash your hands, things like this. And that is, you might not think it makes that big a deal, but if you add them all together, I guess it can make a massive difference. They're the best functioning team I've ever seen. I was down at the velodrome the other night and I saw them behind the scenes kind of taking an interest, and mentally they're switched on, physically they're in fantastic shape, and they're just a fantastic operation, really, on the road, on the track, everywhere.
From the outside, though, it's interesting to hear you say perhaps there isn't the attention to detail in swimming, because since Beijing, because of the 25 million funding that the swimmers have had, 5 intensive training centres have been set up around the country. You have got, I'm told, the best sports scientists, psychologists, dietitians. You have got the experts there, have you, or have you not?
Oh, we have, without a doubt. We're as swimmers, we're spoiled, really, in the fact that
we appear to have lost Victoria and David Davis at the swimming. So I was just having a chat with Craig Brown about Taekwondo. Craig competed for Britain at the Athens Olympics, so we might as well bring our little chat to the air, shall we? First of all, we've seen Martin Stamper and Jade Jones this morning, both impressive.
Yeah, they were in fantastic shape. They got off to a fantastic start, both of them. I mean, Jade was looking very dominant in her fight, and it didn't even go the distance. She stopped the girl in the second round, which was fantastic. And Stamper, it was a very tightly, tough contested match, but he came up on top, which is fantastic. And I think he'll go on from that to better things.
Yeah, Jade is the only one out of all the fights you've seen this morning to have actually had it stopped because she was so many points clear of her rival. How difficult is that to do in Taekwondo?
It was very difficult, especially on this stage, because no one's here on the Olympic Games by accident. I mean, one or two might get a wild card, but everyone's had to go through, apart from the UK, have had to go through a qualifying to get here, and they've had to go through a rigorous training program, and I mean, every country has their own selection criteria as well, so they've had to come through that as well as qualify to get here. So to do that to someone that's here, you know, it's a big thing.
Now, in the build-up to these games, there was probably more talk about Taekwondo than many of the other Olympic sports because of Latela Mohammed and Aaron Cook and the whole dispute between who was going to go in the 80-kilogram category, which is your category, and you've been sparring with Latela, haven't you?
Yeah.
And how's he looking?
Yeah, he's looking too good. I mean, he's looking quite sharp, and he's looking well prepared. He doesn't look too phased by all the media attention, which is good. You know, so I don't think that's going to affect him too much. Which I mean, having so much attention and not the best sort of attention could always have a negative impact. But on him, he seems to have handled it quite well, and he looks quite positive and quite confident.
You were saying to me that he's quite unpredictable.
Yeah, he's got a style which is probably, there's not too many, I would say, with the same sort of style that he has, and he's got a lot of flexibility, and he's got like a lot of kicks which come from different angles, which works in his favour a lot.
Okay. And when you spar with him, are there certain things that he is asking you to work on with him, or do you just get in there and go for it?
Well, I mean, it's quite technical. I mean, when we train, I mean, sometimes you're just like free sparring where you just do what you want to do, both of you are trying to win, and when you're trying to help each other, there's certain areas that you want to improve, so you will like focus on certain areas, like whether it's like a certain head technique or a certain, like maybe your defense or whatever. So it depends on what type of training you're doing.
So if he wants to spend quite a lot of time working on his head technique, you just have to be kicked in the head.
Not really. I'm not about to stand there and, you know, but no, you can. There's ways that, I mean, there's targets you can use, you know, to do that. I mean,
that's my favourite quote of the day. I'm not just going to stand there and get kicked in the head.
When it comes to that, we have targets. I mean, when we're actually going for it, free sparring, then you're free to hit the head. But when you're targeting it, a lot of the time, most of the time, will be used with targets.
Hey, listen, thanks for talking to us. Hopefully we'll talk to you again as the taekwondo goes ahead.
No problem.
Cheers, thank you. Craig Brown, who competed for Great Britain in the 2004 Olympics in Athens in the 80-kilogram taekwondo category. Back to Mike Costello at the Athletics.
And the second semi-final of the men's 4x400 metres relay. For the record, the first of them actually went to Trinidad exactly the same time, though, as Britain, who were anchored home by Martin Rooney, who eased up on the way to the line. Britain certainly the most impressive of those three qualifiers from the first leg. 3 more places available from this second semi-final, plus 2 fastest losers, and this includes the United States and Jamaica, who won gold and bronze respectively at last year's World Championships. The silver medalists, South Africa, eliminated from the first semi-final when they failed to get the baton round on the second of the changeovers. Dominican Republic in 2 here, USA in 3, Australia 4, Venezuela 5, Japan 6, Russia 7, Bahamas 8, and Jamaica on the outside in lane 9. Second semi-final in the men's 4x400 metres relay, 3 to qualify. The United States led off by Manteo Mitchell onto Joshua Mance, Tony McQuay. The best of these at the American Championships behind LaShawn Merritt, who was injured and didn't reach the individual final. And Bryshon Nellam will take up the baton on the anchor leg. But we saw the drama in the first of the semi-finals when the Kenyan athlete Vincent Kilu collided with his South African counterpart on the entrance to the home straight on the second of the legs, just as Oscar Pistorius was waiting to pick up the baton. Into the home straight they come then for the first time in this second semi-final. Jamaica on the outside are being challenged strongly by Bahamas. The United States at this stage are slightly adrift onto the first of the changeovers towards the inside. The Dominican Republic will have Felix Sanchez now on their second leg. Alison Kirbishley.
Yeah, all 3 medalists from 4 years ago in Beijing are in this semi-final. USA, Bahamas and Russia. But as you said, Mike, how the mighty have fallen, because I don't think this year we're going to see anywhere near the sort of might of the USA. Bahamas are leading as they go down the back straight. It'll be interesting to see whether Australia can sneak in, getting a 19-year-old into the final of the 400 metres.
Around the top end and in towards the home straight then, and to the second of the changeovers, and Bahamas are leading from Venezuela in second place, and now the Americans with the baton in the hand of Joshua Mance have moved through from 6th up into second place, and they in turn are followed by Jamaica. So the cream is starting to rise to the top, and now the Bahamas are leading from the United States in second place, and a real scramble, a traffic jam for that 3rd spot now as they head on to the far side on this, the 3rd of 4 legs.
And it's Bolt's big mate Gonzalez takes Jamaica down the back straight in 5th place. Keep an eye on the Dominican Republic. That was Felix Sanchez just handing on to his compatriot, and Jamaica have pulled up, Mike. Gonzalez.
Jamaica on the 3rd leg, Jermaine Gonzalez, big childhood pal of Usain Bolt, has pulled up injured here, and so Jamaica are out. So the silver and bronze medalists from last year's World Championships are out of the 4x400 metre relay. It's starting to look very, very rosy in the British 4x400 metre garden. The Bahamas will lead on the final changeover just from the United States, and it will be Chris Brown from Bryson Nellam. The big battle for the first 2 qualifying spots, but they are secure, so they can keep something in reserve. The battle is for 3rd place and a fastest loser spot now, and that's between Russia, Venezuela and Australia at this stage. The Dominican Republic have an outside shot because of the brilliant teenager Lugalin Santos. He's the world junior champion, but he's got 5 or 6 metres to make up to get into that 3rd spot. On the run into the home straight then for the final time, and it's Chris Brown of the Bahamas leading Bryson Nellam of the United States. These 2 are the certain qualifiers, with a real scramble now for 3rd place, and Santos of the Dominican Republic has run an outstanding leg to come through from near last to 4th place, as the first 2 home are the Bahamas and the United States in a time 2 minutes 58.87 seconds, slightly faster than the British quartet, but Martin Rooney did ease up noticeably on the run to the line.
Yeah, a very impressive winning time there, and you've got to remember these guys won't want to ease back, because they're trying to prove to their team management that they're worthy of a spot in the final. So there really was a battle all the way to the line between Bahamas, Chris Brown and Mitchell of America. 2:58 winning time. But I tell you what, I woke up this morning, I wasn't sure we could get a medal in this. I am convinced we can get in a medal in this event now, Mike, because not only have I been impressed by what our quartet have just done with the possibility of bringing Di Green in, I mean, it's going to be a big risk, I think, because those 4 guys ran so well. Di Green will have to prove his worth and really convince the selectors that he's worthy of putting into that quartet. But I just think the confidence that they will be taking into that, knowing that there's no Jamaica, I mean, they were always going to be an outside bet anyway, but the Americans are nowhere near the sort of force.
Well, it's the last of the finals on Friday evening here. Expect an eruption here in the stadium as Britain qualify as joint second fastest into the final. The USA are there, but the silver medalists and bronze medalists, South Africa and Jamaica from last year's World Championships, are out. Strong medal prospects for Britain in the final of the men's 4x4.
We have a strong medal prospect to go in 9 minutes' time on 5 Live. Kerry-Anne Payne in the open water swimming. It begins at midday, and we will bring that to you here at the Taekwondo. The bouts continue to take place down below in front of me. At the moment, we're watching Uzbekistan against Brazil, as Jonathan Overend was saying earlier. There's no kind of rhyme or reason for the countries that are strong or taking part in Taekwondo. I think just looking at the women's 57 kilogram category that's coming next, and I'm only guessing here on the abbreviations, I think that's Senegal against Finland. Let's go straight to Sonia McLaughlin back at the stadium, who has Oscar Pistorius with her.
Yeah, and one of the more heartbreaking images of these games is going to be the sight of Oscar Pistorius waiting on the line for the baton to get to him and it never arriving. Can you just give us an idea, Oscar, of what on earth was going through your mind at that point?
I just felt sorry for my teammate. You know, he went down on the last corner, and we just hope that he's okay. And obviously, I feel, you know, just like to send my. I feel a bit sad for my teammates that never got the chance to run here today. It's just it's disappointing. You know, we've really trained very hard as a team. We ran a national record last year at the World Champs and came second. it would have been nice for them. I think it would have been amazing for them to have had that opportunity to represent their country and run our chat. So it's just really sad for us. And thanks so much for everybody for the support. I'm sorry that we wouldn't be able to put on a decent race today.
And your teammate that fell isn't here now, is he? So do you know if he's all right?
We don't know yet, so we've just got to go find out. And I'm sure we hope that he's okay. You know, it's never nice to see an athlete get injured, and especially at an event this big. So we're really sorry for him, and we'll be standing next to him in the coming hours, and hopefully he makes a quick recovery.
And do you see a little bit of irony here? Because the IAAF said they only wanted you to run on the first leg because it was so dangerous. Oscar's decided to walk off. He didn't want to answer that question. I just was trying to get to the point about the hurly-burly of 400-metre running, but I think he misunderstood where I was going to go with that question and has walked off.
All right, Sonia, thank you very much. Sonia with Oscar Pistorius. Jonathan Overend alongside me here at the Taekwondo. Is that Senegal-Finland next, followed by a bout in the men's between Afghanistan and Poland?
Yeah, and then USA against China, and then the Central African Federation against Israel, I think. So it's all over the place, isn't it?
But with quite a lot of these sports we see at the Olympics, that you can see where the strength comes.
Yeah.
You know, there's a certain part of the globe that really focuses on a certain sport, but this appears quite random.
Well, in previous Olympics, and Taekwondo made its proper Olympic debut in Sydney in 2000, Korea, China, and the USA have dominated in terms of medals. But I think they're seeing now a widespread 63 different nations in the draw here at the Taekwondo.
Let's go to the North Greenwich Arena now. Alison Mitchell is there because the rhythmic gymnastics gets underway this afternoon. Great Britain involved in that. Who are the powerhouses in rhythmic gymnastics, Alison?
It's the Russians, Mark. I've actually moved. I'm up at Wembley now. They've deconstructed the North Greenwich Arena and they've turned it into the basketball arena.
They have, haven't they?
Yeah, so up at Wembley. But the Russians have won gold in the group and the individual for the last 3 Olympic Games. So that tells you all you need to know. And in fact, the Russian won 5 out of 6 golds at the last World Championships, in 2010, and that was considered a failure. So that's whereabouts they stand. But Great Britain have got a team here for the first time at the Olympics. Eventually, quite right, because those 6 girls had to go through an appeal procedure, an agonising time for them earlier this year, because they didn't initially reach this required qualifying score that British Gymnastics set them at the test event in January. They thought they had the entire competition to get the benchmark score in order to go as the host nation representatives, and they did get it, but a day too late, according to British Gymnastics. So you had this situation where the team were appealing against their own governing body. However, it ruled in their favour, and so here they are, what they've been training for and raising money for, because they're self-funded. They were packing bags in Morrison's, holding raffles. One of their fathers ran the Bath Half Marathon to raise money for them. So this will be a proud moment for them. They're not expected to challenge for the podium in any way, shape or form, but there is the ball, the hoop, the clubs and the ribbon. They'll be performing over 2 days of qualifying to see how they get on and perform at the Olympics for the first time.
Yeah, they are symptomatic of so many Olympians that we talk to, aren't they, during these games? British Olympians who have got here through raffles and through towns trying to raise money for them. You know, Jade Jones here, £1,600 raised by her village so that she could compete at the Youth Olympics in Singapore a couple of weeks ago. As well as the team event, it's the individual event as well. Francesca Jones goes in that for Team GB.
That's right, she's up first. It's the individual first today, and she'll be going with the ball and the hoop. There are 24 individuals, so 2 routines today and 2 tomorrow to determine placings. The top 10 will go through to the final. She's from Wales, family from Pontypool, but she lives in Wellingborough, which is my hometown actually, but she has to travel to Birmingham to train because in Wellingborough the ceiling at the gym is too low, the floor's not big enough, sort of symptomatic of really the funding problem that rhythmic gymnastics has, and it doesn't remotely share the same profile as artistic gymnastics. But I've never seen this live before, Mark, so I'm really looking forward to it. It's highly skilled. If you sort of think traditional gymnastics mixed with ballet, but without the tumbling elements, and all choreographed to music. So whilst we've got the classical Tchaikovsky and Puccini here, I also can't wait to see a club routine being performed to Michael Jackson's Smooth Criminal later on. And I've only been here for a couple of hours, and I've already learnt what a boomerang is. That's when the gymnast throws the ribbon from the stick but grabs the end of the ribbon and pulls back on it so the stick comes flying back towards her. And the retro roll, which sounds like something you could try out in one of these nightclubs in London before you leave, but it's where the hoop is rolled away from the gymnast and then it pings right back towards her as well. So So I'm going to learn a lot in the next few hours.
Yeah, the Taekwondo team around me seem to laugh at the suggestion that I even go to nightclubs anymore. That seems a very long time ago. Alison, for the moment, thank you. Now, every day is a sailing day, as Juliet Farrington keeps telling us, although not at the moment.
No, it's a beautiful day though, Mark. The sun is shining. It's around about 22 degrees. The flags, though, are looking a wee bit droopy, which means there's not enough wind to sail. It was the 470 medal race featuring Stuart Bithell and Luke Patience, guaranteed a silver medal, but they're being made to wait for this medal race. I mean, obviously they could upgrade that medal to a gold one if they actually get out on the course there today. But Pippa, how much wind do we need for this medal race to get underway?
Yeah, not too much, about 4 to 5 knots, which at the moment we are close to getting, and fingers crossed for the rest of the day. It's really sunny down here, so that looks good for that. So yeah, great setup here, just waiting. The sailors will be just trying to stay relaxed, try not to get too stressed. The Australians are ahead and hopefully feeling the pressure a little, so fingers crossed for a bit later.
I mean, we were told, Mark, that there was just 3 knots out there at the moment. There could be, although a very slim chance, that this medal race could be sailed tomorrow, obviously with the women's 470 medal race also taking place. So it's just a situation, and this is what you get in sailing when the wind is so light, that you just have to wait and see what happens. I mean, we're expecting further updates throughout the day. They'll have to make a decision, though, later on this afternoon if the medal race can take place, because they have time restrictions in which they can sail in. So at the moment, there's no medal race to look forward to. We just hope that we can get underway sometime later on this afternoon.
All right, for the moment, thank you very much, Juliet. Alison Mitchell was talking about the rhythmic gymnastics and that being set to music. Of course, today's the day where the dressage is done to music as well. We'll talk to John Hunt and Pippa Funnell a little later on. And Victoria, you were talking to David Carey earlier, weren't you, who's the fiancé of Kerry-Anne Payne?
Yes.
So they're one swimming couple. I don't know if you've seen this in the last few minutes, but Laura Trott, one of our cycling heroes, has tweeted, yes, it's out there, me and Jason Kenny are dating.
Oh,
so we now have a cycling royalty couple as well.
Brilliant. We've got the 25 swimmers here on the pontoon, about to dive into the water here for the women's 10k open swim. There they go, Karen Pickering.
Well, it is a bit of a mad dash to begin with, and Kerry-Anne Payne, as we know, doesn't like to be caught up in a mix too much. This is where it can be a little bit dangerous, lots of elbows, knees, legs kicking, and the girls need to get out of the way and settle into their swim. But all 24 swimmers, we've got one who has pulled out. All 24 swimmers here have had a really, really tough qualification process. So every girl in this race is a top-class 10k swimmer. Steve, what do you make of that start?
Well, you know, as to be expected, Kerry-Anne's one of the best swimmers in the field here in terms of pool swimming. His strategy is always to go out as hard as possible on the first 400 metres. She hates being in amongst all the argy-bargy in the middle. She wants to get out there, be the first person to the buoy at 400 metres. That's going to put her in good stead. And I don't want to be tabloid about this, Victoria, but I must say I went to the beach volleyball last night and I did see said Kenny and Trott having a snog one row behind David Beckham. No, it's a bit tabloid, just wanted to share that with you.
Okay, I don't know if you took a little sneaky photo and tweeted it, maybe not. No, you're too nice a boy, aren't you? Right, so we've got 24 swimmers. Kerry-Anne Payne walking out for Great Britain at number 15, and she waved to the crowd. Obviously there was a huge roar. From the commentary positions, obviously they have gone past us now. We are watching this on a huge plasma screen. On the other side of the lake there are crowds and crowds, thousands of people. They look from here about 20 deep. So as we watch on the big screen after 1 minute 40 seconds, and remember this race is about 2 hours, it's 6 laps of the Serpentine Lake. Tell us, Karen, where Kerry-Anne Payne is and where her rivals are indeed.
Well, as you'd expect, it's pretty close. There's sort of 2 groups at the moment. Kerry-Anne is right at the front of one of the groups, side by side with another swimmer. I haven't managed to catch the number of the second swimmer that she's with, but Kerry-Anne with the blue swimming hat, she's wearing a knee-length swimsuit. A lot of the girls choosing to wear full legs, but Kerry-Anne in a knee-length suit. It's exceptionally hot here today. She walked out with a towel over her head to keep the sun off her, but she looks very comfortable up at the front. She's alongside, looks like potentially it's the Ukrainian Breshnikai, but I can't see. But there's a separate line of swimmers almost alongside her, 3 swimmers
in a line, one behind each other. They've kind of separated themselves off a little bit and are going side by side. And in actual fact, it's Eva Ritsoff, the Hungarian, who a very good pool swimmer as well. She actually got 4th at the Olympic Games in the 400 medley 4 years ago. So she's got a little bit of speed, and she's going with Kerry-Anne Payne. But no surprises to see Kerry-Anne Payne want to get out in front. That is the tactics that she's employed before. That's what took her to her 2 world titles.
It's a ridiculous event, this, isn't it? Mo Farah ran 10,000 metres, and we all thought that was a tough event. These guys have got to swim it. I mean, and they're going to be all over each other all the way around. Kerry-Anne Payne's main concern, we heard from Dave Carey, is she wants to stay out of way of the conflict, of the trouble. It's so annoying to have people on your arms, on your legs for 2 hours all the way around. And also, when you're at the front, it's like on the track at the velodrome. When you're at the front, you are exerting more energy than those behind you. She is by far and away, Kerry-Anne Payne, the strongest swimmer in this field. It's how much energy she exerts. That was the reason, I believe, that she lost the gold in Beijing, because she led the whole way round, and then the Russian girl just came past her at the end.
So what's the guarantee that that's not going to happen again? Apart from the Russian woman isn't competing today, but there are other strong swimmers out there, the Italian, the Australian, the German.
She's going to try and break them. She's going to work so hard for 2 hours swimming around the Serpentine for 2 hours.
Is this a fair parallel, Steve? The men's road race, you know, Wiggins and co keeping Mark Cavendish at the front. Their tactic was to lead from the start. As we saw what happened, they couldn't manage it in the end. They were trying to get him to the end for that sprint finish. Is this a similar kind of tactic?
Yeah, it's very similar. However, I believe you save about 30% of energy if you're in the slipstream on the bike. You're only looking at about 10% in the water. You know, it doesn't save you that much, but it is simpler, Karen, isn't it, swimming through?
Absolutely, and psychologically, to just be trailing someone, especially someone who you know is taking the race out fast, and just thinking, right, I'm going to sit with Kerry-Anne Payne, I'm going to let her do the work, and then I'm going to try and go past her at the end. That is quite a simple race plan to have, and it's relying obviously on Kerry-Anne doing the work. But Kerry-Anne has got great sprint finish. We know that she's a good pool swimmer. We know that in the closing stages she will be very, very tough, and she's got huge amount of support here at the Serpentine today. But a lot of swimming still to come, and also you have the feeding, and they're taking drinks as they go past the pontoons as well. That adds into the mix. They have to make sure they're getting water and fuel on board in a 10k race, and all sorts of things can happen as they try to reach out and grab their particular drink bottles and food sachets.
Karen, so the coach sticks out a long white stick effectively with fluids and what have you on the end?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, some of the swimmers will have bits and pieces tucked into their swimsuits as well, so occasionally you might see some of them will take a sachet out of the back of their swimsuits, but the majority, they go past a pontoon, they'll have a pre-arranged whereabouts on that pontoon. Their coach or assistant will stand, and basically they have a drink or a sachet of liquid or fuel on the end of that stick, and they have to try and grab it. So
what is it, water? Is it Lucasade? Is it Powerade? What is it?
It will be different for all the swimmers. It's whatever they're comfortable taking, but sometimes it might be the sort of gel packets that you see the cyclists use, which is a real high intensity rehydration and fuel for them to take on quickly and easily, because obviously they've got to try and get that down in a couple of strokes and then get on with the race. So that is something that you know, Kerry-Anne Payne has had to learn as well to do, coming from the pool to the open water. And we saw in Beijing it was something that Dave Davis struggled with, because it's so unusual for a pool swimmer to have to even think about those things. So these are all in the mix.
Just a very important bit here. You've got Okamoto here from Brazil, who's a really strong swimmer. She's at the head of the race here with Kerry-Anne Payne, and they've just gone round 2 boys at the top. So now they're heading back down towards us. It's these areas where Kerry often makes moves, isn't it, Karen? Once you go round the boys, she puts on a turn of pace and tries to get herself a clear water. I'm not that comfortable with where she is at the moment. Yes, she's at the front of the race, but remember, she doesn't like people being next to her. She doesn't like people touching her. I want to see her in clear water completely.
But we're only 6 minutes in of potentially a 2-hour race.
Hey, this 2 hours is going to fly, Victoria. It's like being on the beach down here. You know, we've got
It's nothing like being on the beach apart from the sunshine.
I love the way that you're shielding your eyes there.
I've broken my sunglasses. I have not had time to buy a new pair of shades, but no one cares about that, quite rightly. Look, as these swimmers go around that huge inflatable pink buoy, it's not a buoy that you would see, you know, just sort of 100 yards out in the sea. These These are wide buoys. It's like a corner, effectively, and they swim around that corner, the wide inflatable pink buoy, and they're on their way back up towards us at the Serpentine. On the other side of this lake, there are thousands of people, and I'm sure when they see Kerry-Anne Payne in front of them, alongside Brazil's Poliana Okimoto, they will give a huge roar. And it was Okimoto, by the way, who described the water at this test event in the Serpentine earlier this year as too cold and too crowded. Well, it's certainly not cold today. It's the perfect 20 degrees C. 24 swimmers, one has dropped out. Whether that is too many for Okimoto, we will find out later. Where are we up to now, Karen?
Well, they're just coming back down towards us. We should be able to see them soon. And like you said, when the crowd and importantly, the whole of the Great Britain swim team are here to support as well. So I'm sure you hear a massive cheer as they come back down. But those buoys you're talking about, very, very important, because you need to get a good line around the buoys. You want to make sure you're not swimming a single metre more than you have to. So quite often you see Kerry-Anne Payne very, very tight, going round those bends, almost hitting the buoys as she goes round, just to make sure that she's not swimming any metres more than she needs to. But still, so close with this bunch of girls. As we mentioned, it was tough to qualify. This is not about 2 swimmers per event being allowed to swim here. It was the top 10 from the World Championships, and then the other swimmers had to go through a qualification process just to be here. So these are elite 10k swimmers. Every single one of them in this race has the potential of being up there and fighting for the medals. And we're seeing just now perhaps a couple of swimmers are being dropped just slightly. We're talking about maybe a metre off the back of the main group. Kerry-Anne Payne still at the head. There's 2 of them leading the way. I think it's still Okimoto. Very difficult to tell from where we are and from the screens. Not helped by the sunshine. Of course, we love the sunshine, but not great for us to see our TV screens to spot who the swimmers are. But Kerry-Anne Payne in the blue hat of Great Britain still there at the front.
And the noise of the helicopter above with the cameras in, so apologies for the sort of noise levels here as we look down on the lake as the swimmers come up the lake for the first time, as they complete their first lap, try to complete their first lap effectively. I'm sitting alongside an Australian swimmer called Brenton Rickard.
Rickard, yep.
Hi Brenton, how are you?
I'm very well, thanks.
Good. Okay, listen, I am short-sighted. Also, there's a load of swimmers in that water, and we can only tell by the colour of their hats where they are. Tell us, if you can, where your compatriot Melissa Gorman is.
I think she's sitting about 5th or 6th, though. She's just off to the side of the pack. I think she's behind the Hungarian girl, so probably in a pretty good position now, getting dragged along by the leaders and just trying to keep on everyone's feet and then ramp it up in the last K or so.
Have you got many teammates here watching today?
Yeah, no, our whole team's here to support Melissa, and we've got Kai Hurst in the men's tomorrow, so it's always considered part of the team thing to do, to come down and cheer your teammates on, so we're all here hopefully getting Melissa up for a medal.
And tell us about Melissa Gorman's pedigree. What's her CV been like over the last 4 years?
I think she'd definitely be confident of winning a medal here. She won the 5k at World Championships in 2009, and I think she won maybe silver in this event at World Champs last year, so along with ladies like Kerry-Anne, she's definitely one of the favoured contenders. So, 10k's a long way to go though, so there's a lot to happen in that race, but she'd definitely be looking to try to get a medal.
We're only 11 minutes in. What do you say, Brenton, about Australia's performance so far in the London Games?
Oh, I think we're fighting hard. I think as a swim team, some of us probably didn't reach our expectations leading in, but that's swimming. It's professional sport. It's tough, it's tight, and it only takes a little bit here, there, or everywhere to not quite get the result you wanted. But we won a gold medal this morning in the K4000 in the kayaking, and we're slowly creeping our way up the medal tally, and we've still got a few good events to come. So overall, I think we're pretty happy. It's just an honour to be here. It's great to represent Australia or your country at an Olympic Games, and it's just an incredible 2 weeks to be involved in.
It's great to see you. Thank you very much for talking to us, Brenton. Thank you. It's 12 minutes past 12. We are 12 minutes into this 10k open water swimming race. Kerry-Anne Payne is leading the pack alongside Brazil's Poliana Okimoto. Okimoto. We're going to hear from Alison Mitchell in a moment, but let's bring you the news headlines here on 5 Live while we have a moment. The trial of a woman accused of killing a British businessman in China last year has ended after just 1 day. Lawyers for Gu Kailai, the wife of a former high-flying Chinese lawmaker, did not contest claims that she poisoned Neil Haywood last November. Officers investigating the death of the oil executive Carol Waugh have rearrested a man on suspicion of murder. Rakesh Bayani has already been charged with 3 counts of fraud in connection with the case. And a former Hibs youth footballer has been jailed for 9 years after he was caught with £1.7 million worth of heroin. Chris Brown, who's 29, was convicted after 17 kilos of the drug was seized by Lothian and Borders Police. Good afternoon, it's 5 Live at the Olympics. Here's Alison Mitchell.
I've just watched Frankie Jones of Wellingborough, 21 years of age, make her Olympic debut here at the rhythmic gymnastics, performing her first qualifying routine, which is with the ball. She came out to tremendous applause in a purple leotard, a bright pink ball, pretty much the London 2012 colours that she performs with. And the ball it's about 18-20 centimetres in diameter, weighs about the same as a football, but almost quite a mournful routine from her. The music was Amour by Craig Owen, waiting for her score to come through now, but very elegant, very expressive, which is something she has been working on. She'll come back in an hour or so's time to perform with the hoop, but I would say, David Beckham, eat your heart out. The way with the ball, these gymnasts are able to throw it in the air, catch it on the back of their neck. It's like it's invisible glue as it slithers down their arms and it's bounced and tossed again. And there's the score, 24.555. Which is certainly a mark up on her qualifying routine at the World Championships last year. So good start by Frankie Jones, and the crowd loved her routine.
Good start for her. We've had a good morning here at the Taekwondo as well, with Jade Jones through to the quarterfinals in the women's 57 kilogram category and Martin Stamper through to the last 8 in the men's 68 kilogram category. We'll talk more about Taekwondo a little while on 5 Live. At the moment, just watching a fight down below. Senegal 5, Finland 6, 25 seconds left to go in the third and final round, so it's going to be tense here. Other British success came in the Athletic Stadium. The men's 4x400 metre team into the final, and afterwards a couple of them spoke to Sonia McLaughlin.
Nigel, a very solid opening leg. Is there a great sense of relief to get through when you see all the hurly-burly and the accidents going on out there?
I didn't see any accidents. My job was just to try and set Conrad up, try and give him a good lead, and that was me for today, really.
Absolutely. Well, Conrad, bearing in mind there was disappointment for you all as individual 400 metre runners, how keen were you to make amends today?
Yeah, well, we know we had the part 2 of the championships. The first part was the individual, which didn't go well for all of us, but as you can see, as a team, we really gelled together, and that's all that matters at the moment.
Absolutely. Jack Green, on the third leg, how much were you an angry man out there wanting to make amends after that mishap in the 4 hurdles?
Nah, the anger's gone. That was just about, keeping control and putting Martin in a great place, and I feel I did that. I was really happy with that run, so more to come tomorrow.
You were on the leg where that mishap occurred. Were you aware that South Africa had collided with Kenya and they both went down?
I was, and I thought one of them was Conrad. I was just about to go, throw my arms up in the air and get in a mood, but luckily he wasn't.
You must feel a little bit sad for Oscar Pistorius. He didn't even get to run.
Yeah, but that's just the nature of the sport. Same way that I fell in the hurdles. Rubbish things happen, unfortunately.
They absolutely do, but not to you guys today. Martin Rooney on the anchor leg. Do you believe that this is a quartet that can up the GB medal table, get another medal for GB?
I hope so. We've got a strong squad of guys. If someone's injured today, we can bring someone in tomorrow. It's a great team to be a part of. Obviously, the crowd cheering for you and stuff. I just want to apologise to the rest of the guys for not winning. I didn't realise the guy was coming. And second place isn't bad, but it would have been nice to win in front of his home crowd and stuff.
Okay, do you think there might be changes made to this quartet for the final?
I don't know, I think no. Everyone ran well. Probably me who get dropped at the moment, so hopefully not.
Martin Rooney, the last one to talk to Sonia McLaughlin. Let's talk to Alison Kerber, she's still in the stadium. So, stick or twist?
Do you know what? And it sounds like I'm copping out here, but I need to see the splits. It was so difficult to read the race. And honestly, splits have just got to speak. Because Jack Green, without a doubt, he had the burners on. He's in, as far as I'm concerned. Nigel Levine ran a very, very strong leg out of blocks. It's a very difficult leg to run. It's slightly longer than the other legs. You're in lanes all the way around. You always feel you're kind of running almost 450 metres. So I think he ran a very strong leg. I think the two that we've got to have a look at the splits of are Conrad Williams and Martin Rooney. And as you heard there, the fact that Rooney's already started saying if anyone's going to get dropped, it's me. The only guy that we can bring in is Di Green. And that's the difficulty is only Di Green and his coach Malcolm Arnold know what sort of flat speed shape he is in. But there's just something about 400 hurdlers. They can do a relay leg. They really can. And I know from the horse's mouth that Di Green is desperate to run in that relay final. It's going to be a very interesting one, Mark. But either way, we've got a medal chance. Whatever quartet we put out there, we have a medal chance.
When you say, there's just something about the hurdlers that means they can do a relay leg, do you just think that's because there's a relief and enthusiasm amongst them that they don't actually have to jump over anything? Yeah,
every so often you see them kind of hop as if they're... Yeah, I mean, I hark back to Chris Akabusi, I hark back to Sally Gunnell, Perry Shake-Straighten, who we're yet to see in the team here. I came from a hurdle background onto flat. I don't know what it is, and you also get, not necessarily do you always have your quickest 400-metre runner is your best relay runner. Christina Horugu, she gives us a solid 400-metre split, but she's definitely not our quickest when it comes to the 4x4. Perry Shake-Straighten will be by far the quickest, I think. And Ailey Child's already sort of sniffing around a place. It's fantastic to see, because what the problem, particularly with the women, we've always had three that are ready to go, and we've always had that one place, kind of the softer fourth leg, and we're never quite sure. But I think both the men and women are coming here with a bit between their teeth. And you know what? We've lost Belgium. We've got Belgium in the final, but we've lost some Dominican Republic, who had Santos. They're out. Venezuela got DQ'd. Jamaica are not in it. South Africa are not in it. We have a huge opportunity here, Mark.
Well, I'll just ask you about those sides that have gone out in a second. The noise here at the Taekwondo at the XL was because an Afghan competitor has come out, Rahula Nikpar. This is in the men's 68 kilogram category, and he's taken on someone from Poland. But aside, Jonathan Overend, just very quickly, aside from the British fans here in the XL arena, the next sort of population who are here in the greatest number are probably the Afghans.
Absolutely fantastic atmosphere, isn't it? And this guy is a world champion as well, an absolute hero, sporting hero in Afghanistan, and they've made sure that they've got tickets here today for his big day.
Awful lot of them on both sides of the arena cheering him, but it is pointless in this first round of this bout. There's a minute left to go. As far as the teams then that got knocked out or didn't qualify, Alison, who will be Britain most happy about that they're not going to be in the final against them?
I think really South Africa, I guess, they're a danger. They were medalists at the World Champs last year. They were silver medalists last year. Dominican Republic probably only have one man, and you obviously can't make a 4x4 team with one man. Santos is phenomenal. He got a medal in the individual. So they've been disqualified, although they did qualify initially by right. I think the key thing is really the teams that we would have been worried about really didn't impress us. United States of America, I mean, I don't think I ever thought I would see the day that a guy in the USA team not standing on the podium in the individual 400 and not looking like they're going to win the 4x4. This has just been, it's just been, given that USA come in here and dominate. The Bahamas look good. They won the other semi-final. They look very good, but I can't see how they can change that quartet. They had their big guys, Pinder and Brown, both made the individual 400-metre final. They were in there, so I can't see anyone coming in with fresh legs. Trinidad and Tobago, they do have Jehu Gordon, the big hurdler, to bring in with fresh legs. But if we also bring our hurdler in with fresh legs, I just think, there is a real opportunity here. Haven't had a medal since Atlanta back in 1996 when we got silver behind the USA. And of course, it was a home win for the nation in Atlanta for USA. Wouldn't it be wonderful to get a home win here?
It certainly would. And I don't think I'm going to talk to you again ahead of tonight. So, Bolt or Blake?
Bolt, the legend. He is going to be the living legend tonight.
There you go. You didn't cop out there,
hesitate,
did you, with the last one? There you go. Alison Kirbishley, thank you very much. Alison Kirbishley, part of the team in the Athletic Stadium, and they will have full coverage of Bolt against Blake in the 200 metres with Mark Pougatch tonight on 5 Live. Let's go to Greenwich Park next. The individual dressage final gets underway in 8 minutes' time. John Hunt is there. Do we have British medal hopes here, John?
Oh, very much so, Mark. Yes, for almost an eternity, British dressage has been in the margins of the margins when it comes to British sport, but thanks to Carl Hester, Laurel Bechtelsheimer and Charlotte Dujardin aboard their wonderful horses, team gold winners of course earlier in the week, each of them has really fantastic hopes of claiming a medal. It's not beyond the realms of possibility that they could fill the 3 medal places here today, and certainly gold is what they're all chasing this afternoon. Huge excitement, the atmosphere building all the time here, Mark. At the moment, most people, I would suggest, are already in their seats for a 12:30 start, and the British riders don't go until well after 3 o'clock as well. And what's interesting to note as well, that for every Union Jack there appears to be an orange flag or an orange T-shirt, because of course the Dutch...
The Dutch are everywhere, aren't they, in this Olympics?
It's brilliant.
They are everywhere.
And in Holland, Mark, I didn't realise this, but dressage is every bit as popular as football, which I had no idea about before I started these Olympics.
Really?
And certainly, yes. Apparently it's primetime TV over there all the time. And in Annalinda Cornelissen, aboard a horse called Parzival, they may well hold the chief threats to the British riders this afternoon.
Now, John, you like your football and you like your horses, but you must be slightly sceptical that dressage is on primetime television in Holland, aren't you?
Apparently not. No, I believe it. And Pippa Funnell next to me is nodding away. She knows a bit more about it.
Ankie van Grunsven, who is one of the top Dutch riders, she is one of the best known athletes in the Netherlands.
Wow. I didn't mean to be disparaging about that. That's just very, very surprising. How does this work then today, John?
It's a clean slate, just like yesterday's show jumping, Mark. Whatever they've done before does not count to today. But today, Mark, is very different. I've been telling people all through the week that if they only give dressage a chance once in their lives, today is the day to watch or listen, of course, on 5 Live. We'll have extensive coverage of it later on today, because today the riders pick their own routines. They have to do set movements within that routines, but magically on such a sunny day against a packed environment full of enthusiasm, they will be performing it all to music of their choice, and there are some real surprises along later.
Well, I was going to ask you about it. For example, here at the Taekwondo, in between the round, they were playing a bit of LMFAO. So at the dressage, are you more likely to hear LMFAO or Michael Jackson is being played at the Rhythmic Gymnastics, or something slightly more classical?
I can't say too much about what we're specifically going to hear today, Mark. It's all embargoed until just a little bit later on. But what I can say is that there's every chance that riders will ride to classical music today, and in the past they've ridden their routines to Lady Gaga as well. We'll get a bit of everything today.
Excellent. That gets underway in 5 minutes' time. Listen to it with John Hunt on 5 Live. Victoria.
25 minutes into this fascinating race. It's going to last about 2 hours. This is the 10K open water swim. And these are the numbers and the names to listen out for. We are going to tell you who is leading right now. Karen Pickering.
Well, Melissa Gorman has made a move. She's number 7, competing for Australia in the white swimming hat, and she looks very, very comfortable.
And she is leading by some way now.
She's leading by some way. I mean, in the big scale of things, it's not too far, but she is starting to try and break away from the rest of the group. But
she's in first position.
That's right. There's 2 girls then behind her, just sort of a little bit further, maybe a metre off her feet, and that's Kerry-Anne Payne and Eva Ritsoff of Hungary. So those 2 girls are behind Melissa Gorman. They're trying to pick up the pace and get back on terms with her now, and actually look like they are making inroads into that. Also, just behind in the chasing pack, one of the danger girls to look out for is the 20-year-old American, Hayley Anderson. She's pretty new on the open water scene, but is making massive improvements every time she races. So this really is still very, very tight. There's only one girl that we saw as they went past earlier that's been dropped off the pace. So 23 other girls still in the pack, but Melissa Gorman trying to move away.
Just important to mention, Victoria, Melissa Gorman at the front, the Australian, she has got a beautiful stroke. She looks like she's gliding through the water, you know. She doesn't look like an open water swimmer at all. She's not fighting it. She looks very smooth. She's going to be someone that we've got to watch out for. She's going to challenge Kerry-Anne.
But actually, just looking at the screens now, we can see that they have just reeled Melissa Gorman back in. So Eva Ritsoff and Kerry-Anne Payne now back in line with Melissa Gorman. So that challenge where she tried to break away, they've stopped that, but she is still a danger.
So there are 3 of them on the front line, if I can put it like that, and then there's the pack behind.
That's right, exactly. And those girls are just sitting on their feet, following where they go, following the direction, letting the girls in the front do most of the sighting and most of the work.
Gorman needs a sat-nav. She needs a sat-nav.
She does keep going off in strange directions. That might be just to pull those girls away, just to cause them a little bit of trouble, maybe to make them wonder if they're going in the right direction. But she certainly does seem to pick her own route.
And alongside them we have 4 or 5 or 6 dinghies, which include various officials and an umpire, Steve, and they are watching to look out for what?
Well, I mean, in the sport, it is possible to get a lot of contact, and you can gain by putting off your opponent either with a elbow or a hand or a foot to the other person. So in the sport, you can get a yellow card if there is too much physicality going on, and there has been instances where punches have been thrown and red cards have been played and people have had to leave the water. It's very rare, but it is important. That refereeing role is important, and then of course they play a secondary role in terms of making sure that people are sticking to route and don't go inside of buoys in terms of cutting the route short.
Okay, more from Steve Parry and Karen Pickering in the next few minutes. We are also going to talk to 2 of Kerry-Anne Payne's compatriots, Liam Tancock and also Hannah Miley are here. I don't know how tense they're feeling. We will find out in a moment. But at 12:28, first of all, let's bring you the news.
On digital radio, digital TV, mobile and online.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
For the BBC News on 5 Live, I'm Rachel Hodges. The Royal British Legion says it's deeply concerned that body parts and tissue samples from some soldiers killed in Afghanistan have been retained without the knowledge of their relatives. The Army is contacting families affected. The murder trial of the wife of a prominent Chinese politician who's accused of killing a British businessman has ended after 1 day. Gu Kai-lai did not contest the murder charge. She'd been accused of poisoning Neil Haywood last November. Officers investigating the deaths of the oil executive Carol Waugh have rearrested a man on suspicion of murder. Rakesh Bayani has already been charged with 3 counts of fraud in connection with the case. The first Olympic final of women's boxing will take place this afternoon. Team GB's Nicola Adams is guaranteed at least a silver medal. In Hyde Park, the 10k open water swim is underway, with Team GB's Kerry-Anne Payne one of the favourites to win. And LOCOG say 6.9 million people have been to see the Olympic sports action so far, with 2.1 million visitors to the Olympic Park. On Wednesday, there was 373,000 spectators. That's 93% capacity. 200,000 of those were in the Olympic Park. Well, let's get some sports action now. Here's Will Perry.
And I was one of those in the Olympic Park, which is where I am today, watching the big screen where the crowds have gathered to see Kerry-Anne Payne, to see if she can bring in gold for Great Britain on day 13 of the Olympics. Let me bring you up to date with what's happened so far. The GB quartet of Nigel Levine, Conrad Williams, Jack Green and Martin Rooney came second in their heat of the men's 4x400 metre relay to progress into the final. A double amputee, Oscar Pistorius, didn't get the chance to run for the world silver medalist South Africa as they dropped out early on and failed to finish. Ashton Eaton of the USA leads the decathlon after 7 events. Taekwondo, and Britain's Jade Jones is through to the last 8 of the under 57 kilograms category after thrashing Serbia's Dragana Gladovic 15-1. Martin Stamper is also through in the men's under 68 kg. The start of the medal race in the men's 470 in Weymouth has been delayed due to light winds. Britain's Luke Patience and Stuart Bithell are guaranteed at least a silver medal after taking gold in the team dressage event. Britain's equestrian riders will be looking to repeat their success in the individual competition. Laura Bechtelsheimer is the first British rider to go at 3:20 this afternoon. Rachel Cawthorne finished 6th for Great Britain in the canoe sprint K1 final. Away from the Olympics, the future of Arsenal striker Robin van Persie remains in doubt after Sir Alex Ferguson admitted that negotiations have stalled with Manchester United. Play is underway at the US PGA Golf Championship at the Ocean Course at Kiowa Island. Within the next hour, Rory McIlroy and Tiger Woods will begin their first rounds. And Tour de France runner-up and Britain's time trial bronze medalist Chris Froome is set to lead Team Sky's Vuelta a España campaign as Bradley Wiggins will miss the race.
Thank you very much. Here in Hyde Park, overlooking the Serpentine Lake, we are watching the women's 10k open water swim. And if you can imagine a grid, a noughts and crosses grid, then in the top of that grid you've got number 7, Australia's Melissa Gorman, alongside number 25, Eva Ritsov, I beg your pardon, of Hungary. And next to her you've got Great Britain's number 15, Kerry-Anne Payne. Beneath them, you've got 3 more swimmers, then you've got a couple of swimmers, and then it's bunches of 4 towards the back. 24 swimmers in all. We already know that to qualify for this event, you have to be blooming good to get this far. This is a field of 24 really strong swimmers. Just watching one swimmer on her back on the big screen take a bottle of liquid from her coach, and effectively what the coaches are doing, they have this great big long stick with a sort of plastic cup on the end, and in that is some kind of power juice. So the swimmers turn on their back, drink the juice and chuck the container into the lake, which I'm sure will all be tidied up afterwards. I'm watching Kerry-Anne Payne alongside me right now. 2 members of the British swimming team. We have Liam Tancock, who is the world record holder for 50 metres backstroke, as well as a Commonwealth gold medalist. Last week he came 5th in the Olympic final of the 100 metres backstroke. We also have Hannah Miley, who's won European and Commonwealth titles in the 400 metres individual medley, as well as a silver at the World Swimming Championships in Shanghai. She came 5th in the 400 metres individual medley event in London last week, and 7th in the 200 metres individual medley. I hope all those facts are right. There was a lot of information there. Hannah, what's it like watching Kerry-Anne Payne in that water?
Oh, it's great. I mean, we're all here as a team and supporting, and it's great that we can get everyone together and get behind to cheer her on, because she's doing a great job. And, you know, it's such a tough event, and we're, you know, really chuffed that we can be here to be there for her.
And Liam Tancock, are you finding this tense or what?
Not at all. To be fair, I don't really find some intense at all. You know, we train so hard and so tough for so many years. This is really the fun bit. So, you know, it's nice for us to come out as a team, support Kerry-Anne, and obviously the thousands of people lining the lake here. So it's an incredible experience for us. Obviously, we've done our bit in the pool now, and we're here to cheer.
It's interesting talking to David Carey a little earlier. He said when he's swimming, he's not tense. He's confident, he's focused, but when it's Kerry-Anne Payne, his fiancée, because he's not in control, he's bricking it.
Yeah, I can understand that, and obviously they've got a close connection, and you know, they're going to have a future together. But you know, for us, it's all about we've seen what Kerry-Anne does in the pool, how she trains, and you know, she's been supporting us at the Aquatic Centre this week, and you know, cheering us on. And it's our turn to return the favour now.
Hannah Miley, what are your realistic expectations of what Kerry-Anne Payne can achieve today in this water?
Well, personally, I think we can definitely hopefully get a medal, but you know, she's giving it everything she's got at the moment, and we're going to be here to cheer her on and hopefully, you know, get her in amongst the medals. But you know, won't really know until the final lap. I think that's when it's the crunch time happens. So yeah, I think we're all, you know, hoping that she'll medal, but we're definitely not putting that pressure on her. She's doing a great job at the moment, and you know, it's her job. She loves what she does, and we enjoy watching her and supporting her.
It's interesting that you said she loves what she does, because David Carey said she does not enjoy this race. She does not enjoy the 10k open water swim. She really doesn't. I said, why does she do it then? He said, well, it's her job.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's like anybody in their job. You get some people who like it and some people don't, but you know, she's very good at what she does, so you know, you can't knock her for that. And you got the training side of things as well, so you know, you got to have some enjoyment somewhere along the line to be able to stick with it. And you know, to go through 2 hours of this, you know, amount of pain and endurance, you know, it's not the most fun thing in the world. I can understand that, but you know, the fact that she's swimming in her home crowd and you know, with her whole nation behind her, you can't help but have a little bit of enjoyment to that, I think.
Liam, what do you and your compatriots say when you reflect on the performances of the British swimmers in the pool last week?
I think last week was absolutely amazing for all of us. It was always going to be tough, but the support we got, and to be honest, it's been this last 8 days for us in the pool, in the aquatic centre. Obviously, it's been fantastic to get out in front of that crowd and the home support and things like that. But if you look on a whole, we might not have got all the medals that we wanted to, and what people strive for. But there's not that many medals out there. There's not many up for grabs, and the whole world's after them. But on a positive note, we had the best ever Olympics in terms of finalists. We're nearly in every final. We're actually third on the final list table.
But that's not enough, is it? You've got to convert them, haven't you?
Yeah, but it's not one of those things you can do overnight. You can't turn around and be like, right, we're going to be a great swimmer nation. The process of it, this experience has really come from what happened 10 years ago, and we've been building on that. And
that's when you came back, but not you, but the swimmers came back from Sydney without a medal. That was the nadir really for British swimming.
Yeah, but the situation now in British swimming has changed massively. It's very well structured. We've got intensive training centres, amazing support staff and coaches, and we've got the best people around us to help us succeed. But as I said, it's not overnight. This success is going to be a long-term journey, and I want to be a part of that. I'm already interested to go to Rio and compete out there. It's 4 years away, and we're going to have 4 years better experience, better preparation, and hopefully then we can convert these great finalists and the ones we missed out on by tenths of a second. Hopefully we convert them into medals. But the process is going well, and everyone talks about the medals, but if you look at the bigger picture and look in a positive light, it's a fantastic opportunity for British swimming, and we're all enjoying the journey and we're ready to move forward. So
David Davis was telling us earlier, one of your teammates, that he said, a few of us were talking about this last night. He said it's the first time we've really talked about it. He described it, I don't know if it was a meeting or an informal gathering of the older, wiser swimmers, as he put it. He said, we were just wondering if the trials in March took so much out of us that has impacted on the Olympic Games, and he wondered if there was perhaps a timing issue with the trials. What do you say to that, Liam?
I'd say not at all. I wasn't aware of this conversation, and I guess I'm one of the older and more wiser people on the team, but I've been part of the team since 2005, and we're very aware of the situation. We've got trials to do, and we've got a major competition each year, whether it's the Olympic Games this year, the World Championships last year, the Commonwealth Games in 2010. We always have a trials, and it's in March, and we always have the major competition, and that's just the way it is.
Would it be better if it was earlier in the year? Would it make a difference if you've got an Olympic Games coming in August?
I don't think so, no. People talk about it being earlier, people talk about it later. To be honest, it was pushing on very early this year. It was the beginning of March rather than almost April time, so it was a couple of weeks earlier than we're used to. But it's life's cutthroat, sport's cutthroat, and you've just got to get out there and do a job. And you go to Olympic final, you've got one opportunity to do well. We've known for 7 years it's going to be in London. We know on the day of our race, we know on the time of our race, and you've got to be ready for that minute.
And so do you think some swimmers weren't then ready for that moment, that minute?
No, I think they were. I definitely was. When I walked behind that block, I was like, right, I'm ready to go, game face on. I walked out and the crowd were chanting my name. That's something I've never ever experienced before, and it was truly incredible. I did feel like a rock star, and I was like, wow, do you know what I mean? This is cool. This is going to pull me through. And I did some great performances. I bettered what I did in Beijing, and I'm really looking forward to how I'm progressing.
Hannah Miley, David Davis was also saying that he was interested to see if British swimmers could learn something from the cycling team, for example. He said he's been reading about the sort of tiny incremental gains that the cyclists make in order to improve performance. And he said, I was looking back, they even sleep in a particular position with a particular pillow. He wondered if swimming could learn from that. And, although you have, the dietitians and the psychologists and all the experts that you need around you, is there that attention to detail, that same attention to detail?
Yeah, I mean, I guess every athlete needs to work on their technique, and it's a very skillful sport. You got to try and maximise your efficiency through the water, and also minimise the energy expenditure. So any little gains or any marginal gains you can get that'll help benefit that, then you happily take it on board to try it out. But every athlete's different. Every athlete responds in a different way, so it's a matter of just trial and error and figuring out what works best for you. So if we're able to take something from another sport to try it out, then that's fine. Might not necessarily work, but I think it's the trial and error aspect to find out what works and adapt it to the specific sport.
Okay, thank you both very much. Sorry, Liam, was you going to add something?
Yeah, no, just one of the things that me and Hannah actually do, and some of the Team GB do. We actually do a lot of cross training. So there's only so much you can actually do in the water. Obviously, working on the technique, the skills, the speed, the heart rate session, lactate sessions. That's what the world of swimming are doing. But we're trying to improve on that and find that extra tenth, extra hundredth of a second. And I know Hannah's been doing it as well. We do, as I said, cross training. We do everything from kickboxing to ballet to rock climbing to running to cycling. You name it, we'll give it a go. And it's not to excel in that sport, but it's to gain the advantages what they do. So people laugh at me doing ballet, and I say I'm not good at it. But if you look at a ballet dancer, they've got great cores, very strong, very aware of their body position, hand and feet placement. We need that in the water. We need to be strong cored. Our technique, the way our hand enters, the way we kick our legs. If you look at kickboxing, they're very strong, powerful, and quite an aggressive movement, but very controlled. And we need that in the water as well. So we're trying to get extra tenths of a second from these different sports, and it's increasing our training, and I think it's really working.
Okay. All right, thank you both. We've had our backs to the big screen here, which will show us where the swimmers are in this 10K race. Can you work out who's leading and where Kerry-Ann Payne is leading?
So there's an American leading at the moment, but Kerry-Ann Payne's in the top 3, which is fantastic. And this is a long race. We're pretty much coming up to an hour into the race, and it's going to probably be just under a 2-hour race. So nearly halfway. Kerry-Ann's in a medal position, but there's still a very long way to go. And with this crowd, we're going to be supporting her and cheering her on.
Thank you very much, Liam Tancock, Hannah Miley. Thank you. So Hayley Anderson, number 13 of the USA, is leading at the moment, but only just. Mark.
Fascinating interview with Liam there and Hannah as well. I've just come outside in the at the ExCeL Arena, so we're not actually watching the taekwondo at the moment because it was so noisy with the Afghanistan community cheering on the Afghan world champion in his fight. And with Gary Jones, Jade Jones's dad, she's into the quarterfinals. You can allow yourself a smile.
Ah, brilliant. It's made my day. I'm so proud of her. I just don't really know what to say. She's made it to there, and see how far she's going to get. It's big thing for her.
He's stood here at the moment. Just uncross your arms. You've got a black T-shirt on, and in gold glittery letters, Jade Jones, love your bones, proud of you. That's a dad's T-shirt, a Union flag wrapped around your lower half. We'll talk more about Jade. One of the stars of women's taekwondo in this women's 57 category, though, is fighting at the moment, Jonathan, and you're watching her.
Last 10 seconds for Diana Lopez of the USA, former world champion who comes from an amazing taekwondo family. 3 siblings, all world champions in the past. But this is an amazing fight because it's actually finished 0-0 after 3 rounds. Very, very cagey. The contrast with Jade's fight earlier couldn't be greater. Jade Jones was all out attack, going for the head at every opportunity, winning 15 points to 1. But this is the way taekwondo works, Mark. Sometimes it's very cagey, low scoring. Sometimes it's risky, it's flashy and very high scoring. So because this is finished level after 3 rounds, we'll have the first real golden point of the day. First person to score in the last round will win, and it'll either be Lopez, the former world champion, or her opponent, who's actually seeded 2 here, also a former world champion, Yuzhu Hu from China.
So the first scoring shot, and then that will be over. It's gone into extra time.
That's it, exactly. And one way or other, we're going to lose a former world champion here, and obviously Jade Jones is going to be very, very interested in the outcome of this one, because Hu of China actually beat Jade in the World Championship final last year. So I just wonder whether her potential path to gold is going to be cleared even further. Although, of course, if Lopez were to win, don't underestimate her. So, yeah, golden point. Plenty of Americans in the crowd here. Plenty of Chinese as well at the Taekwondo. Whoever wins the next point, which would be the first scoring point of the match, will win this and go through to the quarterfinals.
Gary, I've just told him off air, obviously, what's going on inside the arena. You're a nervous wreck when you're watching Jade anyhow. If she went into the golden point, I would imagine you wouldn't be able to watch.
Oh, I'd be there. What's it called? I'd watch it, but I'd be very scared and very nervous.
China win! All over in here, Mark. The golden point has been scored by Yu Hu, the second seed from China. So Diana Lopez, the former world champion, is out. And Hu progresses, the second seed who beat Jade in that World Championship final last year.
We got that. So Diana Lopez is out of the Taekwondo. You pursed your lips there, Gary.
What?
You kind of it looks a little shot that Diana Lopez goes out, but the world champion is through. So. And that could be a potential opponent for Jade. Listen, you can't sit still, can you, whilst you're here?
No. Very nervous, very scared. And I just hope my daughter gets where she wants. She's trained hard, and, we'll see what she brings.
Normally, you were saying you can't bear to watch actually live, but because it's the Olympics, you've kind of got over that fear.
Yes, she's made me watch it, and in the end, she told me to be there and watch her perform, and this is what I've done, but I want to run, really.
When you're actually sat watching, then you can't keep still either, can you?
No, I'm hypo, man, as it is, but watching your daughter kick and, what she's going through and all that, I just want to get out the way.
What's it like watching your little girl take part in such a physical sport?
It's very tearful, very, your heart's pounding, tears coming to your eyes, mad feelings, it's hard to explain.
And at the end of all of this, today, because it goes all the way through to the very end, when you're in Taekwondo, your weight category is all done in one day. What do you think you'll say to her at the end of today?
What I always say to her, I love her, but she knows that anyway. And she's made me so proud, and and half of Flint are proud for her. They're all out for her. They're all watching now.
And the Taekwondo community, I mean, do you talk to the other parents? Do you stay and cheer on Martin as well, who's involved today?
I will do, yeah. I'll stay to watch them all. I'll cheer them all on and go for the team, Great Britain and all that. I will be screaming for the lot of them.
Listen, I hope you survive the rest of the day. Enjoy it if you can, and we wish her all the very best, of course.
OK, thanks very much.
Jonathan, Gary is one nervous parent down here at the moment, hopping from foot to foot as we're talking.
Absolutely. I mean, there are going to be a lot of nervous Brits throughout the course of the day here. And also tomorrow, we must mention that we'll be back inside this arena tomorrow to see how Sarah Stevenson and Latalo Mohammed get on. But for now, everyone's still in the competition. And that's the fortunate thing.
Yeah, we should just explain that. People who haven't been listening earlier as well, when you say everyone's still in the competition, there is a chance that even those beaten are still in the competition.
Well, that is true. If you lose to an eventual finalist, you still get to play off in the repechage contest. But, with Jones and Stamper winning today for Britain, I think they're only eyeing one thing right now, and that's going all the way undefeated. And certainly in Jade Jones's case, she has been the standout performer inside the XL today. I don't think there can be any doubt about that, Mark. 15-1. I mean, we haven't seen anything close to that, have we, in the other matches we've watched?
We certainly haven't. And just so people can plan their afternoons, Jones and Stamper, is it 3:30 and 3:45? I haven't got the sheet in front of me.
We've got a wonderful little contrasting hour or so on 5 Live this afternoon. Colin Murray is here at XL, but obviously John Hunt is at Greenwich for the dressage as well. We will have live dressage and Taekwondo at the same time this afternoon. I don't think the contrast at London 2012 could be any greater, but hopefully we'll cheer more British success this afternoon. 3:30 for Jones, 3:45 for Stamper.
Brilliant. No other radio station can give you that. This is 5 Live, your Olympic station. We'll combine Taekwondo and dressage. Will we be including sailing in all of that as well, Juliet Farrington?
We could be. Ideally, the forecast is pointing to possibly a 3:30 start for the medal race. It's not guaranteed, though. The flags have perked up. They're not as droopy as they were an hour ago, but still no racing at the moment. Now, they have to be done, this medal race, by a certain time, late on in the afternoon, or Pippa, it could be midday tomorrow that the boys go out and compete for this gold medal.
Yeah, exactly. Frustrating day for the sailors. Obviously, they're just trying to stay focused and relax. Often you have a routine to get yourself back into it, maybe putting your gloves on or your boots on or something, but yeah, we could be on for a double final tomorrow, which would be super exciting.
Yeah, with 2 gold medals at stake. But you've seen the lads now walking across the boat park. What would be going through their minds? Because they were happy, they were so cool this morning and really, really relaxed. The pressure is on the Australians, isn't it?
Yeah, I've been psychoanalyzing them in the boat park, them and the Australians. But you're right, they do look really relaxed. They look comfortable. I know them both personally, and they're just up for it. They haven't got anything to lose. The Australians are sort of 5-time world champion and Olympic gold medalist, so obviously they have done it before, they are established, and it's going to be a real battle, but our guys haven't got anything to lose and they're great under pressure.
And that's it, Mark. I mean, Luke Patience and Stuart Bithell guaranteed a silver medal, 4 points just separating these two, Great Britain from Australia, and they will upgrade to gold, Patience and Bithell, if they can finish with 1 boat between themselves and the Aussies. So we could be on for a double whammy tomorrow. Fingers crossed, though, that we'll get the boys underway later on this afternoon.
Thank you very much for the moment, Juliet. Victoria, back at Hyde Park. Do you know, we've spoken to a lot of parents, haven't we? A lot of family members over the last 2 weeks. I have genuinely not spoken to one who is as much of a nervous wreck as Gary Jones was before. Jade Jones' dad. He is a big bear of a man. Very, very sort of physical presence, maybe 5'10", 5'11", but broad. He has Jade's name tattooed on one of his right forearm. You know, he looks hard as nails, but goodness me, there was tears in his eyes even when we were speaking to him, and he just couldn't keep still. A complete bundle of nervous energy.
Hard men do cry. Right opposite us, on the other side of the Serpentine Lake, we've got 24 endurance swimmers from around the world competing in the 10K open water swim, competing for gold, silver, bronze as they swim past the pontoon, and their coaches stick out these kind of sticks with cups on the end, the kind of thing that you would have made at primary school if you'd ever been required to make one. So the swimmers whiz onto their back, take a quick swig of some kind of juice that will sustain them, hopefully, for the next hour and 5 minutes or so. But let's find out exactly who is leading the pack at the moment with Karen Pickering and Steve Parry.
Well, the lead's been changing a few times. It was Hayley Anderson who went through the last checkpoint ahead, but I've got to say, Kerry-Anne Payne alongside Eva Ritzoff have been working really, really well together, and they reeled her back in, and then going into that the pontoon where they were feeding, the two of them were at the head of the race again. So I know Kerry-Anne likes to lead the way, but it seems to actually be working well for the pair of them to be side by side, taking on any of the sort of attacks that are being made. We saw Melissa Gorman earlier go for an attack and they reeled her back in. The same with Hayley Anderson. There's a bit of elbowing and jostling going on with the two of them as they sort of meander along a bit and maybe aren't completely in a straight line. But going into that feeding pontoon, they were leading. We'll see how it unfolds now as they start to come around one of the boys, because it is a bit of a jostling for position when they're taking their drinks and stop. And as you said earlier, they might go on their back for a couple of strokes. They can actually drink what they need to before they throw those bottles away. So we give it a little bit of a distance and things will start to settle into place again. But Kerry-Anne and Eva Ritzoff were working very well together.
She's not at a good station there, though, has she, Karen? Kerry-Anne Payne went into the station. It looked like there was some confusion. Usually the Brits are the best at this. You know, they usually go in very clean, quick swig on your back, and then you're back off swimming again. I think Kerry's lost about 4 or 5 places there on that feed-in station.
Well, how did that happen?
She was very far out into the lake and had to cut across in front of some swimmers, and because it's so close, there's so many of them, they were diving in and out of each other as she had to cut across, which would have slowed her down, and probably a few bumps along the way. Her feeding spot is right at the end of the pontoon, one of the last ones, so ideally the others will have stopped before she cuts across, but they're so bunched together. I mean, there's only one girl who's been dropped. It's chaos.
On the replay there, Ritzoff swam across the back of Kerry-Anne. Honestly, there's no
They're not polite girls once they're in the water.
I was trying to look at the words, trying to find the words to describe it. I'm worried about Hristov though from Hungary, because at the European Championship she got a silver medal on the 1500 freestyle, so she has obviously got speed and endurance. She hasn't got much experience in the open water. However, if she sticks to Kerry-Anne Payne, it could come down to a bit of a wagon race at the end.
And when you say, Karen, that Eva Hristov of Hungary and Kerry-Anne Payne of Great Britain are working together to reel back in anyone who swims a little bit ahead, what you mean by that is that they race a little bit faster to catch up with them.
Yeah, I think it's just helping being side by side, so it's not one person having to go on their own. They're not working together in terms of, there's not really, not like in cycling where you can help with drag, etc. But it is really very much about the two of them are side by side, and it's just egging them on. They're helping each other. They pick up the pace. They're working off each other's pace, and it's helping. But at the moment, Kerry-Anne, a bit in the middle of that bunch, she'll need to get herself out of the mix because she doesn't like being in there. She doesn't want people slowing her down, and she doesn't want anyone to make a break where she's stuck in the middle of that bunch. So as they come round the buoy and they have a clear water and a long stretch out in front, that's the time to start sorting yourself out and getting out of the way of the elbows and legs that are flying, and that's what Kerry-Anne's trying to do.
I'll tell you what, Hristov can't believe her luck here. She's out in front, she's got a good couple of metres on the pack behind her, but she's actually taken the time to look backwards. Where's Kerry-Anne Payne? Where's she gone? And now, you see, the problem for Hristov now is she's got to sight for herself. Yes. She's got to get to the next buoy. If you are not comfortable doing that, it's a hard thing to do. So I think she's looking back. I think she wants the rest of the field to catch her up.
And we talk about sighting as well. I should just mention, obviously in the pool on front crawl, the swimmers just turn to breathe to the side. But in a lake, even though this is quite narrow and you can't go a long way off course, they will every few strokes look forward just to check they're aiming in the right direction. They are heading towards the buoy so they can get really tight turns around it and don't waste any energy.
And I described it a little bit earlier for listeners about 10-15 minutes or so ago. It was like a noughts and crosses grid, if you imagine those are the swimmers in that grid. But now it's effectively two long strung out columns, isn't it, Steve?
Yeah, it's like a peloton. If you imagine a peloton on the Tour de France, it's looking more like that now. And Hristov's taken up. Victoria, have you seen the canoes? There are canoes that go about 200 yards in front of the group that shoe the swans.
Oh no, I didn't realise that.
Get the swans out of the way. I mean, I thought it was open water. I thought you had to take the whole environment, but we have swan shoers, and the canoes are there. Now this back straight here, it's about 800 metres. It's the same distance that Becky Addington won a bronze medal in and used to be Olympic champion on. It's a heck of a distance, and they are going round this course 6 times, so they're doing the 12 800-metre straights, then plus they have about 100 metres at each end. But Hristov can't believe her luck. Kerry-Anne Payne's in about 6, I think, there, Karen. She's got to work her way back to the front.
She is starting to move up the front, and you mentioned the 800 freestyle there. Well, this race at the moment is closer than the 800 freestyle in the pool is, and this is a 10k swim, but these guys will probably finish closer together than the top 8 swimmers in the 800 freestyle, which is quite remarkable and shows the level of elite swimmers that we have in this race. It's got to be the most talented bunch of swimmers I've ever seen, and when you look down at the stats of what these girls have achieved, it's quite incredible, and not just in open water but in the pool as well.
Yellow card there, Karen. Yellow card for Angela Maurer from Germany. She's been naughty. We don't know what she's done, but the yellow flag's gone up with the number 1 on there. She has got to behave herself now or she'll be out the race.
2 yellow cards and you get out of the
And that's early to have one, because if you're jostling and fighting in the closing stages, she'll have to be very careful or she'll be out. So that's quite early to be getting a card.
Okay, so now they are swimming right in front of us across this long 800 metres straight bit. That's a technical term, straight bit. And they've gone under that, under a sort of red small bridge, and they go past the pontoon where the photographers are, about 20-30 press photographers down there, and the 5-6 inflatable dinghies alongside, including the officials and the umpire. I didn't actually see the yellow card. That comes from the... Sorry, Karen.
Sorry, just to say, Kerry-Anne's up into 4th place, so she is chasing down to get back on terms with Eva Hristov. So they went through that checkpoint, Eva Hristov leading, but Kerry-Anne up into 4th place, and she's working hard there to get back on terms, get back in her little comfort zone at the front.
And how will Angela Maurer of Germany know she had a yellow card? Because you've got your head in the water.
So you may have heard whistles in the background.
No, I can hear in a helicopter, that's all, Steve.
Well, it might be a problem for the swimmers as well then. But there was a continuous whistle to try and get the attention. Boat comes alongside the swimmer to the side that they're breathing. Yellow flag, not card, they need a flag. Yellow flag goes up with a whiteboard with a number 1 on. So that shows that she is the swimmer with the infringement. But Eva Ristoff, she just looks so comfortable at the front. Kerry-Anne Payne in about 4th place.
OK, so who's 2nd and 3rd? Can you work out from the white hats?
I think Grimaldi, the Italian 23-year-old, is in 2nd place, and I think it was Angela Mora that was in 3rd. I'm not entirely sure before she obviously she's got the yellow card, but Kerry-Anne Payne actually has closed that gap considerably. She was right on the feet of the 2nd place swimmer there, Grimaldi, as we just got a close-up view. It's nice Kerry-Anne's wearing a blue hat for us, so she's a little easier to spot than some of the other swimmers, but Eva Ristoff still leading, and it's number, looks like that 13. I think that's Hayley Anderson who's in 2nd.
And in terms of that yellow card for the German swimmer, what might she have done to receive that penalty, Steve?
Well, you can pretty much bet me bottom dollar that there's been some physical contact, but intentional. So she's either shoved someone out the way, she's either elbowed someone. More than likely, it would have been going round the buoy at the bottom when we couldn't see. Yeah, just getting a little bit cheeky, a little bit fruity.
They might have a little yank on someone's foot as well. That's quite a normal one. So if you just reach out and instead of just doing an arm pull, you just might catch hold of someone's ankle and can almost bring someone to a standstill by doing that.
Kerry-Anne Payne struggles with the cold a little bit, so she's greased up her feet. So if anyone has a little yank on her foot, might work against them.
Their hands will slip off and be covered in gunk, you mean?
Yeah.
OK. Thank you. It's 5 Live at the Olympics. It's just after 1 o'clock. Good afternoon, Victoria Derbyshire in Hyde Park, as Great Britain's Kerry-Anne Payne goes for gold in the 10K open water swim. And Mark Chapman is at the XL Centre in Docklands, where Taekwondo is underway.
This is the Olympic Station.
An Olympic dream is realised.
London 2012.
On 5 Live.
Kerry-Anne Payne and the rest of the swimmers about halfway through their 10K open water race in the Serpentine. Karen Pickering, how's she doing?
Well, she's looking very good. She was off the pace a little bit after a poor feed at the pontoon, but she's back in contention. She's led for part of this race. She's in about 4th place, but it's very, very close.
She is favourite for gold coming into this race after claiming the world title for the 2nd time last year. If she does get a medal, it will take Team GB's swimming tally to 4. Their head coach has already said his swimmers have fallen short of expectations at the Games, but Liam Tancock, who came 5th in the Olympic final of the 100 metres backstroke, told us there were still some positives.
We might not have got all the medals that we wanted to, and what people strive for, but there's not that many medals out there. There's not many up for grabs, and the whole world's after them. But on a positive note, we had the best ever Olympics in terms of finalists. We're nearly in every final. We're actually 3rd on the final list table.
Here at the XL, Britain's Jade Jones is through to the last 8 of the under 57 kilogram category in Taekwondo. Martin Stamper through in the men's under 68 kilogram category. Team GB men's 4x4 relay team are through to the final, but Oscar Pistorius didn't get the chance to run.
And what an irony here as the South African athlete and the Kenyan collide before they get into the home straight, and so there will be no appearance of Oscar Pistorius in the 4x400 metre relay, just as he was about to pick up the baton.
And later on today on 5 Live, Britain's gold medal winning dressage riders are back in Greenwich Park today. It's the individual event, which starts at 2 o'clock. Plus, Great Britain's Nicola Adams aims to be the first woman boxer ever to win an Olympic gold medal. Her fight is at 4:30.
And then on Olympics Extra from 8 o'clock tonight, it's the 2nd men's hockey semi-final featuring Great Britain against the Netherlands.
Remember, you can catch every Olympic moment right here on 5 Live, and also over on our new digital radio station, 5 Live Olympics Extra. And if you miss it, catch up later on the BBC Sport website. This is the Olympic Station.
BBC Radio 5 Live. With the BBC News on 5 Live, I'm Rachel Hodges. The Royal British Legion says it's deeply concerned the MOD kept body parts and tissue samples from 30 soldiers killed in Afghanistan without telling their families. The Ministry of Defence is carrying out an urgent investigation. Police searching for the missing schoolgirl, Tia Sharp, have been looking through rubbish bins outside her grandmother's house. The 12-year-old left the property last Friday, telling relatives she was going shopping in Croydon.
Police investigating the death of the oil executive, Carol Waugh, are questioning a second man on suspicion of murder after the 50-year-old's body was found in a garage in Surrey last week. He's already been charged with conspiracy to commit fraud after money disappeared from Mrs. Waugh's bank account. The trial of Guy Kailai, the wife of a former Chinese politician, has ended after just one day. A court official said the evidence she killed her British business partner, Neil Haywood, was clear and sufficient. And a man arrested after a grandmother was subjected to waterboarding during a burglary at her home in Surrey has been released on bail. 73-year-old Françoise Janssen was tied up and tortured last week, and £150,000 worth of jewellery was stolen. That's the latest news. Will Parry's got the sport.
Rachel, thank you. Well, the Olympic Park's a little bit quieter today, with obviously nothing in the velodrome and just the synchronised swimming in the aquatic centre this afternoon. I'm down by the big screens where there are thousands, though, on the bank watching this 10-kilometre open water swim, and in around, 45, 50 minutes' time, this place would go absolutely wild if Kerry-Anne Payne can get on the podium. Well, Britain's 4x400-metre relay team of Nigel Levine, Conrad Williams and Jack Green, along with Martin Rooney, are into the final after finishing second in their heat. World silver medalist South Africa dropped out early on, which meant that Oscar Pistorius didn't get the chance to run. Jamaica also failed to qualify for the final. Ashton Eaton of the USA leads the decathlon after 7 events. Britain's Jade Jones is through to the last 8 of the under 57 kilogram category in the taekwondo after thrashing Serbia's Dragana Gladovic 15-1. Martin Stamper is also through in the men's under 68 kilogram. Light winds have delayed the start of the men's 470 medal race in Weymouth. Britain's Luke Patience and Stuart Bithell are guaranteed at least a silver there. Dressage, and Britain's Charlotte Desjardins is the favourite to take gold in the individual Grand Prix freestyle event. And that is underway actually at Greenwich Park. Laura Bechtolsheimer is the first British rider to go at 3:20 this afternoon. Rachel Cawthorne finished 6th for Great Britain in the canoe sprint K1 final. Paula Radcliffe hopes to undergo surgery at the end of this month on the foot injury which forced her to withdraw from the marathon at London 2012. Away from the Olympics, the future of Arsenal striker Robin van Persie remains in doubt as Sir Alex Ferguson admitted that negotiations have stalled with Manchester United. Plays underway at the US PGA Championship at the Ocean Course at Kiowa Island. Rory McIlroy and Tiger Woods teeing off their first rounds in the next half an hour.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
London 2012.
With Victoria Derbyshire and Mark Chapman.
7 minutes past 1. Good afternoon. Let's bring you some news. The Ministry of Defence say officials are working to contact 30 families after it emerged that body parts and tissue samples have been kept from soldiers who died in Afghanistan. Officials say 6 body parts and around 50 tissue slides have been kept by the Royal Military Police for investigation work after the service personnel died. Relatives should have been asked for their consent, but in these cases they weren't and were never told. Let's talk to our World Affairs correspondent Nick Childs. Tell us more about why the Royal Military Police would be keeping the parts and the samples.
Yes, well, according to the Ministry of Defence, this is a normal process. Tragically, of course, there have been something like just over 600 British military fatalities in both Iraq and Afghanistan. In every case, for the purposes of identification, for inquest purposes, and to some extent to allow further investigation of what actually happened in terms of, for example, bombs and roadside bombs, samples are taken. And what appears to have happened here, and I think what the MOD are essentially saying here, that in that process, or rather when that process is over, there should have been a process by which the families were contacted to find out what should happen to these samples, whether they should be returned to the families or respectfully disposed of. And it's that process that has broken down. In the case of, we think, some 60 samples, perhaps only 3 body parts. The rest samples we're talking about are things like tissue, like body fluids and things like that, that in 60 cases of samples, but as it turns out, probably only now, I think the MOD is confident, only now 30 personnel being involved. That clearly didn't happen. So that is where they are now scrambling, essentially, because of the potential distress to people involved, scrambling now to try and sort that out and inform those families.
And you've been hearing from the MOD?
Yes, well, I think precisely because of the potential upset involved, the MOD has been very much publicly apologising for this and saying that it's going to write to the families and hand-deliver letters seeking clarification on their wishes. And to underline that message of concern, the Assistant Chief of the General Staff, Major General James Everard, gave his comments.
I think my message is twofold. I mean, there was a hint in some of the newspapers that these parts, tissue samples, were being held for wider purpose. They weren't. These were just tissue samples that we had failed to recover post-inquest and deal with in line with the family's wishes. So it's a failure of process, nothing more than that. But we absolutely recognise that this will cause distress, and we're deeply sorry.
That was Major General James Everard, Assistant Chief of the General Staff, speaking this morning. We can talk now to Adrian Wheel, who is from the British Armed Forces Federation. It's an organisation that represents servicemen and women. Good afternoon, Mr. Wheel.
Good afternoon.
Tell us what response you are getting from bereaved families.
Well, certainly there is concern. For most of the families, I think losing a loved one has been a wound that they'd hoped had healed over, and in this case, clearly, there's now concern amongst many families that the body parts or the tissue samples come from their loved one, and they want it to be resolved as quickly as possible.
What is resolution for them?
Well, I think resolution will be clear communication from the Ministry of Defence to say that this is or is not part of your loved one. It's a very difficult situation. I think what we need to have, nobody's thinking that this is anything other than an honest mistake, but there needs to be clear communication from the Ministry of Defence to the families concerned so that they can put this behind them.
The Major General made it clear that the samples have been kept for investigations, not for any kind of research. Does that make any difference at all to the families you represent?
I'm sure that we don't represent families, we represent serving personnel, but we've been in contact with some families. I think there is no question that we think there is any sinister connotation to this. That's clearly not the case. But simply it just has to be resolved as quickly as possible, just for peace of mind.
Thank you very much for talking to us. That's Adrian Wheel from the British Armed Forces Federation, who represents servicemen and women.
Continues for the missing 12-year-old schoolgirl Tia Sharp, 6 days after she went missing from her grandmother's house near Croydon in Surrey last Friday. 5 Live's Leslie Ashmile is in New Addington for us this afternoon. Leslie, what's the latest on this investigation? There's a more visible police presence today, isn't there?
Much higher visible police presence. It's really the first time that I've seen them do fingertip searches of the garages around here. The bin collection was postponed on Monday. That has taken place today. It was postponed at the request of the police, and they very slowly have been walking around the bins being collected and fingertip searching all the bins in this really quite a large area around where Tia last was seen. They've also called in forces from other parts of the country, including those from West Yorkshire. Now, you remember that they investigated Shannon Matthews' disappearance. I should say that the police have stressed that we shouldn't read anything into that. It is routine that they call in other forces with some expertise, but I have seen a couple of officers from West Yorkshire Police here as well today.
Now, last night, Tia's grandmother's partner was questioned as a witness.
That's right, 37-year-old Stuart Hazel. They say that they interviewed him, that's how they put it. They talked to him for 2 hours. He wasn't arrested, he was allowed to go home, and they stressed that they really wanted him to clarify his statement. We remember that he was the last person to see Tia on Friday lunchtime when he said she told him that she would be back around 6.
You mentioned some of the police methods. What are the people in the local community saying then about the way the investigation has been handled?
Well, they're much happier today, I can tell you. There's been a lot of frustration here. They really wanted to start helping in the search. The police didn't want them to do that in case, of course, they disrupted any forensic evidence. But they really were frustrated, and maybe they felt actually that because of the Olympics, the operation wasn't urgent enough to begin with.
We thought there wasn't enough people up here. But now they've pulled some people off the Olympics to deal with this, which I think is more important. So at the end of the day, there is a 12-year-old child still missing. My daughter's played with her. So, yes, I'm very concerned.
Right now, everybody's scared, even though there's police around. We won't let the kids out. We feel like that if we lost one, it's down to the public only to find her, because there isn't enough police around, because they're elsewhere doing the Olympics.
It's Leslie Ashmell talking to residents of New Addington as the search continues for the missing 12-year-old schoolgirl Tia Sharp. Now, the trial of the wife of a prominent Chinese politician who's accused of murdering the British businessman Neil Heywood has ended in China after just 1 day. A court official says Gu Kai-lai didn't contest the charge that she poisoned Mr. Heywood last November, although a verdict in the trial is yet to be announced. Our correspondent John Sudworth was at the court in the eastern Chinese city of Hefei. John, the hearing lasted just 7 hours, so take us through what was heard in court.
Well, we were not expecting, because of the serious questions this case poses about corruption and cover-up at the highest echelons of the Chinese state, to be given access to the court. And we weren't surprised this morning when we turned up. All of the foreign media kept outside. We did see 2 British diplomats entering the court. That was as expected. The British Embassy had been told it would be given access because, of course, Neil Heywood was British. But we have seen pictures on Chinese state TV. The Chinese TV cameras were allowed in. We've seen Gu Kai-lai standing in the dock looking pretty calm and composed. 3 judges, as is the normal procedure in a Chinese court, hearing the evidence. No witnesses called, we understand it, and also we understand that Gu Kai-lai wasn't allowed to appoint her own lawyers. None of that particularly surprising in the Chinese context, and not really that surprising either that it's ended so quickly. And it seems now that her conviction on these charges is merely a foregone conclusion.
Although, despite the fact that Gu Kai-lai didn't contest the charge, and there was a press conference after the trial that announced that the evidence against her was clear and sufficient, we don't yet have a guilty verdict, do we?
We don't. Certainly the statement given, and again, this shows the unusual nature of this case, that there was this press conference and this statement released didn't use that term, but it made it pretty clear, as you've said, that which way the court is reading this evidence. The only, I think, unknown thing now is whether or not Gu Kai-lai will escape the death penalty, which she could quite conceivably be given for this crime. The suggestion is that if all of this is really about serving the interests of the Communist Party, and that they now have decided to clear up this huge political scandal, they need Gu Kai-lai's conviction, guilty or not. It may also suit their purposes not to have her killed. That may be seen as a step too far and may invite further controversy and adverse publicity. So it may be that they're looking for an excuse to convict her, imprison her, but may stop some way short of killing her. And we will know that, of course, when we hear the sentence, which is, we're told, to come at some point in the future, but the date yet to be announced.
Because this case has caused such a huge political scandal in China and claimed the career of Gu Kai-lai's husband, Bo Xilai, what have been the wider ramifications then, John?
Well, the interest is all because of her husband and that connection. It's impossible to understate just how important a man he was. He was a member of the Politburo before this scandal erupted, one of the 25 most senior politicians in China. It caused huge damage. At one point, we had the sight of his chief of police going to the US embassy to report this murder and to allege cover-up. We had Bo Xilai being criticised, it seemed, by the Chinese Premier Wen Jiabao at the party Congress earlier this year. For China, a real political mess and a real scandal, given that the way politics is normally managed here by men in grey suits with very calm authority. This has been seen as a disaster, and clearly what the Communist Party needs to do now is move on, particularly given it has a very important leadership handover coming later this year. And it looks like this trial is the first step in that process. What we don't yet know is what happens to Bo Xilai, although most people think his career is certainly finished.
But are the Chinese people expressing any opinion on this trial? Because I'm assuming there could be a possibility that she's seen as a victim of a political struggle here among the top echelon of China's leaders.
It's possible. Chinese people are well aware of the way there is this big overlap between justice and politics here. And there's no doubt about it, the couple, certainly in their home city of Chongqing, enjoy enormous popular support. He was a very popular politician, using a mix of anti-corruption, which was, of course, popular, as well as a move to revive old communist values, which also went down very well amongst a certain sector of the population. Interestingly, though, here in Hefei, where the trial is being held, partly we think because of its distance and its remove from the potential for malign influence. If you speak to people on the streets here, very few people know the trial is happening. Few people have even heard of Gu Kailai. They know well who Bo Xilai is. And I think that's the way the Chinese authorities would like this to stay. This is being carefully managed, carefully choreographed, and the state media so far has been reporting only the scantest of details about this case. And I think the party hopes they can close it down and move on pretty speedily.
That's our correspondent John Sudworth in the eastern Chinese city of Hefei.
It's 1:20. We are almost 3/4 of the way through this 10k open water swim. Bob Ballard, update us on where everybody is.
They have just gone past us at the moment, Victoria, with 2 more laps of the Serpentine to go. 4 of 6 completed, and still leading is the Hungarian Abel Reshtov. Martina Grimaldi of Italy in second place, and Hayley Anderson in third. So at the moment, Karen Pickering, where is Kerry-Anne Payne?
Well, she was about 5th going through that the marker there, the time check at that point. She's had to work really hard to try and get back on terms with the leaders. She obviously lost time at one of the feeding pontoons. I'm not entirely sure she stopped at the last feeding pontoon. Maybe didn't want to make the same mistake. A bit risky not taking on fluids if that is what she did. Eva Ritsoff spent so much of the race with Kerry-Anne by her side, is out on her own leading the way with a little pack of swimmers, a lot of dangerous swimmers in that mix though, including the 20-year-old American who made a move earlier in the race, and that's Hayley Anderson, and of course Melissa Gorman as well. But Kerry-Anne won't like it where she is at the moment. She's getting bumped around. She's right on the shoulder of Melissa Gorman, right on the feet of Martina Grimaldi. It's a bumpy, wavy place to be. She'll be looking for ways to get out of that mix, get into some clear water and start to chase down Eva Ritsoff and maybe use her to go alongside. We have had one swimmer pull out, the South African swimmer Jessica Roux, who was off the pace. She has now pulled out of the swim.
It must be said, Kerry-Anne Payne, when she does well, when she wins races, does it from the front and people have to chase her. She doesn't like being in a pack. She doesn't like having to battle and kick and scrape her way through. But she is in a pack of about 6 or 7 that aren't too tailed off. And Ritsoff hasn't yet broken the rest of the field. There's only about 2 or 3 body lengths, but she does seem to have got a little bit more stamina, a bit more steam and a bit more pace, and is pulling away. She's looked very strong in this. Of course, she's done a range of discipline, a butterfly swimmer, an IM swimmer, a freestyle swimmer, but she was disqualified last year at the World Championships in Shanghai. She'll want to make sure, this is obviously the best way to race it, so she's not interfering with anybody else. She is clear, but she's not that far clear, and there's still plenty of time, probably about another, 35 minutes maybe in this race still to go, and it could change. The complexion will change a lot, I'm sure, between now and about 5 to 2.
Kerry-Anne Payne's fiancé David Carey, fellow British swimmer, earlier telling us that Kerry-Anne Payne doesn't like conflict in the water or out of the water. That's how she likes to live her life. Jessica Roux of South Africa, you just talked about her pulling out, and what that actually means is she gives up, she flags over an inflatable dinghy, is pulled onto it, and then is taken over to the side. I mean, that's just exhaustion, I assume, Bob.
Well, and also the fact that she wasn't in contention there, Victoria.
It must be more than that. You don't just think, oh, I'm not going to win, I'm going to get out now, do you?
No, I mean, you wouldn't think, I'm not going to win, I'm not going to do it, but she was there was a pack of the 23 other swimmers. She swam most of that race on her own. There may be a point at which the race officials say, you're too far behind, we can't look after you, we have to make sure if the race is coming back round again for safety reasons, they might have got her to stop as well. But probably if she was struggling that much, she's way off the pace, she probably would be struggling for physical reasons.
And we should point out also there are quite a few swimmers in this race who do 25k, not just 10, so we imagine they will be the ones at the back end of the race who will come with a bit of a spurt.
Okay, so Jessica Roux is out, so that means there are 23 3 swimmers left in the water. Eva Ritsoff of Hungary is leading at the moment. Kerry-Anne Payne of Great Britain in about 5th place. Steve Parry, where are you?
Well, I'm starting to wander around, Victoria, because I'm so nervous. I mean, I've never seen Kerry-Anne Payne in 5th place. But as you say, 4 laps done, and I've come across some British swimmers. I've got Ross Davenport next to me, double Commonwealth gold medalist. Ross, should we be concerned about the positioning here?
I don't think so. I think she would like to be out in front right now, but we were just talking a minute ago. There's still 3k to go. It's a massive amount of time, and she's probably got 40 minutes of swimming left. So not too worried that she's in 5th place at the minute, but it's like I said, there's a long way to go.
And Gemma Spofford's here as well, world record holder on 100 backstroke. Gemma, you've been watching the whole race so far. Do you have any inside track into Kerry-Anne Payne's tactics here at all?
I don't know about her tactics, but she's definitely been looking really good in the pool. We started to finish up in the pool, and she's still doing a lot of laps down there, and she's looking really good. So hopefully she can hold on here and just bring it home in the end.
Tell you what, Victoria, we've got to see that move soon. I think one of the places to make it be going around the turns. She often makes moves on these turns. They've only got 4 opportunities of that per lap, so she needs to make it soon.
Thank you for the moment. Let's talk to the German doctor who is looking after Angela Mora, who is in the water, 37-year-old Angela Mora of Germany, and his name is Volker Dotzel. Hello, good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon.
So your role is what today?
Today I have to take care that everything is okay, that Angela can start in good conditions, and if anything happens, to be there to help her.
And are you talking about sunstroke or exhaustion or?
Yeah, for example, but I think it's not a problem here in London. Last year in Shanghai with much more heat and the water was much warmer. We got there 32, 31 degree, and here it's about 20. So I think the race will cause no problems.
Sure. Okay, so no problems. But when a swimmer gets out, having swum for 2 hours over 10 kilometres, what do they need immediately in terms of sustenance?
They need something to drink, some carbohydrates, but they also take carbohydrates all over the race. And of course, they have to rest, a lot to rest. And
understatement of the year.
And yesterday I checked the medical center, as I did all the time, and I was very surprised because Charlie, the manager of the medical center, showed me what they had. Because I want to know what I have to need it, and I need nothing. It's perfect here. Right. Very good, organized, and I'm happy.
Good. And well, we're glad that we're happy that you're happy. What are the fluids that the swimmers drink either on their front or on their back as they're going round in this race?
Most swimmers got their own, but they get carbohydrates in this. So they got the energy for fast energy, because proteins take too long and the body will need more energy to get the energy out of the protein.
So it's got to be something quick.
Yeah. Quick carbohydrates.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much. Thank you for talking to us, and thanks for your patience as well. Volker Dotzel, who is the doctor for the German swimmer Angela Mora. Bob?
It's a bit like the animals going in 2 by 2, Victoria. Look, there's 2 side by side, 2 side by side, another 2 side by side, and amongst those 2 side by sides are Kerry-Anne Payne, who is in the chasing pack, and I think visibly it looks like Eva Ritsoff is being wheeled in. We've got another casualty. Poliana Okimoto of Brazil is being taken out of the race, and in a distressed condition as well.
Yep, she didn't look too good. She's being wheeled off. Obviously, it's very hot here, but the water is very cold, and this is a tough race. So I'm sure we'll update if we hear anything more. But there's plenty of people here to look after the swimmers should they have any problems. But Eva Ritsoff still at the head of the race, and Kerry-Anne Payne's found a new friend to swim side by side with. That is Hayley Anderson. So the two of them now very close together, side by side. She'll be able to see Ritsoff up ahead. There's probably only about 2 or 3 seconds separating the first or 6 swimmers at the moment.
Yeah, they can't drop the pack. There's almost like 2 packs behind the leader. Ritsoff has about a 2 to 3, maybe 4 body length advantage, and then a pack of 2s, 3 of them, including Kerry-Anne Payne in the second one.
And there's David Cameron on the big screen watching this race with David Carey, Kerry-Anne Payne's fiancé, and Rebecca Adlington.
Yep, great to have support here. I know it's a big day for swimming. It's one of the races we really have looked forward to, and obviously with Kerry-Anne Payne coming in as favourite, masses of support here at the Serpentine. It is such a tough race though, and we've mentioned it over and over. She may well be favourite coming into this, but every course is different with temperatures, with the way they swim it in loops, or whether it's just a straight swim, whether it's in a lake, whether it's in the sea. There's so many variables that every race is different, and these swimmers have to adapt.
So we have lost the South African Jessica Roux about 5-6 minutes ago. We've also lost now Brazil's Poliana Okimoto, taken away in a wheelchair. She looked absolutely exhausted, but that just shows you that the testing conditions and the endurance needed and the strength needed to even complete this race, never mind to win a gold medal in it. Mark?
I feel a bit here at the Taekwondo like I'm Kerry-Anne Payne and Colin Murray is my support staff, because he's just brought me a Cornish pasty to feed me. I'm assuming Cornish pasties aren't being fed by the support staff into the water for the swimmers, but he is providing a very similar service to me as Kerry-Anne Payne's support team is as well. Shall I move on?
Yeah, no. I was trying to think of some link between carbohydrates being given to swimmers here and the carbohydrates you're about to munch on, but I just can't do it.
Exactly. I just thought I'd paint a picture of the fuel that I'm putting into my body.
I'm not clever enough to come out with some witty retort. Sorry.
I tell you what. Let's pick everybody's spirits up with our favourite loudmouth Cockney, shall we?
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
London 2012.
With Victoria Derbyshire and Mark Chapman.
The Geiger counter of Olympomania is going to go zoink.
The Olympic Games are coming home.
One day we will tell our children and our grandchildren that when our time came, we did it right.
I declare open the Games of London, celebrating the 30th Olympiad of the modern era.
The venues are ready, the stadium is ready, the aquatic centre is ready, the velodrome is ready, the security is ready, the police are ready, the transport system is ready, and our Team GB athletes are ready, aren't they?
Come on then, big man, who's ready today?
I tell you, we are ready, and it's been a long wait. Women's boxing, flyweight final. Nicola Adams has been through it all. She followed her fighting heart to London from Leeds 4 years ago with a suitcase, a gum shield, a breast protector and an Olympic dream. She lived in a King's Cross hostel, fighting at night. In August 2009, women were finally allowed in. Adams was our star. She moved to Haringey Police and Community Club, and the club found her fights overseas. She was learning, boxing in tournaments, losing and winning and getting better. It was a hard road, no funds at that stage. It has changed. World Championship silvers, European golds, and today at 4:30 she fights her cold-eyed nemesis, Can Ren of China. It's gold medal time, history time, Nicola time, day 13. We did it right, trust me.
Our boxing team of Steve Bunce and Darren Fletcher and Lennox Lewis are going to come to the medal party today for Team GB. Very interestingly, in the last few minutes, and we might try and get some reaction to this from our athletics team if we can, but Oscar Pistorius has tweeted, "It's on," in capital letters. "We in the final in capital letters. Team management protested as a Fency was taken out, and we have been given lane 9. Thank you, Lord. Emotional roller coaster." This was because in the 4x400 metres, as Oscar Pistorius was waiting to take the baton to run, I think it was the third leg, the South African runner collided with a runner from another team and ended up being knocked over. So the baton was never actually passed to Oscar Pistorius, and that was the end of the race for the South African team. But judging by Pistorius's tweet, they have protested, and they will now be in the final with South Africa in lane 9. If we get any more of that, we will hear from our athletics team. Let's go to the rhythmic gymnastics show next at Wembley. Alison Mitchell.
I've just watched Francesca Jones, Frankie Jones, go in her second routine with the hoop. 24.2 she scores there, which is again an improvement on her world champs. She was down in 21st out of the 24 after her performance with the ball. She's changed leotards, a black and silver spangling outfit, and the apparatus always seems to be coordinated with the leotard. So we saw her performing with a bright pink ball to go with the purple leotard in the first routine, and then a black and silver hoop to match her in the second. So 24.2. She's got 2 more routines to do tomorrow before it'll determine the placings. You need to be in the top 10 for the final, so she's not looking as if she's challenging for that at the moment. It said 21st after the ball. We have seen a few girls lose control of their hoops, Mark, as they roll away. They have to quickly gather and scamper to retrieve them. You lose marks for that, but Frankie Jones, nice and clean and neat in her routine, warmly received.
Good stuff, Alison. Thank you very much. Mark Chapman and Victoria Derbyshire on 5 Live until 2 o'clock, and then Peter Allen and Colin Murray take over. It's 26 minutes to 2. Time for the news.
On digital radio, digital TV, mobile and online.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
With the BBC News on 5 Live, I'm Rachel Hodges. The Royal British Legion says it's deeply concerned the MOD kept body parts and tissue samples from 30 soldiers killed in Afghanistan without telling their families. The Ministry of Defence is carrying out an urgent investigation. Police searching for the missing schoolgirl Tia Sharp have been looking through rubbish bins outside her grandmother's house. The 12-year-old left the property last Friday, telling relatives she was going shopping in Croydon. Police investigating the death of the oil executive Carol Waugh are questioning a second man on suspicion of murder after the 50-year-old's body was found in a garage in Surrey last week. He's already been charged with conspiracy to commit fraud after money disappeared from Mrs. Waugh's bank account. The trial of Gu Kailai, the wife of a former Chinese politician, has ended after just 1 day. A court official said the evidence she killed her business partner Neil Haywood was clear and sufficient. And a man arrested after a grandmother was subjected to waterboarding during a burglary at her home in Surrey has been released on bail. 73-year-old Françoise Janssen was tied up and tortured last week, and £150,000 worth of jewellery was stolen. That's the latest news. Will Parry's got the sport.
Rachel, thank you. Well, there's not long to go then in this women's 10-kilometre open water swim race, and the crowds down here by the big screen in Olympic Park are filling up to watch it on the big screen and hopefully cheer Kerry-Ann to either a gold, a silver or a bronze this afternoon. Hopefully on the podium. This place will go wild in about 15-20 minutes time if that's the case. And let's bring you up to date with what's happened so far. The GB quartet of Nigel Levine, Conrad Williams, Jack Green and Martin Rooney came second in their heat of the men's 4x400 metre relay to progress into the final. A double amputee, Oscar Pistorius, didn't get the chance to run for world silver medalist South Africa as they dropped out early on and failed to finish, although we do have confirmation now that South Africa have been advanced after a successful appeal. Taekwondo, and Britain's Jade Jones and Martin Stamper are through to the quarter-finals. Jones, the 2011 world silver medalist, fights Mayu Hamada of Japan in the under 57 kilogram class at 3 o'clock this afternoon. In the men's under 68 kilogram, Stamper faces Serbia's Damir Fejcic at around 3:45. Light winds have delayed the start of the men's 470 medal race in Weymouth. Britain's Luke Patience and Stuart Bithell are guaranteed at least a silver today. Dressage, and Britain's Charlotte Dujardin is the favourite to take gold in the individual Grand Prix freestyle event, which is underway at Greenwich Park. Laura Bechtolsheimer is the first British rider to go at 3:20. Away from the Olympics, the USPGA Championship is underway at Kiawah Island. Some of the leading names in the sport already out for their first rounds. Good afternoon, Conor McNamara.
Yes, good morning from here. It's 8:37 in the morning, and a good start for Northern Ireland's Rory McIlroy and Scotland's Martin Laird, both of whom have birdied their opening holes here in South Carolina, the venue of the famous Ryder Cup War on the Shore in 1991. It's the first time a golf major has been played here, and what is regarded as one of the toughest courses in America, certainly the longest yardage course there's ever been in major history. Well, Tiger Woods has just begun his opening round in the past couple of minutes. Woods spoke yesterday of his hope to participate at Rio de Janeiro in 4 years' time, when golf, of course, rejoins the Olympic roster for the first time in over a century.
Conor, thank you. We'll, of course, keep you right up to date from the USPGA Championship throughout the afternoon here on 5 Live. And Stoke say defender Robert Huth has been diagnosed with the mildest form of viral meningitis following further tests in hospital. He'll be out of action for at least 2 weeks.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
London 2012.
With Victoria Derbyshire and Mark Chapman.
So, in the last few minutes, we found out that South Africa and Oscar Pistorius will run in the 4x400 metre relay final tonight, despite crashing out in the heat when Ofense Mogoana was impeded basically by one of the Kenyan runners, knocked over, which meant the baton never even got past to Oscar Pistorius to run the third leg. We spoke to him earlier on, Oscar's dad Henke, and when we phoned you just, 2 or 3 minutes ago, Henke, you didn't actually know that South Africa were back in and that your son would run in the final. So now we've told you that news. What do you feel?
Absolutely delighted. And I'm really, really pleased that the guys who've been working very hard for 4 years is going to get time to deliver their goods. I'm proud of the organisers who allowed that, and happy, of course.
Did you manage to talk to Oscar after the semi-final?
Certainly not. This is not a time to speak to athletes that's been disappointed in this way. They have their own emotions to deal with, and I probably wouldn't speak to Oscar for a number of days.
The IAAF, Henke, have said that the South Africans will run in lane 9 tonight. They've agreed to advance the team, even though they did not finish the race, considering that they had been severely damaged in the incident with Kenya. Do you think that's fair?
But the race is not tonight. The race is tomorrow night.
Yeah, sorry, tomorrow night.
Tomorrow night, yeah. They're going to run in lane 9.
Yes.
Well, it's not the best lane, but it's certainly better than lane 1 for Oscar as far as the turning is concerned, and turning without ankles makes it very, very difficult in lane 1.
And hopefully, Henke, we can find you a ticket in some way for the final.
Well, I will certainly owe you more than one beer.
Henke, thank you very much. Henke Pistorius, father of Oscar Pistorius. South Africa will now run in the 4x400 metre final. We are going to talk more taekwondo in just a second, but first of all, let's nip back to the open water swimming. Bob Ballard.
Yeah, getting tight between the leader and second place. Just a second at the last lap marker for Eva Ristov of Hungary over the Italian Martina Grimaldi, and Anderson of the USA is about 3 seconds adrift. Carrie-Anne Payne in 5th at the last marker. She has some work to do, trying to come back on terms with Anderson, but she has one more lap to get into the medal positions, and 1 and 2 at the moment. There's a long way to go. Have been pretty much secured. Ristov from Grimaldi, they've got away from the chasing pack, and then there's a pack of about 5, which includes Carrie-Anne Payne.
Thank you very much. Let's say good afternoon to John Cullen. Afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mark.
Afternoon.
Nice to meet you.
Former team captain of Great Britain in Taekwondo, commentating for BBC Television during London 2012. That was a good morning, wasn't it? Particularly for Jade Jones. We've got Jade Jones through and Martin Stamper through into the quarterfinals in their respective categories. But Jade looked dominant.
Yeah, very much so, Mark. You spotted it there with the good headshots that Jade is kind of famous for within our sport. And to have the confidence to produce that here at the Olympic Games, no, she was excellent. And of course, she's a youth Olympic champion. A few matches to go before she can start to think about the real deal, but did really well.
Yeah, Jade, I think out of all the fights that we saw today, the only one to get it stopped, because is it once you go 12 points clear, then
absolutely
the other competitors put out of their misery.
Yeah, once you get past 12, it's a kind of superiority gap, and it's more in fairness in terms of safety for the other fighter, because that is a considerable gap to try and overcome. But Jade Jones, she has that potential. She has the ability to kick to the face, and that can be a game changer for her.
But for Martin Stamper, when we saw him, it was tense, it was tight, it was pointless after the first 2 rounds. He spoke to me afterwards about the chest guards. They have sensors in, and that's what recognises it. You know, if there's contact and you get a point. He was saying because they're brand new, they're a little bit more difficult to get the points recognised.
Sure, it's absolutely correct. It's like the mats are brand new out of the packet, so they're a little bit slippy. The body armours are brand new out of the packet, so they're harder to... What you need for...
So if you get a slightly softer, slightly older bit of body armour, it's easier to score points.
Yep, as the day goes on, then there is a very infinitesimal minor disparity in terms of who will score and who won't, but it's more about sustained impact and contact. So if you can get a good shot onto the body armour, it will register. And as much as there is small discrepancies, it is fair for both.
It's probably fair to say that a lot of people listening maybe don't know Stamper or Jade Jones that particularly well. The names they will have heard of in Taekwondo in the build-up to the Olympics, Lutayla Mohammed and Sarah Stevenson.
Yep.
We were told Aaron Cook was actually here today. He bought this is Aaron Cook, who got left out, world number one, instead of Lutayla Mohammed. We were told that he'd bought a 20 quid ticket in the cheap seats. He didn't want to talk to anybody, but he wanted to come and watch, which says a lot about him, says a lot about the sport. There's a lot of pressure on Lutayla Mohammed, isn't there, tomorrow?
Absolutely, and that was obviously the biggest story coming in, and it was all off the mat, and it was with the control of either athlete. And obviously you mentioned there, Aaron is deeply disconsolate and just distraught about the whole process and really reviewing his whole involvement with the British setup. But to have the courage and the tenacity to show up and just face it and try and watch it, it's hats off to him. But more important, Lutayla Mohammed, he's the man on the mat, and we have to focus on his efforts. And he's got not an easy draw. Tajikistan might, to the unknown observer, think, well, that could be easy, but it's not going to be that simple for him. So obviously the best of luck to him. A great athlete in his own right, and he'll be going for it.
You mentioned Tajikistan there. Jonathan Overend and myself earlier, who's commentating on the Taekwondo for 5 Live, we're discussing that with a lot of Olympic sports, there are certain blocks of the globe who are very strong, whether, I don't know, Eastern Europe, say, in water polo. But with the Taekwondo, it seems completely and utterly random. I mean, I've watched a fight here between a representative of Senegal and one from Finland.
Absolutely, and you just said it right there. It's the demographic spread is universal. We're very proud to have had the first Iranian female athlete competing in Beijing. She came into the mix. She had Rahula Nikpai from Afghanistan, young Munoz from Colombia yesterday. So there's no rhyme or reason as to why people win or don't. It's kind of like boxing. It's down to the individual. And now that Korea is obviously the motherland of the sport, and now that all the information has spread out to the international quarters, they now have the information and they have the athletes.
Sir Clive Woodward has tweeted this morning, the head coach of Team GB. Taekwondo, brilliant, awesome, athletic sport for girls and boys. These combat sports must leave the legacy for the kids at London 2012. Like boxing, he did this in 2 tweets, by the way, in case you wonder. Like boxing, privileged to be here. All sports could do this within their training. Athletic, balance, speed, flexibility.
Well, it's wonderful to receive such testimony from the man in charge, really. So it's great to have that praise, because we have known for many years that it is a unit, as you touched on yourself, it's universally accessible. It's a lot of fun, and hopefully it is exciting. Obviously, you're not going to get high-scoring matches all the time. It's kind of like football. You get the Italian football where the best teams cancel each other out. You get a couple of world champions in the first match. You're going to have a stalemate. But if you give it time, once the match heats up, you're going to see the very best of them.
I suppose it begs 2 questions then, Clive Woodward's tweet. If you're a football team, a cricket team, a rugby team, could you and should you incorporate Taekwondo into a training session?
I think it would do an awful lot of good for the athletes, because obviously it promotes flexibility both in mind and body. You have to be active, you have to think about different, you've always got a database of kicks or options running in your own mind. You have to have the physical flexibility to be able to execute that. And I think a lot of footballers particularly, they get a lot of hamstring problems, knee problems. Taekwondo is very good for strengthening those muscles. And in terms of fighting spirit, I know a lot of rugby guys get involved with the boxers to try and develop that tenacity. It would be no different with Taekwondo.
Some footballers more than others have problems staying on their feet, so if it does help balance, then maybe they should take up with it. And also, I'll come back. I've got one more question to ask you. Let's just update the swimming with Bob.
Yeah, Eva Christoph has made a break for it. She started to try and break the field, but Grimaldi, Mora, Anderson and Kerry-Anne Payne, Karen Pickering, all in that chasing group. And every time she makes a break or tries to make a break, they're reeling her back in again.
Well, they managed to reel in Grimaldi, who went with her, but the 3 medals look certain to come from those 5 swimmers. They're about 23 seconds or so ahead of the chasing group. So it's going to be a horrible sprint finish at the end for those medals. Kerry-Anne nicely placed. She's out of trouble, sitting side by side with Anderson of the USA, and it's very close, but Ritsoff is trying to move away.
Well, she only had a 1 second advantage going into the last lap. It's more than that now, and every time you look, it looks like she's just trying to ease away, but she hasn't lost the chasing pack yet, and there are 4 of them absolutely bunched together. The silver and bronze will probably come from that if Ritsoff doesn't blow up.
Thank you, Bob. Just for one final question, John Cullen. Jade Jones, we heard from her granddad. They were at a leisure centre. They tried various things. He took her into a room where the taekwondo was taking place, and that's how it started. People listening to us now, whether it's adults or kids or whatever, if they wanted to go to their local taekwondo club, obviously there's a lot of kit involved. Would you expect the local taekwondo club to be providing the guards and the shin pads and the body armour?
I think in terms of competing at the elite level, you don't really need that stuff until a little bit later on in your development. So when you show up on day one, all you need is loose-fitting tracksuit bottoms, comfortable t-shirt and a willingness to learn, and any martial artist, any club in the local area would welcome them.
Listen, thank you very much for joining us. John Collins, part of our TV team, former Great Britain Taekwondo captain. I'm sure we will talk to him more during the course of the Taekwondo tournament here at London 2012. Let's get a little bit more on what's gone on with the South African team and Oscar Pistorius, and the fact that they are, well, actually the relay, the heat had nothing to do with Oscar Pistorius. It was two other athletes that collided. But what's the latest you have, Sonia McLaughlin?
Well, I mean, this is why we enjoy watching relays, isn't it? They always provide drama, they always provide excitement, and one of the abiding images for me was Oscar Pistorius stood on the track with the baton, well, not with the baton, waiting to get the baton in his hand as running the third leg for South Africa in Heat 1 this morning, and having to watch as his teammate, Ofitense Magwane, collided with a runner from Kenya and hit the ground really hard. There was no way he was going to get up and carry on running. And so we were left with the result that Oscar Pistorius effectively was not going to get to run in the relay here. South Africa then went to the authorities here at London 2012 and they put in a protest because they felt that they had been significantly impeded in that Heat 1 of the men's 4x4. They have won that appeal. So it means now that Oscar Pistorius and his teammates will get a chance to run in the final of the men's 4x4, and they will run in lane 9. So it means that effectively, even though they didn't finish the race, they had good grounds to appeal and they will go through to the final. So we will end up with 9 teams in the final of the men's 4x4 with Oscar Pistorius. And that's also significant for the overall outcome of this event, because South Africa, they were world silver medalists in Daegu a year ago. They have a very, very strong team, and it's not beyond the bounds of possibility that they could now go on and actually win a medal.
Also, it's going to make the handover even more chaotic now when there are nine teams involved.
I know, and that's the irony of this, Mark, is that the IAAF had said that they wanted Oscar Pistorius to run on the opening leg in this relay in case he caused a problem at some point in all the melee and the mayhem, and actually it happened on a completely different leg altogether, because that's 400-metre relay running.
And Oscar Pistorius has tweeted in the last few minutes, I will be up on the third leg tomorrow for the final. Really can't wait. We're reaching the conclusion of the open water swim, aren't we, Victoria?
Yes, and let me just remind listeners that the World Championships in July last year, Great Britain's Kerry-Anne Payne won the world title in 2 hours, 1 minute and 58 seconds. So far, they have been swimming for 1 hour, 52 minutes and 16 seconds. So we are going to bring you the climax of this race with Bob Ballard and Karen Pickering. But first, Steve Parry, just to let listeners know that Eva Richthof of Hungary is in the lead. Martina Grimaldi of Italy is second. Kerry-Anne Payne about fifth, we think, at the moment. Steve, where are you? On the pontoon, what can you see?
Yeah, well, I was down on the pontoon watching the guys come through before the last lap, and I tell you, you cannot pick up from your television set how physical it is. You cannot do more than 3 arm strokes without bashing somebody else. Kerry hates that. I feel she's getting a little bit blocked out at the moment in probably equal 4th position. She really needs to make a move now, make sure she can get some clear water and use the speed to her advantage, because that break has come at the front now. Gold's going to get away from her unless she can really make a move in the next couple of minutes.
So Bob Ballard, Eva Richthof of Hungary is in the gold medal position. What about silver, bronze and the rest?
Well, you got to say the gold at the moment, unless something remarkable happens, is going to go to Richthof, Grimaldi and then Mora. You were speaking to her doctor a little earlier on. Third place at the moment. Haley Anson's in that pack and Kerry-Anne Payne is fifth, but there's nothing to choose between 2, 3, 4 and 5 at the moment. But Kerry-Anne Payne needs to make a decisive burst and she hasn't got long in which to do it.
Those girls definitely were making their burst there. They were absolutely going for it. They've gone past the last speeding pontoon. They're going up towards the buoy. They're going to turn round and come up towards the finishing straight. It's about 800 metres, so hard to imagine that is going to be a finishing sprint. But one of the girls has broken away. I think it might be Grimaldi. Can't tell at the moment, but she is desperately trying to reel in Eva Ritsoff. They are very, very close. I think they were just, Kerry-Ann was just managing to drop Angela Mora at that point, but they do tend to go into a single line as they go round the buoys, which is a much more efficient way of going round the buoys, and then they bunch up again. So we're trying to see exactly what the lead is that Eva Ritsoff has, but they're certainly trying to make a move on her now, and it looks like that gap might be starting to close down, and we're going to see a sprint finish down the final stretch. It is a very, very close 10-kilometre race, and you don't want in the closing stages to have to finish with a sprint, having gone so far, put so much effort in this cold water but this hot day, and it's very, very close. But Kerry-Ann Payne's still in the mix.
It's frightening the life out of the wildlife. The ducks are hoping for a nice quiet day on the Serpentine, finding their water has been dispersed quite a bit by some women coming through at quite a pace. Now, visibly, we can see the lead is shrinking between Eva Ritsoff and the rest of the pack. Grimaldi in second, Mora in third, Anderson fourth. Kerry-Ann Payne has still not moved up from that fifth place. She's not making the inroads yet, but she's not a million miles away. And this is the annoying thing. They are closing in on Ritsoff, but she's not closing in fast enough, and she's at the back of the pack, Kerry-Ann Payne.
Actually, to look at, I think it's Kerry-Ann Payne who's in fourth, looking at the swim stroke. I'm not certain, but she looks like she's in fourth place. She's going up the outside of Anderson. Ritsoff's still ahead, and it's Kerry-Ann Payne starting to make a move on the outside.
Well, we know that she's got pace. She does 800, she does 1500, but so too does the leader, who was the European silver medalist earlier on this year in Debrecen. And if the crowd can get Kerry-Ann Payne going, they are starting to get her going. She's really starting to extend those arms and kick those legs, and Ritsoff hasn't got it all her own way now. But that gap is still big, it's sizable, and isn't being eaten to in the kind of margins we want to see.
Kerry-Ann Payne looks to be still in fourth place, but it is so close in these stages. These girls are absolutely powering on the leg kicks now. Earlier on in the race, you see the legs just trail. They don't use them until they absolutely have to, because it just wastes too much energy from the biggest muscles. But the girls now, they're spreading out across the whole of the finishing straight, and it is just an out-and-out sprint now to the finish. They'll be able to see the red marker, which is the finish line. They have to reach up to touch the scoreboard, and it looks now Hayley Anderson is getting right back on terms now with Eva Ritsoff, the two of them at the front of the field, and Kerry-Ann Payne fighting to get into that bronze medal position. But Hayley Anderson, Eva Ritsoff, really nothing between these two girls.
The finishing line is in sight. Ritsoff, who has dominated this race, has Anderson coming back. Kerry-Ann Payne, what have you got left? Have you got a chance of getting into a medal? It could be side by side here between Ritsoff and Anderson. Absolutely nothing to choose between them. They've done nearly 10 kilometres of swimming, and Kerry-Ann Payne's trying to get in the mix for a bronze. Ritsoff, Anderson, side by side, still Ritsoff, but she's starting to tie up amazingly in this 10k race. Still Ritsoff, there's going to be nothing between first and second. Where's the blue cap of Kerry-Ann Payne? We're looking for it to emerge through. Last few metres, Karen.
Yeah, Kerry-Ann Payne still in fourth place. She's eyeing up that bronze medal position, but coming in for gold. Who is going to hold on for it? And it looks like it is Eva Ritsoff, who's going to touch first ahead of Hayley Anderson. And Kerry-Ann Payne has to settle for fourth place, so close on those final stages. It was nothing separating her for third place. They will do a photo finish to make sure. They won't confirm till they know for sure, but in the closing stages there, Bob, at the end of 10k, how close was that?
Well, you have to say that is an incredibly gutsy swim by Eva Ritsoff, who took it out, was being reeled in. She only led by a second going into that last lap. She started to open it up. They started to come back at it as we expected they would. What a burst there from Hayley Anderson for the USA, and Grimaldi in third. But Kerry-Ann Payne was in fifth for so long on that last lap. Just found a burst at the end, managed to drop Angela Mora into fifth place. but it will be a photo. The gap in the end between first and second is 0.4 seconds, and the gap, listen to this, between bronze and fourth, half a second between Grimaldi in the bronze and Kerry-Anne Payne in fourth. You have just won a race that's lasted 1 minute and 57 seconds, and you finished out of the medals by half a second.
Yeah, and the tough thing about that is that she'll look back and think maybe that poor stop at the feeding pontoon will have cost her. She had to work so hard to get back on terms. It gave Eva Ritsoff the momentum to get out ahead, and fair play to Ritsoff. She swam the perfect race there. She used Kerry-Anne when she needed to, and then when she wasn't there, she led from the front, and she held off the challenge from that young American, Hayley Anderson, who was finishing like a train in the closing stages. She held her off to take a fantastic gold medal, but heartbreak for Kerry-Anne Payne. A really tough race for her, but fourth place.
Fourth place. OK, Kerry-Anne Payne will be coming through the mixed zone at some point. This is the area where all the athletes come through. Just so close, Steve Parry, to that bronze medal winning place, wasn't it?
Well, the first thing to say is, how can a 10-kilometre swimming race that takes 2 hours be so close? I mean, it is an amazing event to watch. In 2008, when this event was introduced, I thought, well, it's going to be a bit of a damn squib, you know what I mean? Nothing's going to happen. But they work so hard for so long, and it always ends up being so close. But agonising for Kerry-Anne Payne. You know, she's won the World Championships twice in the last Olympic cycle. She comes in here as the favourite, but that time, 1 minute and 57 seconds, 1 hour and 57 minutes, that's extremely fast swimming. Anything under 2 hours for a 10-kilometre open water swim is fast, but 1:57, and Ritsoff she took it on. She deserved that victory, but you know, she is one of the household favourites, Kerry-Anne Payne, and she's done exceedingly well over the last couple of years. I can't imagine, Victoria, that she won't be disappointed at that.
Well, we will talk to her hopefully in a few moments' time, if she wants to talk to us on 5 Live, of course. Eva Ritsoff of Hungary. I mean, she led for much of the way, and for quite a bit of the race, Kerry-Anne Payne was right alongside her, wasn't she?
Yeah, I mean, it'd be interesting to get Kerry-Anne's thoughts, because remember the feeding station on like the 3rd or 4th lap, when she went from winning to going to 5th or 6th, and I think, you know, we've talked about it a lot coming into the race. She doesn't like the physicality, she doesn't like the conflict, and she was then blocked out by the 3rd and 4th place swimmers for a lot of the way around. So, you know, I do think that was where the race turned for her, and unfortunately she didn't get any clear water to use the speed, which is a strong point on the end of that 10k.
Got to talk about Hayley Anderson of the USA, who has won silver here today in the 10k open water swim, because she wasn't in the top 5, certainly coming into the last 800. No, sorry, she was in the top 5. She was 4th, wasn't she? And then she overtook Martina Grimaldi of Italy, didn't she, in the last few hundred metres?
Yeah, I mean, Hayley Anderson, she's an interesting one. She coached at the Trojan Swim Club, and people might be familiar with Rebecca Sonny, who broke the world record last week on the 200 breaststroke. Very much a pool background, and the Americans, they've really done it in the swimming pool. They won 12 gold medals in the swimming pool, and they come out here in the open water, and another young girl, but does it again with Hayley. So well done to her. And I tell you what, Victoria, we're going to have to sharpen our elbows in the media scrum, make sure we can get a chance to chat to Kerry-Anne Payne. We'll have to squeeze our way through, but I think I can see Kerry now talking to Claire Balding and our TV colleagues. Obviously she does look disappointed, but managing a smile. Be interested to see what she's got to say.
Bob, while we sharpen our elbows, Bob, you chat, yes?
Yeah, I was about to say, it kind of shows you, because we don't have 25k at Olympic level, that's only at world level, but I did say I expected maybe a couple of the 25k swimmers to come through, and Hayley Anderson's a good case in point. She was 4th in the 25k in Shanghai last year, so we knew she had endurance. We didn't quite know she had that speed, though, Karen, right at the back end.
No, but I mean, having said that, she at the World University Championships, she was a silver medalist in the 800 freestyle, so she has got that kind of speed. And I should mention that Ritsoff, who won, she actually competed in the pool at these Olympic Games. She was 13th in the 800 free, and a little bit lower down, 16th in the 400 freestyle as well. So she's come from the pool, used that speed, but obviously trained through that. She hasn't peaked for that time in the pool. She's managed to use that in the closing stages. So when it came to an out-and-out sprint at the end, she just had the edge on Hayley Anderson. And remember, earlier in the race, actually, Hayley Anderson tried to make a move. She was one of the swimmers who tried to get ahead of the field and had a little breakaway, but Ritzoff and Kerry-Anne Payne managed to reel that one in. But in the closing stages, very tall, the American girl. She used all that strength and power and length of those arm levers to help her down the closing stages, and very, very close race.
And what more of a motivational tool do you need than being disqualified at a World Championship? Eva Ritstoff was last year. You can imagine she's had 12 months to think about, right, I need to get back on the horse and do it, and she has done it, and that is such a gutsy way to swim that race. We've seen so often in the past that people just sneak it at the end after the hard work is done by somebody else, but she led the majority of that race. I was concerned, certainly going into that last lap, that she only led by a second and was being reeled in, but again, the reserve that she has, and again, that's really made up for all the heartache and sadness of being disqualified in Shanghai last year, and well, that's the gold she wanted to put around her neck. Just very sad that Kerry-Anne, in a race of that length, nearly 2 hours in the water, misses out by half a second. But will she come again? It's a question whether she wants to do it. There's so much hard work involved in just keeping yourself at the peak performance. And this event, Karen, has moved on so much over the years. We're seeing sort of 1,500 freestyle swimmers now converting to 10K more than not.
Well, it obviously made its debut in Beijing, and back then it really was filled with pool swimmers who thought, actually, you know what, I'm going to make the move now. Now it's an Olympic event. I'll think about doing open water swimming. But now you do get a lot of these swimmers who do have a pool background and swim occasionally open water, but they're much more focused on just doing open water. They have that as their background. That is what they're geared towards, and you're seeing the race change, and it is so much faster. But of course, ideal conditions here. Maybe the water a little bit colder than some of the athletes would like, but so smooth. Nice to do the circuits, almost like being in a swimming pool. Great support, a sunny day. It really was fantastic conditions here, and no wonder it was a fast time.
And you have to say the crowd were doing everything they could to raise Kerry-Anne and try and get her over the line in the top 3 places. She started to make up ground. Again, we always say had there been another 10, 15, 20 metres, perhaps she might have got that 3rd place. The crowd could not have done more to lift her spirits and try and get her to the line in 3rd place, but it just wasn't to be, and a real shame after dominating this event for the last few years that Kerry-Anne doesn't come away with the medal at all.
Of course, 4th place is so heartbreaking, and that time that she had actually is an indication of how close it was, because the pads that they have to touch are quite up high. They have to reach up to hit the boards to register their time, and the first time actually Kerry-Anne missed it and then had to re-hit it, so the time between 3rd and 4th was probably even closer than at first thought. Quite difficult at the end of 10 kilometres to reach up and hit those boards, but that's what they have to do, and they smack them very hard normally to make sure that they're not missed.
Just watching, sorry Bob, watching some of the athletes come through now, many with towels draped around their shoulders and around their waists, wiping their eyes as they take the goggles off their faces, and you can see the imprint of the goggles. We are awaiting Kerry-Anne Payne, but there's no sign of it yet. Quite a few of these smiling. I can't tell if some of them are just wiping tears away or they're just getting the rubbish out of their eyes, to be honest.
From up here, they actually don't look as exhausted as you'd expect them to be. They seem to be walking quite comfortably past, and that's partly because, of course, over a 10K, they do only use their legs really significantly in the closing stages. You couldn't possibly kick hard for the entire distance of a 10 kilometres in the water, so their legs may be not as drained as you'd expect sometimes, although having that sprint at the end, I kind of thought they'd be a little bit wobbly coming past, but these girls are tremendously fit. The amount of metres they put in training to prepare to swim races like this, and as Bob said earlier, at the World Championships, they do a 5 kilometre, a 10 kilometre and a 25 kilometre race, and so a lot of these girls do that. The training you have to do for that is quite extraordinary.
Just watching Claire Balding interviewing David Davis in the mix zone reminds me of 4 years ago when he won silver medal in the men's race, and he collapsed afterwards. He had to be given attention. In fact, he didn't want attention. They came across and wanted to give him some medical support, and he sort of waved them away, but it just showed how taxing it was, how daunting, just how exhausting it was for him 4 years ago. He actually collapsed after he came out of the water.
And that's why it's so important to get the feeding right, and you saw that not only were they taking drinks from the pontoon, but occasionally they would take a sachet of gel that some of the cyclists use as well. They'd take them out of their swimsuits, open them up, squeeze them in actually as while they're swimming, during the race. So if it's too much a hassle, too difficult to get to their drink on the pontoon, they're doing that as well. And it's vital that they stay hydrated, that they have their energy, because that's what happened to Dave Davis last time. Really struggled in the closing stages because he just didn't quite get the feeding right. It's something that these open water swimmers have to learn.
Yes. I heard you talking about Rio, Karen Pickering, and David Carey was saying a little earlier this morning, Kerry-Anne Payne's fiancé and fellow British swimmer, that he certainly didn't know if he was going to compete in Rio. He said, I'd like to be involved in the Commonwealth Games in Glasgow. If he can still swim fast in a swimming capacity, but if not in an official capacity, perhaps helping organise the thing, that kind of thing. What were you saying about Kerry-Anne Payne and Rio?
Well, I think Kerry-Anne Payne herself has said, or David said, that she doesn't like swimming in the sea. I mean, this is quite an ideal type open water scenario for Kerry-Anne. She's not a big fan of swimming in the sea. So the Rio swim, I believe, is going to be in the sea, which is not ideal for her. But having said that, when you finish fourth at an Olympic Games, that could well be the motivation that just charges you up. She's certainly young enough to do another Olympic Games. She's only 24. Angela Mora, who was in that race, was 37. So she's young enough, she's got the talent, but it is about whether you've got the motivation to get up day after day and put the meters in, because there's no shortcuts. You can't just do land training or cross training to be able to be a good open water swimmer. There's no escaping that you have to put the time and the meters in the water.
Still no sign of her, I'm afraid, ladies and gentlemen, but we will keep looking out for her. Is everybody... Yeah, we'll come back. We'll come back as soon as Kerry-Anne Payne is here. Peter, whereabouts are you this afternoon?
I'm in the Athletics Stadium at the moment, watching some quite extraordinary athletes, because it's the decathlon, which I've always loved since the days of Daly. I'm just looking through the list of events in which they compete. 100 metres, long jump, shot put, high jump, 400 metres. Today they're just knocking off the 110-metre hurdles, the discus, the pole vault, the javelin, and 1,500 metres to finish off with. There's an extraordinary bunch of athletes, and although our own contestant Daniel Ord is now out of the contest, it's a real pleasure to watch them in operation. What are you going to do about this, lady? Are you going to keep on hanging on for Kerry-Anne, or shall we carry on with other things, Victoria?
You carry on for a bit and then come back to me when Kerry-Anne Payne appears, if she does. How about that?
I think that's a deal. So it'll be Colin and I and Victoria for a little bit until we hear from Kerry-Anne Payne. Thank you very much indeed to both of you. We'll be back in the Athletics Stadium in a moment. I'll have a chat to James Cracknell about this event, because he, for very special reasons, loves it. It's now, let's have a look, about 12 minutes after 2. And I think...
With the BBC News on 5 Live, I'm Rachel Hodges. The Ministry of Defence says officials are working to contact 30 families after it emerged body parts and tissue samples have been kept from soldiers who died in Afghanistan. Officials say they were kept by the Royal Military Police for investigation work after the service personnel died. Relatives were never told. The Assistant Chief of the General Staff is Major General James Everard.
They will receive a formal letter of apology, confirmation of what tissue samples we hold, and absolute clarification of their wishes in relation to dealing with those tissue samples in the future.
The trial of the wife of a prominent Chinese politician who's accused of murdering the British businessman Neil Haywood has ended in China after just one day. A court official says Gu Kailai didn't contest the charge that she poisoned Mr Haywood last November. A verdict will be announced later. Police searching for the missing schoolgirl, Tia Sharp, have been looking through rubbish bins outside her grandmother's house. The 12-year-old left the property last Friday, telling relatives she was going shopping in Croydon. Leslie Ashmore is in New Addington.
They've also called in forces from other parts of the country, including those from West Yorkshire. Now, you remember that they investigated Shannon Matthews' disappearance. I should say that the police have stressed that we shouldn't read anything into that. It is routine that they call in other forces with some expertise.
A man has appeared before magistrates in Birmingham charged with the murder of his former partner who was stabbed in a taxi. Natasha Travis, who was 22, was attacked in Northfield on Tuesday. Junior Salim Oakes, who's 28, was remanded in custody and will appear in court again next week. The UK's trade deficit widened to a record level in June. The Office for National Statistics says the gap between imports and exports rose to £4.3 billion from £2.7 billion in May. And 3 people have escaped injury after the plane they were in overshot the runway at Durham Tees Valley Airport. The Falcon 20 jet developed problems during takeoff and left the end of the runway. An investigation is underway. That's the latest news. Will Perry's got the sport.
Rachel, thank you. Well, it wasn't quite the finish, was it, that the crowd wanted down here in Olympic Park by the big screen as Kerry-Anne Payne came in 4th in the 10-kilometre open water swim. Thousands sort of met by subdued applause, really, down here. Kerry-Anne Payne 4th. It was won by Hungary's Eva Richthof, and Kerry-Anne Payne, who we'll hear from shortly here on 5 Live, says she was hurting for most of the swim. Oscar Pistorius will get the chance to run in the final of the 4x400 metres relay after all, following a successful appeal. South Africa failed to finish their heat, but it was agreed their chances had been severely damaged after a collision with a Kenyan athlete on the second leg. South Africa will run in lane 9. Great Britain's quartet also through to the final after finishing second in their heat. Jamaica, though, failed to qualify. Britain's Jade Jones, the 2011 Taekwondo world silver medalist, will fight Mayu Hamada of Japan in the quarterfinals of the under 57 kilogram class at 3 o'clock this afternoon. In the men's under 68 kg, Martin Stamper faces Serbia's Damir Fejcic at around 3:45 for a place in the semi-finals. Light winds have delayed the start of the men's 470 medal race in Weymouth, where Britain's Luke Patience and Stuart Bithell are guaranteed at least a silver medal. A dressage, and Britain's Charlotte Desjardins is the favourite to take gold in the individual Grand Prix freestyle event, which is underway at Greenwich Park. Laura Bechtolsheimer, the first British rider to go at 3:20. Away from the Olympics, the USPGA Golf is underway at Kiawah Island. Martin Laird and Rory McIlroy are both on 1 under par, 2 shots off the lead. And it's been announced that Rangers will face Falkirk at Ibrox in the second round of the Scottish Communities League Cup.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
London 2012.
With Peter Allen and Colin Murray.
Hello everybody. Kerry-Anne Payne may have been left all at sea in the open water swim, but hopefully Great Britain's Nicola Adams this afternoon can become the first ever female Olympic boxing champion.
Nicola Adams has been the better fighter today. She's almost in the final. Nothing can deny her now. 3, 2, 1. The bell sounds and Nicola Adams will fight for the gold medal. Here at Excel, she was magnificent.
So there's boxing and there's dressage too. Don't forget that. They'll be hoping for gold over at the Equestrian Centre in Greenwich Park. Believe it or not, at 3:30 it should be an interesting moment. Carl Hester goes in the dressage at the same time as Jade Jones fights in Taekwondo. So both commentaries combined on 5 Live should be an interesting moment. We're going for gold, as I say, in the question. We've got rhythm gymnastics underway. The team there not originally in, but now they are. We'll explain what's happened there. We'll catch up with the Seine. Wasn't enough wind earlier, but I think they should be up and about later on today. And we've got the hockey, of course, this evening to look forward to. The women are out. The men go against Netherlands tonight at 8 o'clock. All coming up on 5 Live. Good afternoon, Colin.
How you doing, sir?
Yeah, I got James Cracknell beside me.
Oh, he's good fun. I had him with me yesterday.
He knows everything. You know a lot about... he knows everything. For instance, listen to this little story. James, why are you really interested in the decathlon?
Well, I watched 1984 Olympics. I was 12 years old, and I watched Daley Thompson take on Jürgen Hinkson, and because it was over 2 days, Cohen Yvette, they only ran for a couple of minutes, whereas 10 events over 2 days. I watched him win his gold medal, and then the next year at Kingston Borough Sports Day, he came down with his gold medal, and I got to hold it. And
so that was the first gold medal you held?
First gold medal I held. I thought, that is cool. By the end of the day, I knew I wasn't going to win it in track and field, but it was different to football matches. Win or lose, you basically get beans, pie and chips.
Yeah.
Whereas suddenly for winning at the Olympics, you got a really nice gold medal, and then that was my sort of inspiration. Thought that is a good thing to win, even if I can't do it in decathlon.
And then came the games that you played as well. A decathlon game, a daily game.
Yeah, my dad was cutting edge, brought a ZX Spectrum in the 80s, and Daley Thompson's decathlon was the best game, I felt. And
it's coming back out again.
And then you could practice every event. I wasn't very good at the discus or high jump because that involves some more technique rather than pressing the buttons really quick, but he was such a good personality. He did personal bests and beat a massive German guy. It was brilliant to watch. It really inspired me.
He was an inspiration to all of us. He's somewhere around in the stadium, and if we can ever find him, Colin, we'll see if we can have a chat to him, because I think he's doing commentary for one of the networks.
Doing it for the Aussies with Steve Ovett this time around.
Yeah, tell us about the boxing as well.
Yeah, looking forward to it. Nicola Adams, well, it's the first ever final involving female boxers in Olympic history, because it's the inaugural event, and I love walking into a venue that you know is going to absolutely rock, Peter.
Well, you got Katie Taylor there as well. We're rocking for that.
Yes, both of them, and we're going to have them both here. But it was great. I love when nobody's in a place just before you know it's going to go crazy. I was just standing there. Michael Atherton randomly was the only other human being in the whole boxing arena, and they were getting the flags ready to put up for the medal ceremony, and it was just interesting to see them fold up a Cuban flag and a British flag, and just it's that close to getting it put on. Do you know what's interesting? Because we're doing this taekwondo thing, as you were saying, with Jade Jones. So we're going to have the fighting and the horse dancing and the dressage
in one go. That will be an interesting test, won't it?
Yeah, we've also got Martin Stamper going here, and it's interesting because we had, I won't say his name on air, but people can look it up. We had the German diver who landed on his back, who had an applicable name. We had the hurdler who fell at the first hurdle, called Stambolova.
Yeah, and
now we've got a taekwondo competitor called Martin Stamper.
There's a little game you've got going here for yourself, Colin.
Right, let's get over, because you were saying Victoria's going to make it a nice threesome for the start of the show, and she's with Kerry-Anne Payne.
Good.
And Kerry-Anne Payne is here in front of me. You've just given Steve Parry a big hug, and I think that's made you a little bit emotional.
Yeah, sorry.
No need to apologise. Seriously, I've seen you do so many interviews here, and you had a smile on your face, and it's just when someone is really lovely to you, it just brings it out, doesn't it?
Yeah. Steve's been a huge part of my life for the last, since I've been in Britain, to be honest, so I guess seeing him was just a bit tough.
Yeah. Can you tell our listeners how the race was for you?
Yeah, it was. I mean, I tried to do everything I could today. I think I kind of got played at my own game a little bit today. Yeah, I was expecting people to try and take the lead from me during the race, but I thought I'd counteracted it quite well and tried to stay in front. I just made a bad decision on the third lap. I know I needed to feed at some point, and we were kind of close to it, so I thought I'd try and go in and feed, and it just was a bad decision, unfortunately. It all kind of went wrong, and I had to work pretty hard to get back to where I needed to be from, back into kind of the first sort of couple of positions, and I just didn't want to work too hard to try and get to the front, because I knew that I'd need that energy at the end, so I tried to stay as close as I could to the top, but I think I probably just worked a little bit too hard.
Sure.
And I tried absolutely everything I could, and open water swimming is about who's the best swimmer, who makes the right decisions, and I think those three girls that are still on the podium now are easily the best, amongst the best swimmers in the world.
But in terms of going over to the pontoon, we saw you sort of had to cross other people to get the sustenance. I mean, if you needed the sustenance then, you needed the sustenance then.
Yeah, I mean, I did, yeah. It was just, it was really tough. I guess the only thing I'd say is that probably the feeding pontoon wasn't on the right side. Maybe it would have been better for everybody if it was on the other side, so that, because everybody was trying to be on the right-hand side, because that was the best line for the corners. So I think there was so much fighting. Quite a lot of yellow cards were handed out as well, I saw during the race, which is quite rare, really. We don't normally get that many yellow cards, and I got hit so many times after that, and the fighting was just a lot more than I was really ready to handle. I think I used a lot more energy than I was expecting, trying to counteract all of that.
But we saw you in the final straight, and you were trying to make a move on the outside towards the end, so you still had some energy then, didn't you?
Yeah, I mean, I did. You just never really know how these things are going to go. It's not been my ideal season this season, but my last couple months preparation has been absolutely fantastic, so I've been really, really happy with how that all went. And I just thought if I can try and get on the outside and try and get around the boys, because my turns are usually quite good, and then hopefully down that home straight I'll have a bit extra, I'll have a bit more to give. And I just didn't. Grimaldi's she's been in the medals every Worlds, to be honest, since 2009, so I knew that coming down the last straight, if I was next to her, that it was going to be an absolute fight, and she just took me, unfortunately.
Yeah, half a second between you and the bronze medal position.
Yeah, it's not really much I can say about that. I mean, when I think about it after this, I'll probably be really happy with the result. I mean, fourth in the world isn't so bad, and and I had two objectives when I started swimming, and that one was to win an Olympic medal, which I did from Beijing, and the other was to try and get open water swimming, you know, in the population, trying to get people to do that, and we've had a fair few thousand people here today, so I kind of have achieved what I wanted to, but not quite what I wanted to here.
Were you aware of the crowds? Were you aware of the noise, the support here?
Yeah, I did hear it every now and then. I was, you know, I could hear it. Not all the time, unfortunately. I was trying not to think about it too much and trying to use it down the last couple of laps because I knew that it would lift me, but they were absolutely fantastic. I think every single person that was here today, I thank every single one of them.
Steve Parry wants to talk to you.
Because I stepped away for a few moments there to compose myself, because I used to take this girl training when she was 14 years of age. I know that she used to get 3 buses from school to training, and I can tell how committed she was. And it was just, for me, it was that pontoon that really seemed to make the difference. But the point I wanted to make is, you know, Kerry and also Cassie Patton before her have single-handedly propelled this sport, you know, to the global interest you've seen. I mean, it took her 15 minutes to get to us because of all the TV interviews she was doing. So although it wasn't meant to be today, you know, it was a fantastic effort.
Thanks, Steve.
Can you think about the possibility of competing in Rio or not at this point?
Who knows, to be honest. Who knows what's going to happen. At the moment, just going to go and get married and enjoy that and enjoy the rest.
Just going to go and get married.
Yeah, just enjoy the last bit of the Olympics. Has been absolutely fantastic. I'm really excited to just go and enjoy this now. And yeah, we'll see. We'll make decisions after that. But it's not the end of me from swimming, I don't think.
Thank you very much for talking to us on 5 Live. All the best. Have a great wedding.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Kerry-Anne Payne is just hugging Cassie Patton, who won bronze. And away she goes with the towel around her neck, holding a bottle of water. She's got more interviews to do now. It was just that moment when Steve Parry hugged her and, you know, really squeezed her tight and said, well done. And it's always the time, isn't it? When somebody is lovely to you in that way, then the tears just come streaming, Peter.
Yeah. Well, I don't cry that much, but perhaps no one's ever loved me. But you try being nice to me one day, Victoria, probably crack me up completely.
Okay, I'll try.
Yeah, not easy, I know. Victoria, lovely stuff, interesting. I'm sitting here with James Cracknell. We're watching the pole vault in the decathlon, and we were talking about these being super athletes, James. They're going over 4 metre 80, which is a metre under what you might achieve if you were an Olympic champion, but it's still a lot because they're big guys, some of these.
Oh, they're massive guys. You know, they still have to throw a discus 50 metres. They have to be able to run 1,500 metres, sprint 100 metres, chuck a 5-kilo shot. You know, they are, you know, they're not just jack of all trades, master of none. They are pretty much masters of every one of them.
Yeah, I was just looking through the list, and because you not only, I mean, after all your gold medals, you've sort of turned into a kind of all-round athlete. You've done all sorts, haven't you? You've run marathons, obviously, but you've cycled, you've swum, you've done the whole thing.
What rowing's given me is a really good set of heart and lungs, and so basically I seem to have done sports where no coordination is required. And the decathlon requires a huge amount of coordination. We know about decathlon in this country because of Daley Thompson, and
absolutely,
it's so easy to forget that he was also in Britain's 4x100 metre relay team. He was that good at the disciplines, and not only good at them, but good at producing it on the day that mattered. And that's what is key at an Olympic Games. You've got one day every 4 years to get it right, or in a decathlon 2 days, and you have to deliver.
Yeah, in a way it's the championship of championships, isn't it, this? I mean, the decathlon, you know, because of that great variety of skills and abilities you've got to be able to control, in a way they are the top.
They are the top, and also if you look at Philip Sadou yesterday, he had an injury, and there's so many different sports or different events in track and field where the injuries count. These guys are doing 10 different events. They've got to combat 10 different injuries. You know, Dean Macy never reached his potential, arguably, because he was always combating an injury. And for these guys to stay healthy and then to be able to perform, and for the level they do, is phenomenal.
Yeah, well, that brought down Daniel Ord, unfortunately. He pulled out yesterday, damaged his knee in the long jump. Right, we did warn you that we've got quite a lot of events to cover during the afternoon. Stay tuned to 5 Live. One of those will be over at the Equestrian Centre, where I was fortunate enough to join John Hunt and Pippa Funnell yesterday, and once again they're in place because once again we're going for gold, John. Only this time you've somehow got to compete with taekwondo at the same time.
Oh, well, we'll manage, Peter. Good afternoon to you from a glorious Greenwich. You're right, we're aiming for gold again this afternoon. Laura Bechtold-Scheimer at 3:20, Carl Hester at 3:30, combined with the taekwondo, and Charlotte Dujardin last to go today at 4:10. All of them, Peter, having realistic expectations of lifting a medal today, and let's just hope it can be gold once again.
Well, obviously watched the dressage. I was with you for the dressage team event where they had a very complex series of manoeuvres to perform in the course of some 10 minutes, I think it was. This time even more complex, but they do get to choose their own music. I mean, you know, what sort of music do they go for, John?
Well, we've had classical, we've had a bit of Genesis and Phil Collins along the way. At the moment we're watching a little Spanish horse doing a typically Spanish routine called Fuego, which is absolutely lovely, and there'll be a bit of everything. We've been promised lots of drama in the musical accompaniments to the British riders in an hour's time, Peter. So I think it'll be thrilling. I think from what I hear it'll be very patriotic, and I think it'll have everybody on their feet in just an hour's time.
Well, Pippa's already probably on her feet. Are you there, Pippa?
I am, and I'm...
You've got your microphone to your mouth. You ready to talk?
I am, and I'm sitting down at the moment.
You won't be for long. Tell us a little bit about the difference between this and what people might have seen in the team event.
Well, as we've been talking, it is freestyle. They get to choose their own test and the way they do the sequence of movements. You have a technical aspect where it's marked out of 200 marks, where that's what the judges mark, and they're judging. They have to perform set movements, but it doesn't matter in which sequence they do these set movements. So a lot of what we've seen in the Grand Prix test and the Grand Prix special, they have to show the horses' paces and the extended paces, the collector paces, the passage piaffe, the half passes where the horses move sideways in trot and canter, and the flying changes. So the technicality is still all there, but the riders sort of get to choose slightly where they do these movements, and that's where it is clever, because you know horses just have can have a slightly, say, weaker walk, so they might put that walk where they're not, say, walking across the arena where so many judges can see it so easily. So it's very clever the way they do it, but what is so special is the way it's choreographed is just spectacular. Every sort of beat the horse takes with its front and hind legs, it matches up to the music they've selected, and they do have really good production guys behind this helping them to match the music to their horse's movement and rhythm.
Right, and just a final word from you, John, for the moment on the crowd there. You get more than 20,000. They're not only committed, most of them are very knowledgeable as well.
Yeah, Peter, they are indeed, and they've just in the last few minutes cheered off the two leaders at the moment, both from the Netherlands, both legends within the dressage sport. Ankie van Grunsven, who sets the standard at the moment, she scored 82%. She's in the lead, ahead of Edward Gall at 80%. And Peter, when they both walked off and left the arena, it reminded me very much of every inch of a Tom Watson walking up the 18th at St Andrews. It was respectful, enthusiastic, and a great deal of love washing around this arena as well.
Yeah, lovely. I love the thought of Tom Watson walking up the 18th and doing some of those sideways shuffles at the same time. We'll be back with John and Pippa, and indeed Lizzie Greenwood-Hughes, who always make sure you hear the top interviews the first, a little later in the afternoon, now 28 minutes before 3.